Early in the morning, the sound of a cartwheel was heard at the village entrance. A horse-drawn cart slowly entered the Hongxing Brigade, with a sign that read, Cooperative Supply and Marketing. Oh, the supply and marketing people are here. Are they here to collect mushrooms? Let's go and see. News spread quickly like wings growing on it from 1 to 10, then to 100. In less than 15 minutes, villagers gathered at Su Li's door. 2 staff members from the supply and marketing office got out of the cart, entered the yard, and pushed open the door. The moment they saw inside, they gasped in surprise. The room was neatly arranged with wooden shelves, and clusters of fresh, plump mushrooms were growing on them. They looked juicy and healthy. My goodness, so many. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. They reached out to touch the mushrooms, nodded, and couldn't help but praise. Good quality. Even size. Thick and fragrant. If these were taken to the county supply and marketing, they'd probably be sold out in no time. Exactly, they're rare in the city. The price should be higher than regular farm products. The villagers stared in amazement, their hearts itching with excitement. Soon, some villagers from the Hongxing Brigade brought a large scale into the yard. A big iron scale was set up, and with a loud clang, the weight was hung. Everyone fell silent. Baskets of mushrooms were lifted onto the scale, and the pointer moved up and down. 20 Gene, 30 Gene, 15.5 Gene. Everyone watched with wide eyes, holding their breath. With each movement of the scale, their hearts tightened and relaxed, as if they were weighing not just mushrooms, but their own year-end bonuses. The supply and marketing staff weighed the mushrooms and couldn't help but praise again. The quality is excellent, top-grade goods. Once on the counter, they'll sell out quickly. During the price negotiation, Li Guangquan's eyes spun around as he was about to speak, but he was interrupted by a worker from the supply and marketing cooperative raising his hand. This purchase is priced by the cooperative. Because the quality is good, we are offering you the highest price. You don't need your team leaders to get involved. Li Guangquan's face immediately stiffened, turning pale with anger, but he could only hold back his feelings. Although the mushrooms were in Su Li's house, they belonged to the collective. Why couldn't the team intervene? In the end, the price was set, 0.5 yuan per kilogram. Today, they bought 80 kilograms, totaling 40 yuan, which was recorded on the Red Star team's account. When the number was announced, the watching members of the team suddenly erupted in excitement. Oh my, 40 yuan. That's 40 yuan. Usually we work all year and don't get that much. I heard these mushrooms can be picked every 3 or 5 days. Won't that mean daily income in the future? The members eagerly stared at the mushrooms, their mouths watering, eyes full of hope. If this can really be scaled up, maybe by the end of the year, we can get a bigger share. Exactly. If we can get 3 or 5 yuan more, that would be amazing. Oh, if I could get just 1 more yuan, it would be enough for my second daughter's school fees. Do you think our team can really make this work? I believe so. Su, the young worker, is very reliable, and that girl is really capable. The yard was crowded with people talking excitedly, lively like a festival. Even Grandpa Wu, who didn't come out often, was helped by his grandson to come see the scene. This thing is really rare. If these mushrooms can be produced regularly, our Red Star team will turn things around. Seeing Grandpa Wu smiling broadly, Su Li felt a bit guilty. Last night's thunderstorm had soaked the old man, who was already in poor health, with old injuries as well. I heard he fell ill after returning home, needing injections and medicine, and took a long time to recover. Su Li handed over a big bunch of mushrooms to Grandpa Wu. Grandpa Wu, take these home and try some fresh. Grandpa Wu kept waving his hands. Girl, thank you for your kindness. This is a collective effort. How could I eat it? Su Li smiled sweetly, her expression as adorable as ever. Grandpa Wu, to put it simply, you are a hero of the country. To put it more simply, you are the backbone of our Red Star team. Your health is important to our Red Star team. Why not try it? No one will mind. After saying that, she handed the mushroom to Grandpa Wu and his grandson Wu Shifeng. Exactly. Grandpa Wu, you try it. We all have no problem with that. Grandpa Wu was so excited that his beard trembled. Su Li looked around, and everyone was smiling at her. Only Li Guangquan looked a bit upset. As the team leader, he hadn't even tasted one. Does this girl still see him as the secretary? Li Guangquan felt that ever since Su Li joined the Red Star team, his authority had been challenged many times. Just after sending away the supply store people, the crowd hadn't left yet. Suddenly, there was a noisy commotion. Look, who's coming? Huh. Not from the supply store. It seems to be from the committee, Li Yuejin's assistant. Everyone looked in that direction. Sure enough, a person was stumbling over, and it was Lu Daniu, who had kicked down Fong Jichuan that day. Lu Daniu was running out of breath, his face pale, sweat dripping down his forehead and neck. He shouted tremblingly, "Secretary Li, something bad has happened." Li Guangquan, who was walking with his hands behind his back toward the team office, stopped in his tracks and asked urgently, "What's wrong?" "Daniu, don't rush. Tell me slowly." Lu Daniu bent over, panting heavily, looking panicked. Something happened. Director Li was taken by the police. The crowd gasped, as if a bomb had gone off. The members who had been joking just moments before stared wide-eyed, mouths open, unable to believe it. What? Li Yuejin got into trouble? He hadn't gone home since the Mid-Autumn Festival night. What could have happened now? Li Guangquan's heart suddenly tightened. He almost lost his balance and almost fell. He quickly asked, "Why did they take him? Is it a mistake?" Lu Daniu swallowed hard, trembling as he said, I heard that Lu Dongmei from the commune went to the Women's Federation to complain, saying that Director Li." As soon as he said that, the yard fell into dead silence, like a bucket of water had been poured over it. Li Guangquan's head was spinning, and everything around him seemed to whirl. His vision darkened for a moment. Lu Dongmei? Isn't she the woman who's very timid? How did she think of going to the Women's Federation to complain? He clearly gave Lu Maoxing 200 yuan just to shut him up. Why did it still end up at the police station? Li Guangquan truly didn't expect that when a person reaches a dead end, if they awaken, they can unleash such strong energy. It's over. If his son is accused of this crime, his life will be ruined. Li Guangquan staggered home, trying to find a solution. Oh my, this could land him in jail. Li Yuejin. I heard he's been involved with several girls at the commune. It's bound to come out sooner or later. Widow Wang and I Wang don't know yet, right? If they find out, the villagers talked louder and louder, their voices filled with shock, some even with glee at others' misfortune. Su Li stood among the crowd, glancing toward Widow Wang's house. Widow Wang, if you hear this news, what will you and your daughter do? Li Guangquan staggered into the yard, his face pale as death. He ignored Lu Shuang and immediately ordered, "Quick, get 300 yuan. I need to go to the county town right now." What? 300 yuan? Lu Shuang was chopping vegetables and shivered in fright, dropping all the leaves on the ground. She widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Are you crazy? Just a few days ago, you gave Lu Maoxing 200. Where does so much money come from? Our family isn't running a bank. You're always asking for money. A few days ago, under Widow Wang's pressure, they bought a 3-turn, 1-sound bicycle, costing over 600 yuan. It hurt her deeply. How could that useless girl be worth 600 yuan? And that sewing machine, could that useless girl even use it? She couldn't even sew a stitch properly, probably just cheapening Widow Wang. And the bicycle. She thought Yuejin already had one, so why buy another? But Widow Wang wouldn't say a word. Plus, with Li Guangquan's insistence, she finally had to agree. Just after the engagement was arranged, Lu Dongmei's brother Lu Maoxing came directly to their house. To settle the matter peacefully for Lu's family and for her son's future, she had to take out another 200 yuan. Now, hearing Li Guangquan ask for 300 more, she was really anxious. Seeing Lu Shuang reluctant, Li Guangquan's temper flared. He suddenly slammed the table, his voice hoarse. Shut up. You don't understand a thing. Lu Dongmei ran to the Women's Federation to complain. The police took Yuejin away. Lu Shuang felt her head suddenly spin, her vision darkened, and her legs went weak. She collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled. What?
What?
The police took him. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath, and after a while, she calmed down. They said if I paid money, it would be fine. They said it could be settled quietly. Why does it involve the police now? This sentence seemed to ignite the anger in Li Guangquan's heart. You still blame others? He pointed fiercely and shouted angrily. Look at your good son. If he hadn't done that bad thing, would they have sued him? Hearing this, Lu Shuang's heart completely broke. Tears suddenly burst out, and she trembled all over, crying painfully. You dare to blame me? If you hadn't spoiled him all the time, he wouldn't act so recklessly. The family head is crooked, so the rest of the family is crooked. It's all your fault, Dad. When she said this, Li Guangquan felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his chest. What does it mean that the head is crooked and the rest is crooked? Isn't she exposing his faults right in front of him? He was the village secretary, a big leader who could cause a 3-foot ditch with a single spit outside. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Shuang. You old woman, dare to talk nonsense. The slap was loud and sharp, ringing clearly. Lu Shuang's head tilted sharply, almost falling over. Half of her face immediately turned hot and swollen. She was stunned by the tears streaming down her face. Her nose felt sour, and a surge of hatred flooded her heart.
Li Guangquan.
You heartless man. Somehow, she found the strength to scream and pounce on him, grabbing his hair tightly, her voice heart-wrenching. Blaming me for your son's bad behavior? You're the real troublemaker. If it weren't for you and that fox spirit colluding together, would my son follow suit? Li Guangquan was so angry he trembled all over. He reached out to push her away, but Lu Shuang held on tightly, almost pulling out a clump of hair, grimacing in pain. Furious, he grabbed a stool and swung it toward her. Li Shuang's eyes were finally okay. She suddenly screamed like crazy and quickly grabbed his arm tightly, her nails digging deep into his flesh. Hit me. Just hit me to death. Anyway, this family will be finished sooner or later. She cried and shouted, her voice full of deep despair and anger. They struggled together, causing chaos. The table was knocked over with a loud bang, dishes and bowls shattered everywhere, and broken pieces scattered all around. In the yard, chickens and ducks ran around wildly, making a loud noise like a pig slaughter. With such a big commotion, how could anyone not notice? Soon, all the villagers from the team were attracted and gathered around Li Guangquan's house. More and more heads appeared on the wall, all watching the scene. Oh my! The fight at Secretary Li's house. Wow, look at Secretary's wife. She's pulling so hard. She even tore out a clump of hair. Wow, Secretary Li is really fierce. His face is swollen from being hit. The crowd kept growing, and everyone watched with amusement.
Haha.
Not only was there entertainment this morning, but we also didn't have to work in the fields. Who cares about the big trouble at the secretary's house? No one was paying attention anymore. Some village officials couldn't stand it and pushed through to separate the couple. Li Shuang's hair was a mess, tears and snot covering her face. She looked so miserable. Li Guangquan's chest was heaving heavily, his face was red, and his eyes were full of anger. He shouted angrily, "If you don't give me the money, your son won't come out." Li Shuang cried and trembled as she took out a roll of money from the cabinet, trembling as she handed it over. Li Guangquan took it without looking and directly put it into his coat pocket. He glanced at the villagers lying on the wall and sighed deeply. His face was completely lost. He cursed softly, then turned and walked out of the house toward the county town. The crowd erupted in chatter. Li Yuejin was taken away by the police. Doing such wicked things is no joke. He usually relies on his father being the secretary and has bullied many people. Now, karma has caught up with him. Serves him right. I heard he's done a lot of bad things in the commune. Truly, the heavens have their ways and no one escapes justice. By the way, with such a big incident, why didn't Widow Wang and Big and I Wang show up? Before he finished speaking, Wang Widow and Wang Danny hurried over in a rush. Wang Danny cried as she ran into the yard. kneeling down and crying loudly. "Uncle, please tell me, is what they said outside true? Is Brother Yuejin going to jail?" Then Wang Widow stormed in, her face pale with anger. "Lu Shuang, what kind of wicked things are you Li family doing? You've hurt my Danny badly. Now the police are involved." Before she finished speaking, she rushed forward and grabbed Lu Shuang's hair. "You heartless woman! If my daughter is ruined because of you and can't lift her head for the rest of her life, I'll fight you." Lu Shuang was pulled so hard her scalp hurt, and she suddenly got furious. She reached out and grabbed back. "Wang Fingxi, stop spouting nonsense. If your daughter hadn't been so unruly, she wouldn't have gotten involved with my son." Wang Widow slapped her across the face. Lu Shuang went crazy and lunged at her, and the two women started fighting. They tore at each other's hair, grabbed faces, scratched necks, and their screams and curses filled the air. Outside the yard wall, the villagers were stunned. These two women fighting was really fierce. But Su Li didn't care about the commotion. She was waiting on the road for Lu Daniu to come home. After sending the message to Li Guangquan, Lu Daniu happily headed back. Li Yuejin was so capable, and his father was the secretary. Rumor had it that he even had relatives in the capital who were high officials. If he was released without trouble this time, he would surely earn a lot of credit. Last time, he kicked the bad guy Fang Jichuan, even though Su Li threw him into the cornfield and he fell hard and took a long time to recover. But afterward, Li Yuejin promoted him to squad leader. Now everyone in the commune respected him a lot, and he felt very proud. Lu Daniu was walking back happily, thinking about all this. Between the brigade and the commune was an old locust tree grove, usually very quiet. The dense branches blocked out the sunlight, making it look a bit eerie and oppressive. Usually, people from the brigade would quicken their steps to pass through the woods quickly. Lu Daniu was the same. His proud mood earlier had vanished, and now he felt uneasy inside. Although he was walking alone on the road, he kept feeling a cold sensation on his back, as if countless eyes were staring at him. But when he looked back, he found no one there. No one was following him. This feeling of being alone yet sensing many people behind him made his scalp tingle. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he unconsciously quickened his steps. He went from walking fast to jogging, then broke into a full run, sweating all over, looking back while running quickly. Just as Lu Daniu was trembling with fear, thinking he had encountered something evil, a rough, dirty sack suddenly covered his head perfectly. Immediately, everything around him turned dark. "Who's there?" "Ugh," he shouted in terror, but before he could finish, a heavy punch hit his cheek through the sack. Suddenly, a few of his teeth loosened, and he swallowed his screams. Before he could struggle, a storm of blows rained down on him. Fists struck his back and stomach like hammers, targeting the tender, painful spots. His toes kicked his legs and buttocks sharply, causing intense pain, making him grimace but unable to make full sounds. "Ugh. Please spare me. Please spare me. The money. The money is in my pocket. All of it. Take it." Lu Daniu thought he was unlucky to encounter a robber, hoping to pay money to save himself. But the attacker paid no attention and kept hitting without pause. The person beating him was clearly experienced, controlling the force well, each strike causing deep pain but not seriously injuring vital areas. Su Li clenched her teeth and finally kicked hard at Zhang Jiangwo's plump backside. Looking at Lu Daniu, whimpering like a dead pig inside the sack, she shook her numb ankles. What did that kid just say? The money is in the pocket? She bent down, grabbed the two corners of the sack, and with a thud, released Lu Daniu. Lu Daniu was about to open his eyes, wanting to see who was so bold, planning to gather his brothers from the committee to seek revenge. But before he could open his eyes, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. His head buzzed, and everything went black instantly, losing consciousness. Su Li quickly and decisively took out a wallet from Lu Daniu's embrace, bulging with money inside. She nodded, and the total was exactly 130 yuan. This was all of Lu Daniu's savings. He didn't feel safe keeping it anywhere, so he carried it with him every day. Today, Everything was given to Su Li. Su Li snorted coldly, threw the money into her space, and considered it as compensation for her grandfather's medical expenses. Bah! Su Li spat at the muddy mess on the ground. If you dare come to the barn to cause trouble again, next time I'll break your leg. After saying that, she quickly disappeared into the dense woods, just like when she arrived. Only Lu Daniu, bruised and swollen, and the torn burlap bag lying beside him remained. Su Li walked along the small village path to the barn. There was no one on the road. Probably everyone from the team had gone to the secretary's house to watch the fun. Occasionally, a few sharp voices of women cursing could be heard in the air, and Su Li chuckled. Serves them right. This isn't over yet. She decided not to indulge in today's gossip. She had more important things to do. As for the fuss between Widow Wang and Lu Shuang, with Lu Yuanyuan, the little gossip expert, she believed she would find out soon. Su Li arrived at the barn, and the atmosphere inside was completely different from usual. Today, Li Guangquan was too busy to assign work, so everyone in the barn felt more relaxed. Lu Minghuai and Xin Qian had already tidied up the barn and pigsty, and now they sat under the shade of a tree, cooling off on small stools. Fang Jichuan, with the approval of the commune secretary Zhou Xinchuan, no longer needed to work. Every morning, he went to Su Li's house to help pick mushrooms early, waiting for the supply and marketing cooperative to come and collect them. Su Li entered, and everyone's eyes turned to her at the same time. Xin Qian examined her carefully. 2 days ago, Su Li had brought a half basket of mushrooms to the barn, startling everyone there so much they couldn't recover for a long time. Mushrooms. Fresh and lively mushrooms. And judging by their tender, plump appearance, they looked like they were cultivated artificially. He had joked then, asking where she had stolen them from. But she said she grew them herself. Everyone in the barn was stunned. This girl, besides being strong, had such skills? She was truly a promising agricultural researcher. At lunch, everyone looked at the mushroom feast prepared by Lu Yuanyuan: stir-fried mushrooms, fried mushrooms, mushroom fritters, and mushroom soup. They all found themselves speechless. What kind of people are those 2 girls around them? Xin Qian couldn't hold back and asked Lu Yuanyuan who her mentor was. Lu Yuanyuan looked expressionless and simply said, "My ancestors were cooks." Seeing Lu Yuanyuan's lack of interest, Xin Qian didn't ask further and just focused on eating. After finishing, he told Lu Minghuai, "If every day were like this, I wouldn't mind going back even if I couldn't." Chen Fong glared at him sharply. "Is that really your decision to make? Miss Li, what are your plans for the mushroom greenhouse? Are you planning to expand it?" Lu Minghuai asked. Su Li nodded firmly. "First, build 2 mushroom greenhouses, then 3 vegetable greenhouses to grow tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. That way, we can eat fresh vegetables in winter. Without large vegetable greenhouses, how could they have fresh vegetables in winter?" Everyone around her was clever and tricky. If she wasn't careful, she might slip up. Xin Qian listened and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Miss Li, you're saying we can eat fresh cucumbers and tomatoes even in winter? Is this girl crazy? How can summer vegetables grow in winter?" Although he's knowledgeable and experienced, he had never heard of such a strange thing. Fan Jichuan was squatting beside the sharpening stone in front of the cowshed, preparing to sharpen the pig grass chopping knife. Seeing Xin Qian's surprised reaction, he smiled and glanced at his granddaughter. He understood that whether it was the corn from the mountain or the mushrooms eaten the day before yesterday, they all depended on his granddaughter's mysterious space. He didn't know exactly where the mushrooms came from, but he felt proud. Although her surname was Su, she was ultimately from the Fong family and the heir of the family. Lu Minghuai looked at the serious girl with big eyes and thought for a moment before speaking. "Miss Li, greenhouses are good, but I worry that the plastic film might not be enough. Back when I was in the military district in Kyoto, we tried building small arch sheds. The plastic film was very fragile, especially in cold weather, and would break after a few months." As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Su Li's expression stiffened. Yes, she was so focused on building greenhouses that she forgot a practical problem. In future films, there are anti-aging additives that make the film last longer. Her farm uses an upgraded version with insect, fog, and dust resistance. But in this era, technology can't keep up. Does she really have to research the film herself? While thinking, Shin Qian suddenly smiled. There's a way to handle the film issue. I heard that Shanghai recently built a new polyethylene factory, and their film is quite special. It's tough, durable, and much better than the old kind. However, he paused and looked at Su Li with a teasing smile. It's a popular material, and you need a permit to buy it. Su Li frowned, her face falling quickly. In this time, money alone can't buy what you want. You need a permit, and without one, there's no way to get it. Seeing her anxious look, Shin Qian blinked and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't finished talking." Su Li rolled her eyes. This old fox loves to keep people guessing all the time. Seeing her expression, Shin Qian felt happy inside. This girl is lively and bright, much more interesting than his wife, a Jiao. A Jiao is graceful and quiet, a good girl, but she lacks that spark. Thinking of a Jiao, Shin Qian's heart sank. Last month, he sent a letter in Su Li's name but hasn't received a reply. He feels uneasy. Seeing Su Li's brows furrowed, Shin Qian suddenly nodded toward the side. "Ask Uncle Lu. He might have a way." Lu Minghui rolled his eyes at Shin Qian. "Do you think it's still 3 years ago?" "I can handle it with one call." "Not anymore now." Su Li's eyes twinkled, and she smiled slyly. "Uncle Lu, your words may not work, but someone else's might." "Like." "Kumandiding. Shinkian pataisti." I knew this girl was quick-witted. Lu Minghui hesitated, glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen, and finally spoke. "All right, since we can have fresh vegetables in winter, I'll write a letter. You take it to Commander Deng Mingxian." "Great. I'll go tomorrow." Su Li's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. When Su Li returned home, she pushed open the door, and a delicious aroma filled the air. Lu Yuan had just brought the food to the table. Before she sat down, Su Li suddenly rushed over. "Hurry up and tell me, who won, Widow Wang or Lu Shuang?" Li Yuan looked up and gave her a cold glance. But in the next second, her eyes lit up, and her tone was filled with uncontainable glee. "Today is really lively at Li Guangquan's house." Su Li's eyes brightened immediately. "Oh? Tell me more." Li Yuan sat down slowly, pretending to casually pick at her food, as if she was just mentioning it in passing. Widow Wang was shouting at Lu Shuang, saying she's stubborn and refuses to move from her position, and that she can't keep a man. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Lu Shuang definitely doesn't admit defeat. Exactly. Li Yuan's lips curled slightly. Lu Shuang patted her thigh and retorted, "Even if you keep my man, you still can't get into the Li family."
Su Li chuckled softly.
Lu Shuang's pain points were obvious. What she regretted most was not getting into the Li family. Li Yuan's expression also became lively, her eyes shining. Coincidentally, Wang Danny was there too. When Lu Shuang cursed, Wang Danny immediately responded, mother and daughter working together perfectly. She cursed Lu Shuang until her face turned purple, her hands trembling.
Su Li squinted.
"So, Wang Widow won again this time." Li Yuan snorted softly. "Not exactly." Wang Danny, young and impulsive, couldn't keep her mouth shut, which made Lu Shuang furious. Lu Shuang then threw out a remark. "When my Juejin comes back, you, this arrogant little girl, won't be able to enter my house." At this point, Li Yuan even mimicked Lu Shuang's expression, snorting coldly, acting it out perfectly. You didn't see it. Wang Danny's face turned pale in an instant, and everyone around was secretly amused. Ha ha. Thinking of Wang Danny's flustered and awkward look, she felt a burst of happiness inside. Wasn't she quite fond of Li Juejin? Why would she dare to challenge Lu Shuang? Li Yuan was a bit puzzled. Su Li's eyes twinkled as she spoke slowly. She does like Li Juejin, but what she likes even more is that title of the Commune Committee Director. "TCH, that's really dramatic," Li Yuan said with a smile, shaking her head.
"Yes.
It's quite lively," Su Li replied. Now everyone in the village is looking forward to what happens next. In the afternoon, Li Guangquan returned from the county. By evening, His figure looked 10 years older than when he left in the morning. The hat was tilted, clothes were wrinkled beyond recognition, and shoes were covered in mud. He no longer looked like a team leader at all. When he entered his own yard, Lu Shuang saw him immediately and felt a cold wave in her heart. "How is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Li Guangquan's face was pale, and his lips trembled for a long time before he managed to say a few words. "There's no way now." On the way to the county town, he kept thinking, with his many contacts and status, he should be able to find someone to speak up for the leap forward. But once he arrived in the county, after knocking on several doors, he was told either no one was home or coldly, "This case belongs to the police. We can't interfere." His smile froze on his face, and his palms were sweaty. Finally, he gathered his courage and found a relatively approachable official. The other person just shook his head. "Guangquan, your son caused quite a big problem this time. Yesterday, a girl went to the Women's Federation right after work in the busy street. She knelt right at the Federation's gate and cried loudly. Immediately, the whole entrance was crowded with people. The impact was too great. Now everyone in the county knows about it." He also told him, "The current police chief is very strict and fair, so don't cause more trouble." That one sentence crushed the last straw in Li Guangquan's heart. Lu Shuang, after hearing Li Guangquan's words, suddenly felt dizzy. She struggled to steady herself and asked, "Maybe you should go find Xiao Lian." Li Guangquan listened to Lu Shuang and thought for a long time. Is there any other way besides finding Xiao Lian now? The answer was no. His heart sank, and he nodded slowly, speaking in a low voice. "Tomorrow, I will go to the post office and call Xiao Lian." Su Li was bending over, tending to her rows of precious mushrooms. Her grandfather, Feng Jichuan, received an order from Secretary Zhou and no longer needed to do heavy work. He just stayed at home to help take care of these new plants. But Su Li couldn't bear to stay idle. She did all the chores herself, while Feng Jichuan just watched from the side. Right now, Feng Jichuan was sitting on a wooden stool in the main hall. He held a cup of thick, sweet red sugar water that Su Li had brought, steaming hot and making his eyes moist. Her grandfather's health had been strained these past 2 years, and now he needed to recover well. Su Li secretly planned. She wanted her grandfather to live peacefully and happily until he was 100 years old. "Grandpa," she suddenly put down the mushroom in her hand, blinked happily, and asked, "Guess where I went this morning?" Feng Jichuan looked up, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked up. "Did you go to fight someone?" This morning, Lu Daniu came to deliver a letter while he was nearby. Later, when the crowd dispersed, Lu Daniu hurried away, and surprisingly, his granddaughter was gone too. What else could she have done besides fight that kid? Su Li raised her eyebrows with a bright, proud smile. "Grandpa, you guessed right. I tricked him into a bag and beat him up so badly that his parents didn't recognize him." Feng Jichuan was stunned, and his eyes suddenly filled with warmth. This girl was standing up for him. Before he could speak, Su Li took a bulging wallet from her pocket and grinned. "After the fight, I also took over 100 yuan from him. Consider it my gift for Grandpa's medicine." She squinted her eyes, her voice cold. "If he dares to cause trouble again, I'll break his leg." Feng Jichuan. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Li, holding a letter Lu Minghui wrote to Commander Deng, left the house and headed to the commune to catch a bus to the military district. Just outside the commune gate, she saw a familiar figure. Li Guangquan had bowed, walking quickly into the post office. Su Li paused, feeling a slight tightening in her chest. Yesterday evening, he returned to the team looking disheveled, and many members saw him. His embarrassed look didn't seem like a good sign. Su Li couldn't help but think to herself. Remembering Lu Dongmei's reckless attitude, her eyes flickered. Lu Dongmei wasn't as clueless as she appeared. If she didn't settle Li Yuejin properly this time, would she wait for him to come after her? But then, a strange premonition arose in Su Li's mind. What was Li Guangquan doing at the post office? Could it be that he was going to find her bad father, Su Jing, for help? Thinking of this, Su Li sneered coldly, slowed her steps, and watched the post office door from afar. About half an hour later, Li Guangquan came out. His face was grim, mixed with an inexplicable, uncertain expression. His eyes flickered as if he was planning something. Suli watched his distant figure, feeling more certain than ever. She took a deep breath and walked toward the post office. As soon as she stepped inside, she ran into the mail carrier, Xiaozheng, coming out. "Little Sue, the educated youth? Why are you here?" Xiaozheng greeted her with a smile, holding a bag of mail. Suli's eyes flicked, and she immediately smiled brightly. "I wrote a letter to my family, and am sending a few things." She then pretended to glance casually inside the post office and quietly asked, "By the way, Xiaozheng, I think I saw Secretary Li come in earlier." "What is he here for?" Xiaozheng scratched his head and lowered his voice. "Oh, you have sharp eyes. He just came by and made a phone call." Suli's mind moved, and she pretended to be casual. "A phone call? Who did he call?" Xiaozheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I don't know. We have to register calls here, and Xiaowang handles that." Suli's eyes sparkled, and she said with a gentle smile, "Can you ask for me? I don't need to know everything, just where he's calling from." Xiaozheng saw her serious expression and felt a bit suspicious. After hesitating, he turned to ask the girl at the switchboard. The girl looked up, flipped through her notebook, and casually said, "The military compound in Kyoto." "The military compound?" Suli couldn't help but laugh quietly. She guessed right. He was looking for her terrible father. But, based on her understanding of her father, Li Guangquan's plans might not succeed. Her father, Su Jinghe, was selfish and afraid of getting her mother involved, but he never broke rules. He was even hoping for a promotion. However, Zhou Hao only mentioned in his letter that the division commander was promoting someone this time, and her father missed out again. The reason was simple. Someone in the organization had raised concerns, saying he lacked good character. After reading the letter, Suli secretly cheered for several days. Did he really think marrying a genuine, three-generation poor farmer's daughter would help him climb the ranks smoothly? People's eyes are much sharper than he thinks. Thinking of this, Suli kept her expression calm, walked to the front desk, and smiled at the girl at the switchboard. "Comrade, I also want to make a call." The Kyoto Military District. The Kyoto Military District. The girl was momentarily surprised, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. In the commune, they rarely made calls to Kyoto in a year. She didn't expect that today they would receive 2 calls from the same place. She couldn't help but secretly observe Suli. This young girl has quite a background. The receptionist finished registering her and called after 15 minutes. She deliberately walked away with Xiaozheng, leaving space for her. Suli pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this girl is quite honest. 15 minutes later, the phone suddenly rang. When she answered, a deep, confident voice said, "Hello." Suli took a deep breath and called out, "Dad, it's me, Suli." On the other end, everything suddenly went quiet. Su Jinghe was stunned, as if he didn't expect to hear this long-missed voice. After a few seconds of shock, he forced out a sentence. "Suli," his voice carried a hint of disbelief. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you remember calling me?" This girl had been gone for months, not even sending a letter. When she left, he was angry and said they should cut ties, but still, she was his own daughter. Could blood ties really be broken? Now he had given up hope. It seemed she truly didn't like him and didn't want any relationship. Sometimes he regretted giving her so much money. If he had given her a little at a time, she might have asked for a little and they could still keep some contact. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't help but think about her. Leaving her alone in the Northwest, at her personality, would she cause trouble? Would she get into trouble? When she caused trouble before, at least he and Fong Lan were there to support her. Now Fong Lan was assigned elsewhere, busy with her own work, and he was far away in the capital. If something really happened to her, who would protect her? He was worried and anxious, and then, in the next second, the first thing she said shattered the soft spot in his heart. He was so angry, he almost threw the phone onto the table. "Dad, your young wife's brother bullied me." Suli looked around. No one was nearby. Originally, she wanted to keep some manners, but now there was no need. She had to stand up for herself. Anyway, in her heart, Su Jinghe wasn't a good person. If she didn't say a few words to him, she would feel suffocated. Su Jinghe was so angry, he almost exploded. Young wife. Young wife. Even if you refuse to call me Mom, you can at least call me Auntie, right? And what does little wife's older brother mean? Has Li Shimli been kept locked up all this time? Could there be another brother? Li Guangquan bullied me and forced me to give him 3,000 yuan. I didn't agree, and then his son came to propose marriage. When that didn't work, he made me do the heaviest work in the production team. Dad, I am now the hardest working little vegetable in the team. My mom brought my grandfather here, and his son pushed my grandfather into the hospital. And he keeps bragging in the production team, saying his sister is Li Xiaolian, and his brother-in-law is a big officer in the military district, like a county official. Su Li kept talking nonstop, adding details and exaggerations, mixing everything up, but every sentence seemed to stir up trouble. On the other end, Su Jinghe felt like his heart was being pulled tight, then loosened again.
Li Guangquan.
What kind of person is that? His son? What's going on? Li Xiaolian and this cousin? And this cousin is the secretary of the production team assigned by Fong Lan? His mind was in chaos, but he could hear Su Li's voice, full of tears and helplessness. He could imagine her blinking her eyes, like a small, bullied kitten, softly calling him Dad. But then, her last words stabbed him like a knife. You're famous now. The whole production team knows you have a big brother-in-law who's a military officer. Su Jinghe's chest heaved violently, and he clenched the phone tightly, veins bulging. He, a major officer himself, how did he become just a backer, in others' words? What did Li Guangquan do in his name? How many bad things? And that 3,000 yuan, that was her life-saving money. How could he take it? No, how did he even know about that money? Su Jinghe narrowed his eyes, a cold feeling spreading inside him. Only one person could have leaked this information. No need to ask, surely it was someone from his family. His daughter was smart. She knew what to say and what not to say. She understood this very well. She wouldn't be foolish enough to shout it out herself. This hand was reaching from his own family. After hanging up the phone, Su Jinghe sat in his office chair, feeling stunned for a long time. A cold fire burned from his chest all the way to his head. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinghe leaned back in his chair, but suddenly a scene from over 20 years ago appeared in his mind. It was after the founding of the country when he first returned to his hometown to visit family, proud and full of energy because of his military achievements. There was a young man named Li Shimli from the same village who often liked to come over and talk to him. At first, he was polite, but after a few times, they became more familiar. After drinking a few times and sharing some stories, their relationship grew closer. Over time, he also got to know Li Shimli's younger sister, Li Xiaolian. Xiaolian was only in her early 20s then, with a gentle appearance and clear eyes. Most importantly, she always looked at him with a smile in her eyes, shy but sincere, which made his heart race. Her gaze seemed to touch the softest part of his heart. But at that time, he dared not think too much. He convinced himself to treat her like a sister and to keep a proper distance. After all, he already had a wife and child in Kyoto. His son was over a year old, babbling and learning to speak, while his wife, Fong Lan, was at home taking care of everything, hoping he would return soon. But fate played a big joke on him. The night before he was to leave for the military unit, Li Shimli insisted on inviting him to his house for drinks, saying it was a farewell. The atmosphere was lively, glasses clinked, and he didn't think much, drinking one cup after another. He never expected that after drinking too much, he would wake up lying in Li Xiaolian's bed. He was completely stunned. His mind exploded with a loud bang, and he felt cold all over. What was going on? He had grown up in the military and knew his alcohol tolerance well. Those few drinks shouldn't have made him lose consciousness. But now, he was lying in the girl's room. How could he explain this? Only one thought filled his mind. It's over. He had ruined the girl's innocence. Even more frightening was that he already had a family and a son. Most importantly, he had just been promoted to squad leader. If this got out, Not only would he lose his rank, but he could also face military punishment, even risking his life. He panicked, truly the first time in his life. But Xiao Lian only cried. Tears fell one by one, but she didn't shout, make trouble, or complain. She just sniffled softly, saying he was drunk and she didn't blame him. Li Xingli's parents didn't say harsh words either. The old couple only sighed and said he was a hero in battle. They considered Xiao Lian's suffering as bad luck and told her to accept it. They even advised him not to worry and promised to find a husband for Xiao Lian, urging her to marry soon. They only asked him to bring Li Xingli back to Kyoto and find him a job. He was stunned for a long time, feeling guilty, but finally agreed. Before leaving, he left all his money and asked the old couple to prepare a decent dowry for Xiao Lian. He thought this was the best way he could make up for her. Later, he indeed took Li Xingli to Kyoto, using his father-in-law Fang Jichuan's connections to get him a stable job. It seemed like everything was settled. But years later, Xiao Lian suddenly appeared in Kyoto. She said her husband had died, and as a single mother, she had no one to rely on. So she came to seek her brother. At that time, he looked at the child she was holding and felt a pang of pity. He knew he owed her something and needed to find a way to repay her. He discussed with Fang Lan, deciding to let her stay at their home as a nanny. Time passed quickly, and several more years went by. Until Fang Lan had an incident. She tearfully told him that Mo was actually his biological daughter. That moment his heart was struck hard. No matter how shocked or anxious he felt, what could he do? The mistake had already been made. Soon after, Fang Lan was sent away, and he got divorced. Li Xingli came to see him, urging him to marry Xiao Lian properly. He was silent for a long time, then finally nodded. Since he was going to marry her, he thought, why not? After all, this was the debt he owed from the past. Moreover, the Li family was innocent and wouldn't affect his future, and Xiao Lian was gentle and suitable as a wife. In the end, it was his own fault, and he owed too much, which led to this situation.
Sigh.
When he went home at noon, he planned to ask Xiao Lian about Li Guangquan, what kind of person he really was. Right now, Xiao Lian was sitting on the sofa at home, holding a knitting needle but unable to thread it. She was hoping Su Jinghe would come home early because she had to deal with Li Guangquan's matter. But she didn't know that because of a phone call from Su Li, she faced another sudden storm from Su Jinghe. At noon, after work, Su Jinghe returned home a few minutes earlier than usual. Inside, Li Xiaolian had already set the table with food. The pot was steaming hot, filled with a delicious aroma, especially the rich smell of braised pork. She changed into clean clothes, but her expression couldn't hide her nervousness. The trouble caused by Li Xingli was very serious. He didn't know if Su Jinghe would help, but no matter what, she had to try. As soon as Su Jinghe entered, he saw the table full of tasty dishes and frowned. Before he even picked up his chopsticks, his expression grew more serious. Since Li Xingli was caught, Li Mo went to the northeast. Li Xiaolian was very frugal, saving wherever she could. All just to send money to Li Mo. Today, she even brought out her most precious braised pork. It was obvious she had something important to say. Su Jinghe sat down, suppressing his anger, and looked at Li Xiaolian. This meal isn't usual. If you have something to say, just tell me. Li Xiaolian paused, forced a smile on her face, and softly explained. Today, I received a letter from Mo. She said the harvest is over and the weather is getting cold. She asked me to send some winter clothes. Su Jinghe's expression softened a bit. Since Li Mo went to the countryside, they received letters almost every few days. In the letters, she didn't complain about how hard life was there, but asked him to find ways to bring her back or asked for things. She never asked about him, her father, with kind words. Over time, he accepted it. The girl was only thinking about herself. But thinking about past debts, he decided to send her some clothes. Just do as you see fit. It gets cold in the northeast, so prepare some thick cotton clothes, Su Jinghe advised. Okay, I will do as you say. Li Xiaolian's eyes showed a hint of relief, and she nodded happily. However, then she seemed to remember something and asked cautiously, Old Sue, I remember you have a comrade named Wang, who after retiring, went to the Public Security Bureau in Qinghe County, Ji Province. Su Jinghe's face changed slightly. He looked at her quietly, recalling what Su Li had mentioned on the phone. Is there something wrong? Li Xiaolian's eyes flickered as she tentatively said, I have a relative who is a village leader in Qinghe County. His son is dating a girl, and now she's pregnant. They're accusing him, if it's convenient. Could you ask your comrade to say a word for me? She asked softly. What's his name? Su Jinghe asked calmly. Li Yuejin. His father is Li Guangquan, my cousin, Li Xiaolian explained. Your cousin? I've never heard you mention him before, Su Jinghe said with a frown. Li Xiaolian explained gently. We haven't been in touch for over 10 years. When something happened, he remembered me. This morning he called me to see if I could help. How does he have the phone number for a military family compound? Su Jinghe asked. I told him in a letter before, Li Xiaolian stammered. Before she finished, Su Jinghe's face changed, and he said coldly, You also told him that Su Li brought 3,000 yuan and 500 pounds of grain coupons. That made him have inappropriate thoughts about Li. Li Xiaolian's chopsticks suddenly dropped to the ground with a loud clatter. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled. How? How do you know? I also know he's the secretary of the Red Star Brigade, and his son Li Yuejin is the director of the Commune Committee. Su Jinghe's suppressed anger finally burst out. He slammed the table hard, and his chopsticks fell to the floor. Li Xiaolian, what are you really trying to do? Can't you stand seeing Su Li? Don't tell me this isn't your doing. Old Su, it's not what you think. I just accidentally mentioned it in a letter. I didn't expect him to develop possessive thoughts, she said hurriedly. Inside, Li Xiaolian was furious. Isn't that girl supposed to be completely out of our family? Why is she still complaining? Su Jinghe's intentions were clear to her. He was afraid of being associated with that mother and daughter, which could ruin his future. And now he's connected with that girl again? This time, Su Jinghe failed to get promoted. Rumors spread outside that he lacked integrity, that he abandoned his wife and daughter at a critical moment. Even in the family compound, several elderly women whispered behind her back, saying Li Xiaolian was a burden to old Su. But in her view, it wasn't her fault. It was definitely the relationship between that mother and daughter. Tell me, did Su Li's mother get transferred to the Red Star team with your involvement? Su Jinghe stood up, stopped eating, paced around the room, and shouted loudly at Li Xiaolian. I don't have that much power. I'm just a housewife from the countryside. Li Xiaolian's heart jumped in fear. She knew she couldn't admit to it. If Su Jinghe found out she had a hand in it, he wouldn't forgive her. You may not have that much power, but your brother Li Xingli does. Back then, he was still in that position. Su Jinghe stared at her closely. Li Xiaolian's face turned pale, trembling all over with fear. Su Li had no doubt. Fong Lan's transfer to the Red Star team definitely involved these sibling schemes. His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. His chest felt heavy like a big stone was pressing down, blood rushing wildly. He had sensed Li Xiaolian's thoughts. She wasn't generous. She had her own little schemes and couldn't stand Fong Lan's success. He thought she was jealous because of him. But now, it was clear she wasn't just jealous. She wanted to ruin Fong Lan completely. He knew Fong Lan had suffered a lot at Li Guangquan's hands. According to Su Li, her former father-in-law was even kicked and injured by Li Yuejin and ended up in the hospital. He rubbed his forehead, sighed deeply, then looked at Li Xiaolian's cautious but guilty expression, feeling extremely annoyed. This afternoon, he planned to call his comrade Wang Ziming to ask about Su Li. Given her stubborn nature, he wondered if she had suffered at the hands of someone like Li Guangquan. Li Guangquan still wanted him to speak up for his son? He would only be lightly stepping on him if he didn't give him a good kick. I can't help with Li Yuejin's matter. The law is above everything. If you do wrong, you must accept punishment. Don't interfere in this. Then he thought for a moment and added, prepare winter clothes for Mo and also for Su Li. Li Xiaolian suddenly looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. That brat took away 3,000 yuan and many receipts when she left. How many clothes could that buy? Moreover, she had cut ties with his family. If you are unwilling, then move out and leave this home. One sentence, and Li Xiaolian was so frightened she couldn't speak. At this moment, the girl in Li Xiaolian's mouth, Su Li, was receiving a high-level welcome at the military cafeteria from the reconnaissance battalion. After finishing her call, Su Li felt completely relaxed. Based on her understanding of Su Jinghe, she knew that if she kept talking, he would definitely criticize Li Guangquan harshly. She thought that by provoking him on the phone, every sentence would hit a nerve, and by noon, the Su family would be in chaos. That's exactly what she wanted. As long as they were unhappy, she was happy. She took an old-fashioned bus and traveled bumpy roads to the military district gate. Su Li registered her information at the guard post, waiting for the soldier on duty to report. Suddenly, a loud, orderly shout of slogans came from nearby. She looked up and saw Lu Qiangxing leading the reconnaissance battalion soldiers returning from training, sweaty and full of energy. Comrade Su, Lu Qiangxing's eyes lit up. Isn't this Su Jiqing? Who is this girl looking for? Could it be someone looking for Commander Fu, the strict one? He quickly approached with a warm smile. Why are you here? Looking for Commander Fu. Su Li shook her head. She didn't want to see that cold-faced person. Thanks to him, she almost got falsely accused by Lu last time. She still remembered that. I want to see Commander Deng. I have something to discuss, Su Li said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Lu Qiangxing's smile froze on his face. He had thought she was here to see their commander and was secretly happy for him. Turns out, the girl had serious business. I'll take you in and directly send you to the division headquarters, Lu Qiangxing said, patting his chest. After saying that, he quickly led Su Li through the military district gate and straight to the division headquarters. Once she was settled, he hurried off towards the regiment office. While running, he thought, if Commander Fu knew Su Li was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Tian Dazhuang had long received orders from Commander Deng and was waiting at the gate. As soon as he saw Su Li, he warmly greeted her. This girl was incredible, strong, having fought wild boars and captured spies. Even Commander Deng often praised her. In fact, in their entire military camp, maybe no one knew Su Li's name. When it comes to the girl who hunts wild boars, everyone has probably heard of her. She is a legendary figure. Tian Dazhuang took Su Li directly to Commander Deng's office. Commander Deng looked up at her, smiling kindly. He hadn't forgotten that this young girl could move a big stone as if she was holding a small object, showing great strength. How is Lao Lu's health lately? Commander Deng was very concerned about Lu Minghuai's health. In the past, he had been injured in gunfire and explosions. Now, in such a tough place, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. His health might be at risk. Su Li took out a letter written by Lu Minghuai from her pocket and handed it to him carefully. Uncle Lu is in good health. This is a letter he wrote to you. Commander Deng took the letter, flipped through a few pages, and looked at Su Li with a satisfied smile. This girl is really good. She has strength, brains, and courage. They plan to build a large greenhouse and grow vegetables in winter. In the letter, Lu Minghuai praised her highly. He also mentioned that the mushroom cultivation was successful, and he had already tasted some. His words were full of pride. Deng Mingxian smiled, thinking that Lao Lu was living quite comfortably there. He truly regarded Su Li as his own niece and loved her dearly. If the greenhouse experiment succeeds, the soldiers' meals will be fully solved, which is a good thing. If it can be promoted widely, it will be a great benefit to the country and the people. He closed the letter, thought for a long time, and then called Tian Dazhuang. Go, call Captain Fu over. Tian Dazhuang agreed and just pushed open the door when he saw Captain Fu Jiangnan standing in the corridor. He was stunned. Captain Fu was quick to get the news. He had arrived so fast. News from the reconnaissance battalion said that Captain Fu was quite interested in this girl. Could it be that Captain Fu, who is usually steady, has really fallen for her? Dr. Lu from the hospital would be crying. Everyone in the military district knew she was always chasing after Captain Fu. When Captain Fu Jiangnan entered Commander Deng's office, he saw the girl glaring at him with big eyes. Captain Fu secretly chuckled. She was still angry. Who could have guessed that Lulu would do something so foolish that day? He heard that Director Chun had already given her punishment. If she wasn't satisfied, he would step in again. Commander Deng showed Fu Jingnan Lu Minghuai's letter. Comrade Su Li's idea of growing vegetables in a greenhouse is good. But we need a permit from the Haisher plastic factory to use the greenhouse film. Let's contact the factory in our military district's name and see if they can prepare some. Okay, Fu Jingnan nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye to Commander Deng, Su Li was about to leave. Fu Jingnan stopped her and said, "Come to my office and tell me more about your greenhouse plan. If it works, our military district might build some too. Most of the vegetables in the army are grown for their own use. Soldiers also tend to the vegetables in their free time. Like ordinary people, they only have cabbage and radishes in winter. Where can they get other vegetables?" In the regiment office, Wang Chong was very happy when he heard Su Li was here. He almost jumped with excitement. "Auntie is here." Hurry up, he grabbed a cloth and cleaned Fu Jingnan's office thoroughly, making sure the floor was spotless. A few days ago, he brought apples and grapes from the hospital, and the young men in the office praised them. He didn't know where Auntie bought them. This time, he wanted to leave a good impression on future sister-in-law for Commander Fu. When the two arrived at the office, Wang Chong happily greeted Annie. Before he finished, Fu Jingnan already told him to go help in the kitchen, saying, "Go help in the kitchen, don't wander around here." If Su Li heard this, she'd be furious. Before she could speak, Wang Chong was already running away with a big smile. Fu Jingnan took Su Li's plan and raised an eyebrow. "This girl writes very well, strong strokes, neat and powerful, just like her personality." Although she was mischievous and playful since childhood, it's said that Fong Lao personally taught her when she was young. Looking at her plan, it's clear, detailed, and well-organized. The way she writes is impressive for a young girl. If Su Li could hear his thoughts, she'd probably roll her eyes. Although she's not yet 18, in her past life, she was 25, a billionaire. Could a young girl like her be so naive? And that look Wang Chong gave when he ran, did he think she didn't notice? Plus, this guy seems to have some bad intentions. But I'll tolerate it. After all, the young lady has a reason to rely on you now. Fu Tuan, what about the polyethylene film? Su Li was most worried about that thing. It was an essential item. "I will do my best." Fu Jingnan couldn't help but complain. For this girl, even the most scarce supplies must be obtained. If it's impossible, then he would trouble the old master at home. At noon, it was time to eat. Fu Jingnan took Su Li to the dining hall. She planned to eat quietly and then leave, but unexpectedly, she met the person she least wanted to see. Su Li was very annoyed with her outfit today. She wore a red plaid jacket, a white shirt underneath, and army green pants. This morning, Lu Yuanyuan insisted she change into this outfit before going to the army unit. She said it was because, in a place like the army, she couldn't lose face as a youth from the countryside. But now it was different. The army dining hall was all green, and she was the only one in a red jacket. She was truly the only splash of color in a sea of green, standing out the most. Even though Su Li usually had a thick skin, she felt uncomfortable under the curious gazes of the soldiers eating nearby. She kept thinking, when I was in the Kyoto military district, Zhou Hao and I often ate at the army canteen, and it wasn't this awkward. Back then, the soldiers would smile and joke with them. The more Su Li thought about it, the more upset she felt. She turned her head and glared at Fu Jingnan. It was all because of his cold, expressionless face. She didn't want to eat here initially, but he refused to listen. Now she was the center of attention, wasn't she? Fu Jingnan looked at her calmly, noticing her cheeks turning slightly red. He observed her more closely. In the large dining hall, everyone was dressed in green military uniforms, and she was the only one in a red jacket. It was hard not to stand out. His eyes twitched slightly, and suddenly, he had a thought. This girl, she actually blushes? Worried that Su Li might feel uncomfortable, Fu Jingnan led her to a quiet table at the back and sat down. He said 2 words, then turned and went to the food counter. Suli sat properly at the table, her hands folded in her lap, and her mood gradually calmed down. She couldn't help but feel amused inside. What kind of scene hadn't she seen before? In her past life, she had stood on stage in a hall with thousands of people, including research experts and leaders, and she could speak confidently and easily. Now, it was just a group of curious young soldiers. What does that matter? She softly snorted inside, straightening her back. What was she afraid of? She, Suli, could stay calm anywhere. Hey, isn't that Su Jiqing? What a coincidence to see you here. Have you been up the mountain lately? That wild boar last time really scared us. A few soldiers from the reconnaissance battalion passed by, recognized her, and greeted her with smiles.
Suli smiled back.
Anyone would be scared to see a slim girl carrying a wild boar weighing 300 or 400 pounds.
Suli.
What are you doing here? Just as Suli was chatting happily with some young soldiers, a sharp, high-pitched voice came from behind.
Suli frowned.
The voice was very familiar. It's Lulu. Lulu should have been eating in the hospital cafeteria, where it was quiet and she wouldn't have to squeeze with the soldiers. But she couldn't bear to stay there. As long as Fu Jingnan was at the military district, she almost came to the soldiers' cafeteria for every meal. She said she was eating, but really, she just wanted to see him more. Even sitting far away and watching him carry his food made her feel at ease. But today, when she entered, Lulu froze. A splash of red among green leaves. She immediately saw the girl in the red plaid jacket, Suli. Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought, oh no. Who let her in? A young, educated girl. Why was she allowed through the military district gates? And sitting openly in the soldiers' cafeteria, chatting and laughing with the soldiers. They weren't ordinary soldiers either. They were from the reconnaissance battalion of the independent regiment. They were highly respected throughout the military district. Usually, when Lulu saw her, she just politely nodded. She had never been so close to Suli before. Why was Suli so special? Lulu's chest heaved with anger, her face growing colder. She clenched her teeth and finally couldn't hold back. She walked straight over.
Suli snorted coldly inside.
Last time, she almost accused her of stealing hospital property. She hadn't settled that score yet. Now she was coming to her herself. Don't blame her for being rude. Oh, it's Dr. Liu. Suli lazily turned her head, stood up slowly, and her cold gaze fixed on Lulu. When did the army start making rules that you need to approve who eats? The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and a few soldiers looked at each other in surprise. Oh my, Dr. Liu and Su Jiqing have met. Su Jiqing is a young girl, strong but no match for Dr. Liu. Last time, a sister-in-law in the family housing area got confused over Dr. Liu's prescription and asked a few questions. Dr. Liu mocked her for being illiterate. That sister-in-law was so upset she cried. Oh, dear, Su Jiqing, you must hold on. Lulu was choked by Su Li and paused for a moment. She forced out a sentence. You're a young girl. It's not appropriate for you to be in the army cafeteria. This isn't the place for you. And some people, you can't just see them whenever you want. Su Li smiled lightly, but her smile was full of malice. I am indeed a young girl. But aren't you a military doctor? Don't patients in the ward need care? Moreover, you don't eat in the hospital cafeteria but come to the camp cafeteria. Could it be for someone special? Let me guess, you're after Fu Jingnan? Love is unrequited, like flowers falling and water flowing without feeling. Her words stabbed Lulu's heart like a knife. Some soldiers nearby couldn't hold back and started to laugh quietly. A little soldier, eager for gossip, whispered, Everyone knows Dr. Liu follows Captain Fu around every day, but Captain Fu doesn't even look at her. It's so sad. Though quiet, the words clearly reached those around. Yes, so sad. Su Li crossed her arms, weakly echoing, with a half-smile on her face, looking at her. Aren't you shameless? Then today, just drop it on the ground and forget about it. So, Su Li always hits where it hurts, and Lulu couldn't defend herself. Lulu couldn't hold back anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't eaten and turned to run outside. It's over. She's lost face today. How can she come to the camp again? Su Li curled her lips. With her limited fighting skills, she still wanted to argue with her? If she didn't make you cry today, it was only because she was saving face for the soldiers around. Just as she was feeling proud, Fu Jingnan came over with 2 lunch boxes and glanced to the cafeteria entrance. Did you chase her away? Are you happy now? Su Li rolled her eyes at him and said calmly, if you want to protect her, you can still catch up. Fu Jingnan's mouth twitched slightly. He knew this girl couldn't say anything nice. Su Li looked at the potatoes in the lunchbox and sighed softly. Do you eat this every day? Fu Jingnan looked up, his tone a little helpless. Do you think the army is a fancy place? We don't eat big fish and meat every day, Su Li nodded. She knew well that the army's meals were simple and filling, with little variety. Looking around at the soldiers, each one looked brave and handsome, all heroes defending the country. Su Li became more determined. She must build that vegetable greenhouse. After they finished eating, Fu Jingnan took Su Li home. The car slowly drove out of the military area gate. They didn't know that just behind a nearby tree, a figure was quietly watching the car go away, eyes cold and stern. On the way back, the jeep moved slowly along the road. Did I make your boyfriend angry? Su Li tilted her head and asked softly. She knew it wasn't true, but she couldn't help asking again. Just in case he was her boyfriend, then she wouldn't want to be around that cold-faced person anymore. Fu Jingnan's hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly, and his face looked very serious. I'll say it again. She's not my girlfriend.
No.
I don't have a girlfriend at all. Fu Jingnan was a little annoyed, and his words became a bit muddled. He looked up at the girl beside him, her lips slightly curved into a small crescent moon, with a faint smile in her eyes. His heart tightened. For the first time, he clearly realized how he felt about her. But then he thought, she's still young. When she grows up a bit, he's not in a hurry. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get the materials for the vegetable greenhouse. Despite her young age, she was already taking on more than an adult. If she's willing to work hard, he would support her. When he got home, he called his grandfather to ask him to help push things along. If it succeeds, it would be good for the country and the people, right? 2 hours later, the car smoothly stopped at Su Li's house. As soon as she entered, she was drawn to her family's mushroom greenhouse. The moment she pushed the door open, she saw a white expanse before her. Clusters of mushrooms grew densely, covering the mushroom beds layer after layer.
Fujin-san froze in place.
Summer mushrooms he has seen and eaten before, but he has never seen such large-scale cultivation. Can these mushrooms be grown all year round? He asked curiously. Of course. As long as you keep good mushroom spores and make proper mushroom bags, they can be grown throughout the year. Fu Jingnan looked down at Su Li with a surprised expression. How did this girl come up with so many ideas? Su Li continued, not only mushroom bags but vegetables can also be grown in greenhouses. As long as we control humidity and temperature, fresh vegetables can be available all year. Fu Jingnan nodded. If that works, they could also build some greenhouses in the team. If successful, the soldiers' meals wouldn't just be potatoes and cabbage. When Fu Jingnan left, Su Li thoughtfully picked half a basket of vegetables to give to Commander Deng. Fu Jingnan happily accepted them. Tonight, the team's dining hall must serve the mushroom soup that Su Li grew herself. Recently, rumors about the Red Star Battalion have been spreading like boiling water. The main topic is whether Li Yuejin can get out. Did you hear? Li Guangquan has gone to visit relatives in the capital. I heard his sister-in-law in the capital is the battalion commander. Many villagers say Li Yuejin might come out safely this time. During dinner, Lu Yuanyuan was picking vegetables and casually shared the latest gossip in a cold tone. Su Li took a bite of stir-fried spicy peppers and replied calmly, "That's my dad." Lu Yuanyuan froze. "Who's your dad?" Su Li almost choked on the spicy pepper and coughed repeatedly before finally calming down. She said seriously, "Li Guangquan's sister-in-law, the battalion commander you mentioned, is my real father." Worried Lu Yuanyuan wouldn't believe her, Su Li explained very earnestly. Lu Yuanyuan clearly didn't believe her. She shot her a glance that seemed to say, "Who are you trying to fool? If he really is your father, wouldn't Li Guangquan have to support you?" Why would he bother to scheme against you? Su Li snorted coldly. You don't understand. The woman my father married after remarrying is Li Guangquan's cousin, Li Xiaolian. What? Lu Yuanyuan's hand trembled, and the spicy peppers fell to the ground from her chopsticks. Girl, we didn't drink alcohol, and your story is just too unbelievable, Su Lisin secretly snorted to herself. There are so many dramatic stories, I won't tell you today. However, I can tell you that Li Yuejin's situation isn't so simple. This morning, I just called my bad father, and that scoundrel Li Yuejin is still inside. He shouldn't come out to cause trouble again. Lu Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment and muttered, Your dad treats you pretty well. Su Li snorted and said, He treats me well, but he cares too much about his career. Born in this era, he's worried about being linked to my mom. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes reddened, feeling a bit sad inside. At least Su Li still has her parents to protect her. Noticing Lu Yuanyuan's strange expression, Su Li quickly changed the subject. We'll start building the greenhouse in the next few days. It might be tiring. Lu Yuanyuan smiled and said, No problem. I'll help you then. Su Li smiled, knowing this girl was kind-hearted. The next day, Su Li measured a piece of wasteland behind the cow shed. The land was scattered and uneven, with weeds growing wildly. When stepping on it, it was full of stones, with many pits and bumps. Fang Jichuan carried A and came over, rolling up his sleeves. He smiled and said, First, pull out the weeds, clear the stones, and then level the ground. Grandpa, let me show you something good. Su Li looked around to see if anyone was paying attention. Seeing no one, she secretly activated her space and brought out the mini bulldozer. It was smaller than modern bulldozers, with shiny metal all over. Fang Jichuan's eyes widened in amazement, almost dropping his. He stared for a long time without blinking. What? What is this? Did our ancestors leave this for you? Su Li blinked and quickly started it up. It made little noise. The tracks rolled over the wasteland, pressing down weeds and stones. The bulldozer blade flipped, leveling the soil into a flat patch. Fang Jichuan's eyes widened even more, staring for a long time without blinking. It can move by itself. It can push dirt. Grandpa, this is a treasure from my space, Su Li said proudly. Fang Jichuan's eyes sparkled, and he was a bit breathless. Girl, this thing is more useful than 10 strong workers. After saying that, he instinctively looked around and lowered his voice. You can't let others see this, or... Don't worry, Gramp. Today, we will use this advanced machine to level the land. Fang Jichuan patted his thigh. All right, I'll keep watch. But please, don't let anyone see. As the bulldozer roared forward, pushing a large stone aside, he opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg inside. May the ancestors bless us. Such a precious item was given to the girl. Fang Jichuan watched from the roadside, ready to stop anyone who might come over. Su Li worked in the field all morning. With the help of her grandfather and grandson, a large piece of wasteland was leveled. They stopped only when they thought everyone might be returning. When Lu Minghuai, Xin Xian, and Lu Yuanyuan, the workers, saw the cleared land, they all stared with their mouths open, as if they could fit an egg inside. This girl is very capable. Too capable, maybe. In just one morning, she cleared such a big area. Lu Minghuai looked at the large piece of land with disbelief. This was just too unbelievable. On the day the verdict was announced, the Red Star Brigade was in chaos. Li Yuejin was sentenced to 6 years of farm labor in the northern farm. When the news spread through the village, it was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing many splashes. Lu Shuang suddenly felt weak and fainted onto the bed. Less than half an hour later, she woke up, crying loudly and heartbroken. Li Guangquan's face was pale as he sat in the brigade office, smoking cigarette after cigarette. The smoke made his eyes sting. Outside, the team members were furious. 6 years away, he's finished. TSK Li Yuejin's life is over. Didn't he have relatives in the city? Why didn't they help? Who would stand up for the Li family's bad luck? It's a joke. People sighed, some gloated, and others whispered, full of regret. A few gossiping women sat in the yard, peeling corn and talking. Look at Lu Shuang. She's probably heartbroken. But she shouldn't forget, she spoiled him since he was young. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. When the news arrived, Suli was pulling weeds in the field with Liu Yuanyuan. Hearing that Li Yuejin was sentenced to 6 years of farm labor, she paused, and the heavy weight in her chest finally eased. She took a deep breath. Now, that shadowy troublemaker was finally locked away for good. 6 years, long enough to wear down his temper at the northern farm and prevent him from causing trouble again. But after taking a deep breath, Suli felt a chill in her heart. Li Yuejin was dealt with, but Li Guangquan was still there. She knew very well what this team leader was thinking. His pride was shattered, and his son was sent for re-education through labor. He would not give up easily. He looked dull on the outside, but inside, he was cruel and vicious. Just thinking about Li Guangquan sitting with a pale face in the team office, smoking in frustration, made her sneer inwardly. Now, her feud with the Li family was completely settled. She had to be careful, very careful. Knowing this in her heart, Su Li felt less panicked. As long as she stayed alert, she wouldn't fear his moves. A few days later, all the materials for building the greenhouse arrived. Su Li looked at the plastic film shipped from Haishur. It wasn't as good as modern materials in transparency or strength, but for now, it was the best available. Su Li couldn't help but think, should she ask Xiaoqi to come up with a formula and send it to the plastic factory? If the factory adopted it, not only would the film's quality improve, but it might also be exported to earn foreign currency. Using modern technology, the plastic film produced would probably be among the best in the world. She planned to discuss this with Xiaoqi when she had the chance. That day, as Su Li entered the team office, she saw Li Guangquan sitting stiffly in a chair, smoking with a dark face. Secretary Li, I want to discuss the construction of the greenhouse. Before she finished, Li Guangquan suddenly stood up sharply, his eyes cold as he stared at her. A few days earlier, Li Guangquan had received a call from Li Xiaolian. On the other end, Li Xiaolian coldly said one sentence. Su Jinghe couldn't help. The reason was simple. Su Li had complained to Su Jinghe, saying she was wronged at Hongxing Brigade. Li Guangquan felt a tightness in his chest after hearing this. Now, seeing Su Li, he was furious, wishing he could tear her apart. If it weren't for her gossip and stirring trouble, how could Su Jinghe have backed out? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was just Yuejin kicking Fang Jichuan, yet she insisted on ruining him completely and sending Yuejin for re-education? This girl, does she just hate seeing others do well? Although the harvest season is almost over, there is still work to do in the fields. If you need help, ask the people from the cattle shed to assist you. Su Li was stunned. It seems Li Guangquan really doesn't care about his reputation anymore. Building a large shed is not a small task. It requires mud walls, bamboo frames, and compressed grass mud, each step connected. Just the mud walls need more than 10 strong workers working together. But who are the people in the cattle shed? Let them do this kind of work? It's simply a joke.
Su Li sneered inwardly.
Li Guangquan was clearly trying to set her up. Thinking of this, a cold feeling appeared in Su Li's eyes. The members of the Red Star Brigade are unlucky to have Li Guangquan as their secretary. If he doesn't want to solve issues like the villagers' basic needs, then what is he for? Is he only concerned with his own small piece of land? Su Li was both angry and on her way back when she met Wu Jiashuan. Su Zixing, Wu Jiashuan greeted her with a smile. Did you hit a wall at the brigade office? Su Li raised an eyebrow. Do you know what I went to the brigade for? Wu Jiashuan chuckled. Of course I do. Building a shed needs manpower. You're probably worried about that, right? Do you have a solution? You're building the shed for the villagers. We wouldn't want to make things difficult for you. Tomorrow, everyone will go help. But working for me doesn't earn work points. Su Li hesitated. Villagers rely on daily work points to get their grain at the end of the year. Everyone treats their work points like life itself. 10 work points in a day might be just enough for a kilogram of grain. No problem. Everyone can spare a few days, Wu Jiashuan said, worried she would refuse. All right. Su Li didn't mind. She was doing this for the team, and besides, she could provide meals. The grain in her space was endless. so she saw this as a good opportunity for everyone to eat well. After finishing the work, she planned to distribute some grain back to everyone. They all knew her father had given her 500 jin of grain coupons, so she wasn't worried about getting caught. She also wanted to find a chance to repair the cattle shed before the beginning of winter, and this was a good opportunity to build good relations. The next morning, the project officially started. As Suli arrived in front of the cattle shed, she saw several people outside. Li Ziang and Wu Jianshun carried shovels and walked ahead, followed by Wu Shifeng, the grandson of Grandpa Wu San, and several strong young men. Even Chun Hawa's son, Wu Qinglin, was there. Seeing Suli looking at him with confusion, the young man glared at her sharply. This morning, he said he wanted to help Suli build a shed, but his mother strongly disagreed and held onto his arm tightly. She kept saying she would never get involved with that girl again because the incident blocking the door had left her with a deep psychological shadow. But thinking about how all the childhood friends came along with Wu Jianshun, he decided to join in too. However, Suli's grudge about blocking the door hadn't fully disappeared from her heart. And so, she rolled her eyes at him. But since Suli was thick-skinned, and it wasn't her fault that the incident happened, she didn't mind. If others wanted to forgive and forget, she was happy to accept. She quickly went forward to greet everyone. Lu Minghui, Shin Qian, and Fang Jichuan also hurried out. As they greeted everyone, they picked up tools and started working. The area near the cow shed quickly became lively. Fang Lan was very happy to see so many people helping. Now she didn't have to worry about her daughter getting tired. But with so many people helping her daughter, wouldn't they need to be fed? Mom, I walk fast. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat and a few fish. Let's have a good meal at noon. Although nowadays, boiling a big pot of porridge and eating cornbread was considered a good meal for ordinary people, Suli still felt it was unfair to make others work hard without giving them meat. Fang Lan knew her daughter had saved quite a bit of money. Plus, now that her daughter was grown up, she was willing to listen to her opinions on some matters. Okay, you go quickly. The three of us will steam buns at home. Today, since there are many people, we'll use more grain. In the evening, Uncle Lu can go to the mountain to carry some grain. Suli nodded, arranged the work, and hurriedly went to the commune. When she arrived at the commune, Suli first went to her rented house on West Street. The house was clean and tidy, with bright windows, clearly well maintained by Han Xiaowu. She released 200 boxes of apples and 100 boxes of grapes from her space, asking Han Xiaowu to contact Yu Qinglin to send them away. There is no need to worry about the price. Yu Qinglin is kind and fair, never treating her unfairly. Thinking about another payment coming in, Suli couldn't help but feel happy inside. After finishing these tasks, she packed a basket of vegetables, thought for a moment, and added 2 jin of brown sugar before heading to Han's house. The small yard was run down, but was cleaned very neatly. A middle-aged woman was sitting in a lounge chair, sunbathing. Her face was still pale, but she looked healthier than before. That was Han Xiao's mother, Yang Yui. Seeing a young girl, about 17 or 18, walk into the yard, Yang Yui was momentarily stunned. Girl, who are you looking for? Suli smiled and showed 2 dimples. Are you Aunt Han? I am Xiao's friend. My surname is Su. Yang Yui, recently recovered from a serious illness, still looked pale, with a yellowish face. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showed years of hardship, but her eyes shone with life, no longer the hopeless and weak look she once had. Yang Yui was stunned, then her eyes widened. You are Su Jiqing? She hurried to get up, but Suli quickly stepped forward and held her shoulder. Auntie, your health is better now. Don't move around. Just sit and rest. Yang Yu's eyes immediately turned red. Comrade Su, Xiao told me. You are our family's great benefactor. If it weren't for you, I think I would have already. Her eyes filled with tears, and her voice choked up. She had suffered a lot in her life. She married into the Han family at 18, and the next year, she gave birth to Xiao. Her husband saw the situation was bad and left them both early, running away with his mistress. Since then, for over 20 years, she and her son had carried the label of landlord's family, enduring cold looks and mockery. Recently, the committee members came several times under the guise of supervision, criticizing her repeatedly, which exhausted her. They lost their house, faced scorn everywhere, did the heaviest work, and earned the least points. There was no food at home, and relatives and friends kept their distance. Not long ago, she fell ill from overwork and cold, lying in bed, almost unable to hold on. She thought about giving up and leaving this world so she wouldn't be a burden to her son. But unexpectedly, she met Su Li, who brought life-saving food and pulled her back from the brink of death. In Yang Yui's heart, Su Li was like a goddess. Last time, Su Li came, but she hadn't woken up yet. Today, she finally saw her in person. She held Su Li's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. "Su Jiqing, why are you here?" A woman's voice came from behind. Su Li recognized the voice and turned around. It was Lu Dongmei. She raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling surprised. How could Lu Dongmei live in the Han family? Lu Dongmei stepped out of the house, still wearing the same clothes she had on by the river. Her face looked a bit tired. Seeing Su Li, she gave a self-deprecating smile. "That day I caused a big fuss at the Women's Federation. I've really lost face now. When I returned from the county town, I wanted to go home. My brother and sister-in-law refused to let me in, saying I was shameful and that I was ruining the family. The house I used to live in was given to my niece. They say once a girl gets married, she's like water spilled on the ground. No way I can step back inside. I had no choice but to come back here." Her voice lowered, full of sadness and helplessness. "Who made me so foolish? Now I've ended up like this, and I can't blame anyone else." Su Li sighed inwardly. If only she had known earlier. At first, she was completely devoted to Li Yuejin, but she had also thought about climbing higher and living the glamorous life of a committee director's wife. Now her dreams are shattered, she's betrayed by everyone, and she can't even go back to her own home. Su Li sighed and handed the basket she brought to Lu Dongmei. Some vegetables and fruits and brown sugar to help Andy recover. Lu Dongmei thanked her, took the basket and went back inside. She's also a poor girl, with nowhere to go. For now, she's just staying here. Yang Yui explained nearby.
Su Li nodded.
Both of these women are kind-hearted, but being kind doesn't always lead to good results. Otherwise, stories like the one about the East Gua man and the wolf wouldn't exist. Especially since Han Xiaowu has another identity. Soon, the gate creaked open, and Han Xiaowu pushed it open. He looked up and saw Su Li. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with uncontrollable joy. "Su Jiqing, you're here." Su Li nodded, glanced at her watch, and knew she had to hurry. Yang Yu truly didn't want Su Li to leave, her eyes full of reluctance. She held Su Li's hand tightly and refused to let go. "Be sure to come often when you have time. There are some apples and grapes in my yard. Find a chance to contact Boss Yu and have him send the stuff out." As Su Li was leaving, she spoke to Han Xiaowu, who was seeing her off. Han Xiaowu nodded quickly and said firmly, "No problem. I'll contact him tonight." He paused, lowered his voice, and looked serious. "By the way, the black market in the county has reopened, just in a different place and not fixed. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll find a way to get it for you." Su Li looked up at him, feeling a small warmth in her heart. "I'm not lacking anything right now. You must be careful and keep it secret, especially from Lu Dongmei." When Lu Dongmei was mentioned, Han Xiaowu frowned, a look of annoyance flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry. I won't be home tonight. I'll stay in the production team's shed." He paused again and whispered, "She has money. In a few days, I'll rent her a yard so she can move out. Staying at home all the time, the team members will gossip." Hearing this, Su Li felt a bit relieved. For some reason, Lu Dongmei always made her feel uneasy. After saying goodbye to Han Xiaowu, Su Li went to the grocery store. She approached the pork stall, where a burly middle-aged man was hanging a piece of pork on the iron rack, moving quickly and skillfully. Seeing her, he smiled and asked, "Little comrade, what do you want?" Su Li looked at the meat stall seriously and said, "Give me 10 jin of pork." The man was momentarily stunned. Who buys 10 jin of pork? This was a big order. Usually, even during the new year, people only buy a pound or two to taste. Miss, you need a ticket for 10 jin of pork, 8 yuan, he explained while gesturing with his hand. Su Li was amused. He was probably worried she didn't have enough money. She casually took out a ticket for 10 jin of pork and handed over 8 yuan. The man raised an eyebrow, took it casually, said nothing more, and with a quick cut of his knife, sliced off a piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean. He slapped it onto the scale, lifted the bar, and weighed it, exactly 10 jin, just right. It was incredible. Su Li's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. Uncle, you still have this special skill. That small tone was full of surprise and admiration. Miss, people call me Lu One Knife. This is my family's secret skill. Su Li kept giving thumbs up. Amazing. Truly impressive. Seeing Su Li praise him again and again, Lu One Knife felt happy inside. He pointed to a pile of bones nearby and asked, Miss, these bones cost 2 cents per pound. Want to take them all? Su Li looked at the bones beside the stall and raised an eyebrow. Do these bones need a ticket? No ticket needed. Want to buy all of them or not? Su Li said without hesitation. I'll take all of them. Lu One Knife packed the bones into a basket while sighing. Miss, your eye for goods is really good. Boiling these bones for soup will be very tasty. The basket was already heavy with meat and bones. Su Li then went to the fish stall and picked out 2 big fish to add to her basket. Carrying a basket full of ingredients, Su Li felt very happy. With plenty of ingredients and Lu Yuanyuan's skill in cooking, everyone could finally enjoy a good meal today at noon. Back home, Lu Yuanyuan looked at the ingredients Su Li bought, meat, bones, fish, and potatoes from the garden, and quickly decided on the menu. Large potatoes stewed with braised pork, 2 fish braised, and the remaining meat and bones soaked in the well with cold water to be cooked later. They would serve it with freshly steamed bread, focusing on filling everyone up. At noon, Lu Yuanyuan brought out steaming hot dishes, and the aroma instantly filled the air. The pork and potatoes were braised until glossy, with soft, tender potatoes. The red braised pork, with a mix of fat and lean meat, shone with a shiny glaze in the sauce. Just smelling it made everyone salivate. Oh my, how much meat is this? Everyone stared at the big bowl of meat, their eyes almost popping out. Next, 2 red braised fish were served. The fish skin was golden and crispy, with thick, fragrant sauce. The smell was so tempting. Wow, the food here is so good. In their team, most families couldn't eat meat even once a year. Su Li only cooked this 1 pot of food. With their living standards, they were eating better than the team members' New Year's feast. Li Xiang was already holding a bowl, waiting beside the rice basin. Lu Yuanyuan scooped a big portion and placed it in his bowl with a clatter. The meat chunks were solidly stacked, and the potatoes crushed easily, with juice flowing down the sides of the bowl. Li Xiang took a big bite of the meat, which was tender and flavorful. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yuanyuan, your cooking skills are getting better. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him, picked up a large bowl, and filled it generously with meat and fish for everyone. A young man blushed shyly and walked over. Su Jiqing, can I take some food home? Let my family's kids taste the meat too. After he finished speaking, a few other strong young men looked excited as well. They all looked a bit embarrassed as they looked at Su Li, who doesn't have elders or children at home. Even if they didn't, they still wanted to let their wives try the food.
Su Li.
Yuanyuan, serve the dishes, divide the steamed buns, and if everyone wants to go back and eat, that's fine, Fang Jichuan quickly said. The team members rarely get to eat meat, so having a big bowl of pork stew with potatoes and a bowl of braised fish is already a treat. Taking some home would add a hearty dish to their family meal, right? Soon, most of the crowd left. Only Wu Jiashuan and Li Xiang stayed behind. Also, Wu Yi, who was drawn by the smell of meat, came over. Big sister Yuanyuan, your cooking is really delicious, Wu Yi mumbled while eating meat. Lu Minghuai and Wu Jiashuan exchanged glances. The boy had darkened but had grown taller. Recently, he had been learning from Lu Yuanyuan. Most nights, he ate at Su Li's house, which helped him get enough nutrition, and he had become much stronger. Looking closely, there was a hint of calmness in his eyes and features. They wondered how things were going in the capital now. What was the situation with the Yin family? If Inshio knew there was a nephew here, who knew what trouble might happen? He was a restless kid. The meal caused quite a bit of discussion among the production team members. Some made sarcastic remarks, others envied or were jealous, and some took pleasure in others' misfortune. Pork stew with potatoes, braised fish, a big bowl for each person. If I had known Su Jiqing was in charge of the meals, I'd have let my husband go too. You say, what is Su Li's father's background that he is willing to give her so much money? Life is so hard for her. Those helping out behind the scenes are not afraid of Secretary Li's revenge. Didn't you see how angry he looked today? No matter what the villagers said behind her back, Su Li was surprised to find that more people came the next day. Su Jiqing, do you still cook? I want to help too. The crowd burst into loud laughter. Su Li. Su Li ran back and forth to the commune twice more to buy more ingredients, and finally, on the 5th day, she built all 5 greenhouses. By the evening of the 5th day, the last bamboo pole was in place, and the 5 greenhouses stood neatly on the barren land. Su Li stood on the hillside, looking at the row of new greenhouses, feeling an unexplainable happiness. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, this place was overgrown with weeds and full of rocks, and now it had become 5 tidy greenhouses. Although she hadn't planted vegetables yet, she could already see rows of green vegetables, cucumbers, and peppers sprouting from the soil, fresh and adorable. When she returned to the cow shed, it was already late. Fong Lan was sitting on the bed, looking down, sewing quickly. The old clothes she kept repairing were spread on her lap. Lu Minghui sat opposite her, shoulders slightly leaning forward, eyes watching her with a gentle and focused expression. Su Li paused, her eyes flickering. That look.
No.
If it was just gratitude, it was too eager. The faint light in her eyes seemed to carry a cautious hope, hiding a bit of restraint that dared not cross the line. Su Li's heart moved slightly. Could it be that Lu Minghui has feelings for her mother? The thought suddenly appeared, and she was stunned. But upon reflection, it might not be a bad thing. Fong Lan was only in her mid-40s, well-maintained, still carrying a youthful beauty in her features. If her mother could find someone to be with, that would be a good thing. Lu Minghui, honest and steady, responsible, just, much more reliable than her useless father. She cleared her throat to remind the two inside that she was back. Fong Lan looked up and saw it was her daughter, smiling. You're back? Come in and rest. These past few days, her daughter had been quite tired. A girl who can do the work of several strong laborers. With a little free time, she still has to rush to the commune to buy fish and meat. Now that the greenhouse is built, she really needs to rest properly. Lu Minghui also took his eyes back and smiled faintly. Li is back? My clothes got torn again. Luckily, your mom is so skillful. Su Li twitched her mouth. The patches on your jacket, weren't they all sewn by my mom? It's obvious you're trying to hide something. She raised an eyebrow but didn't answer. She knew enough about this matter herself. When the time is right, she might push a little and help make a good thing happen. People say young couples grow old together. If they really end up together, her mom's life will surely be happy and full of love. Where did Grandpa go? Su Li looked around but didn't see Fong Jichuan. These days, there are many people, and the grain in the cattle shed is running low. They went up the mountain to carry some grain. Fong Lan was mending clothes while speaking.
Su Li nodded.
It's true that it uses a lot of grain. Each person takes 3 steamed buns a day. Recently, her mom and Aunt Chin have just been steaming buns all day, and they're exhausted. An hour later, Xin Qian and Fong Jichuan each carried back a basket of corn. I keep feeling like someone is behind me, and it makes me cold all over, Xin Qian said as he put down the corn. Could it be that in the past few days, the members have eaten a few full meals and are now being watched? In the educated youth courtyard, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Yu Ting was panting heavily, leaning against the doorframe, her face pale, hands and feet cold, and her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had just come back from the mountain. Behind an inconspicuous rock wall, she discovered a secret cave. There were bags of corn stacked neatly, almost filling the cave. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell. The people in the cattle shed had secretly hidden grain. If this got out, it would be a big deal. Thinking of this, Yu-Ting's blood rushed to her head, and her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would explode. A few days ago, she received a letter from Lulu at the military hospital. The letter clearly told her to keep a close eye on Suli. If she noticed anything suspicious, she was to call her immediately. The letter even included her phone number. Recently, the villagers have been talking a lot. The members helping Suli with work have very good meals, and everyone is eating happily. One auntie even said sharply, "Pig meat with potatoes, braised fish, a big bowl each." She probably spent all her family's money on food. Exactly. I only see her selling meat and vegetables at home, but I never see her bringing in grain. Hearing this, Yu-Ting became more cautious. Recently, Yu-Ting has been more alert. After dinner at night, she pretended to take a walk and often wandered near the cow shed. But today she was caught. Tonight, the moon just rose over the hill, and the night was hazy. Yu-Ting crouched near the cow shed, staring carefully at the gate. Soon, she saw Fong Jichuan and Shin Qian come out one after the other. Each carried a large basket, walking steadily and looking very cautious. Yu-Ting's heart skipped a beat. Why are they out so late? What are they doing? Without thinking much, she quietly followed behind, staying far enough to stay hidden by the moonlight and trees. They walked up the mountain, looking familiar in their steps. They circled around a few ridges and stopped behind a pile of rocks. Yu-Ting held her breath. She saw them push aside a narrow in the rocks and slip inside. After waiting a while, they came out again, carrying their baskets, looking calm as if nothing had happened. But the baskets looked very heavy. When they had gone far enough, Yu-Ting couldn't hold back anymore. She hurriedly slipped into the... With her flashlight, she discovered a shocking secret. The cave wasn't big, but very hidden. Inside, the scene made her gasp in surprise. There were many sacks neatly stacked along the stone wall. The sacks were slightly open, revealing shiny yellow corn kernels inside. The whole cave was filled with grain. She reached out and touched it. The cold corn kernels slipped through her fingers, releasing a strong smell of grain. Yu-Ting felt her vision darken. Grain. This is a strategic resource. In the commune's grain depot, every measure was tightly controlled. But these people at the cow shed had secretly hidden a whole cave. No wonder Suli is so generous, buying meat and fish every day and even claiming her father gave her 500 pounds of grain coupons. But those aren't grain coupons. It's clear she doesn't know where the large amount of grain came from. Thinking about recent days, Yu-Ting feels a burning pain in her chest. The bad elements in the cattle shed used to be very thin with pale faces. But these days, they all look healthy, with rosy cheeks, walking confidently, more energetic than the workers in the production team. How can they be the bad elements who are starving and beaten? They seem to be eating better than anyone else. Yu-Ting clenched her teeth tightly, feeling both surprised and angry. This is a huge piece of evidence. If she reports this, Su Li and those in the cattle shed won't escape punishment. Yu-Ting, where are you going so late? Why aren't you asleep? Her roommate, a young woman from the Knowledge Youth Group, looked at her suspiciously. She could tell Yu-Ting was distracted, clearly upset by something bad. Since Qian Xiuyu was taken away, Li Dongqing arranged for her and Yu-Ting to live together. First, the dorm was crowded, and second, they worried Yu-Ting might get into trouble alone at night. But after staying here these days, she increasingly felt that Yu-Ting, who seemed gentle and soft-spoken, actually had a cruel heart inside. She remembered clearly that the night Wang Danny had an accident, Yu-Ting came back looking cheerful, with bright eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. But when she heard Wang Danny was hurt, her face turned pale instantly, and her clenched teeth and angry expression made her feel uneasy even through the quilt. It was obvious she was upset because her plan had failed. Tonight, Yu-Ting looked just as distracted, both frightened and secretly excited. The young woman felt nervous. Is this woman plotting something again? Yuding saw the suspicious looks from her roommate and composed herself. Just went outside for a walk after dinner. Now I'm going to sleep. After saying that, she took off her clothes, lay on the bed, blew out the oil lamp with a puff, and rolled into her quilt. The next morning, at the military hospital, Lu finished seeing the last patient, took off her mask, and exhaled deeply. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, ready to go to the hospital cafeteria for a meal. Since that day at the camp dining hall when Su Li embarrassed her, she hadn't stepped inside again. It's not that she had given up. On the contrary, her feelings for Fu Jingnan only grew stronger. She just wanted to try a different approach, to take another path, and to hold Fu Jingnan tightly in her hand. But that scene from that day still pierced her heart like a thorn. Su Li sat happily in Fu Jingnan's car, her calm face reflected in the window glass. Lulu's chest tightened at that moment, and she was so shocked that anger surged within her. Su Li, a woman from the countryside, what right does she have? Lulu clenched her teeth, nails digging into her palm, as a sense of crisis slowly consumed her. She knew very well that if she didn't act first, this girl would eventually become her obstacle. Thinking of this, Lulu slowly exhaled, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Since Su Li was blocking her way, she had to find a way to make her completely disappear from Fu Jingnan's life. Dr. Liu, there's a call from the duty room. A young nurse hurried over to tell her. Okay, I'm coming right away. Lulu responded with a nod and frowned. Her parents usually didn't call her. Since she graduated last year and chose not to stay at Kyoto Hospital as her parents wished, they had long been displeased. That was a spot her father had worked hard to secure at one of the top hospitals in Kyoto. But she decided on her own to come to the Northwest Military District. Her father was furious, saying he would no longer acknowledge her as his daughter. Her mother, though not outright rejecting her, was quite resentful and rarely called. At most, she would write a letter to inform her of something.
Could it be that?
Thinking of this, Lulu hurried toward the duty room. Su Li, sitting outside on a stone bench near the pigsty, was happily watching the 5 large sheds, never imagining that a conspiracy linking her was slowly approaching step by step. Su Li paused, then chuckled softly. Widow Wang and Lu Shuang had been unusually quiet these days. So, they had started their schemes again? She knew these 2 women wouldn't let her down. Don't forget, the 3 turns and 1 sound was still at Widow Wang's house. Could Lu Shuang be willing to accept that? Does Widow Wang have melons? Su Li grinned, her smile meaningful. This was not about ordinary gossip. How does this little troublemaker understand the secret signals between her and Lu Yuanyuan? She flicked her hand, stood up quickly, brushed off the imaginary dust, and happily ran toward Widow Wang's house. Wu Yi opened his mouth, staring blankly at her back. Are the melons at Widow Wang's house really that good? At that moment, a large crowd had gathered in Widow Wang's yard. See that? Lu Shuang is really bold this time, calling all her brothers from her family. This isn't a small fight. It's about the 3 turns and 1 sound, worth 6 or 700 yuan. Who can swallow that insult? Widow Wang is in big trouble now, losing face and dignity, the villagers whispered, full of glee and excitement they couldn't hide. Su Li pushed through the crowd and entered the yard. Lu Yuanyuan still looked calm and cool, like a serene beauty, but her gaze was sharper than anyone else's. Seeing Su Li come over, she moved slightly aside and silently gave her a seat. Don't worry, there's still time. Hearing this, Su Li immediately stretched her neck and looked inside. In the main room, Widow Wang was disheveled, crying and clutching the sewing machine, her voice hoarse. This is mine. All of it belongs to my family. Li Yuejin's wicked deed. Lu Shuang, you shameless person. How can you take back what you sent out? Lu Shuang stood with a pale face in the main room, pointing at a pile of things in the corner. Look clearly. Sewing machine, bicycle, radio, all wedding gifts agreed upon at the start. Now that the marriage between the 2 families is off, these items should be returned. Behind her, 7 or 8 strong men stepped forward without a word, lifting and moving things. Widow Wang's eyes turned red with anger. She suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the handlebar of the bicycle tightly, her voice breaking. "Don't touch. This is for my daughter Do and I. Anyone who dares to take it, I will fight to the end." She had bloodshot eyes and was desperately lunging forward. But 7 or 8 strong men stepped in, waving their arms to push her down to the ground. Widow Wang's face was twisted with anger, and her heart felt like it was bleeding. These things were bought with her daughter's innocence. Now, they wanted to move out just like that. How could she accept that? "Lu Shuang, don't push your luck," she shouted hoarsely. Lu Shuang sneered coldly. "Wang Fingxi, this is your own fault. Do you think I don't know what happened that night? Yuejin was drunk, but what about your daughter? Was she also so drunk she couldn't stand?" Suddenly, everything inside and outside the house went quiet. The villagers looked at each other in shock. Lu Shuang raised her hand and pointed. "Yuejin has gone in, so forget about this marriage." But the clock and the watch. She squinted and stared at Widow Wang's wrist. That shiny watch was perfectly on her arm right now. Lu Shuang's chest rose with anger, and she gritted her teeth. "Huh, isn't this the watch you wanted for your daughter? How did it end up on your wrist?" Widow Wang quickly shrank her hand, nervously covering it with her sleeve, but it was too late. Lu Shuang stepped forward, grabbing her wrist suddenly and yanking it down hard. "What are you doing? You shameless woman! What are you trying to do?" Widow Wang shouted desperately, struggling fiercely. But immediately, a strong young man stepped up, grabbing her arm without a word. Lu Shuang twisted her wrist skillfully, and the watch slipped smoothly into her hand. Widow Wang looked at her empty wrist, her eyes bloodshot, almost going crazy. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? "Lu Shuang, don't be proud. Wait until Guangquan comes. You'll regret it." Lu Shuang snorted coldly. She wasn't afraid of Li Guangquan coming. She had endured silently for her children. Yuejin was gone, her daughter married. What was she afraid of now? She looked around the room. This was her first time stepping into Widow Wang's house. It was more luxurious than she had imagined. On the wall, a clock ticked, tick-tock, tick-tock. Its pendulum swung back and forth, the sound sharp and grating. Lu Shuang's eyes darkened, and a sour feeling rose in her heart. She glanced into the bedroom and suddenly froze. In the corner, a brand-new 5-drawer cabinet stood steadily, its surface shiny, and the drawers neatly arranged. Lu Shuang's chest tightened painfully. When her daughter got married, she had wanted to buy a 5-drawer cabinet as part of her dowry. But Li Guangquan once said, "The commune furniture factory needs furniture tickets. You can't buy it," and her hope was shattered. Now, she saw it clearly in Widow Wang's house. The 5-drawer cabinet stood tall, as if challenging or showing off. Its glaring presence hurt her eyes and stabbed her heart, making her feel tight and painful. "What are you doing? Don't touch that." Widow Wang saw Lu Shuang walking toward the cabinet and suddenly felt nervous, secretly worried. Inside, there were her savings of dowry fabrics, all prepared for her eldest niece. She rushed to stop Lu Shuang, but was held tightly and couldn't move. Lu Shuang pushed open the cabinet door, her eyes turning red instantly. Inside, a whole cabinet of clothes was neatly folded, fabric pieces carefully stacked, all new and fresh. She instinctively touched her patched-up clothes, feeling both sour and bitter. Then she remembered the time she had saved up 6 feet of cloth tickets for her niece, only to have Li Guangquan forcefully give them to Widow Wang. Her chest burned with anger. In the next moment, she grabbed scissors from the table, fiercely cut the fabric from the cabinet, and carried it out to the yard. Snip, snip, the scissors fell repeatedly. In just a few cuts, the beautiful clothes fabric was shredded into pieces on the ground. Widow Wang's face went pale, almost fainting. That was her savings, years of frugal living. Outside the yard, more and more people gathered. Everyone watched the flying fabric scraps with complicated eyes. Looking at Lu Shuang, her dull, old clothes, torn and ragged. Compared to her, no one spoke up for Widow Wang. "Old aunt, That's enough. Let's go. One of Lu Shuang's nephews saw the scene was lively enough and tried to pull her away. But Lu Shuang suddenly shook him off, her chest full of anger that she couldn't suppress. She was unwilling. How could she be willing? She stared at the wall clock, her heart aching like being pricked by needles. That little thing, costing over 100 yuan, hung openly in Widow Wang's house, as if mocking all the helplessness she had endured all these years. Click! Lu Shuang rushed over and quickly took the clock off the wall. With both hands, she swung it and smashed it onto the yard ground. A loud crash sounded as the clock face shattered into pieces and the parts scattered everywhere. The yard instantly fell silent. Oh my! Lu Shuang has really gone crazy. That's a clock worth over 100 yuan, an entire worker's half-year salary, all smashed away. The villagers whispered in shock, all staring with wide eyes. Widow Wang rushed forward, her eyes red, her heart feeling like it was being torn apart. This was all her belongings, and Lu Shuang's actions had completely destroyed them. The surrounding area was silent. Only the sound of Widow Wang's heart-wrenching crying could be heard. The onlookers grew more frightened as they watched. Everyone knew Widow Wang was well off, but no one expected her wealth to be so extensive. A wardrobe full of endless clothes, a pile of new garments that had never been worn. And then there was Lu Shuang, covered in dirt and patched clothes. Someone secretly calculated how much subsidy had Li Guangquan given Widow Wang over the years. Before everyone could regain their senses, Lu Shuang's nephew came out of the kitchen carrying a large sack. He dumped it down, and grains spilled out, shining golden in the sunlight. Oh, my goodness! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp. These two just eat and eat every day, probably never finishing their food in a year. When Wang Danny cried and went to find Li Guangquan, Lu Shuang, her maternal relatives, and her nephew had already left, leaving only the mess behind. Broken clock parts. Torn pieces of cloth. Li Guangquan walked a few steps into the house, stunned by what he saw, an empty wardrobe, an empty grain cabinet in the kitchen. It turned out that the dowry he brought from his family, the 3 turns and 1 ring wedding gifts, had also vanished without a trace. A wave of helplessness suddenly surged over him. He slumped heavily into a chair. This was his second home. Since Wang Laosen passed away, he had regarded Widow Wang as his own woman, caring for and protecting her. Seeing Wang Fingxi sitting in the yard, looking pale and disheveled, made his heart ache deeply. Anger churned in his chest, but he had nowhere to vent it. Everything Lu Shuang took away was like an invisible knife, cutting through his years of hard work and protection. His chest felt heavy, like a big stone pressing down, and the mix of anger and helplessness made him almost want to grind his teeth. He stood up, his steps unsteady, and went home intending to confront Lu Shuang, but she was nowhere to be seen. All the belongings from Widow Wang's house and their own grain had been taken to her daughter's house by Lu Shuang and her brothers. It seemed that this woman was not planning to stay with her anymore. The big scene at Widow Wang's house was over, and everyone gradually left. Suli stood at the door of Widow Wang's house, hands in her pockets, tilting her head slightly, squinting her eyes with a mischievous smile. She looked at the scattered cloth pieces, broken clock, and Widow Wang's miserable face, and couldn't help swallowing saliva. This scene was even more exciting than the palace intrigue she saw on TV in her previous life. She felt so happy inside. It was like eating 3 bowls of icy watermelon on a hot summer day. Yuan Lu glanced at her gleeful expression and said softly, "Be careful, it's not good if others see." Suli chuckled. Seeing Widow Wang crying and helpless makes me feel so good inside. Then she secretly sneered. Unlike you, who just watches quietly and gives silent praise. Yuan Lu rolled her eyes at her. What does praise even mean? She had never heard of it. The two of them, joking and whispering, walked home, leaving behind the chaos and conflict at Widow Wang's house for now. In the afternoon, Suli's greenhouse was already built, and Yuan Lu continued working as usual. Suli was alone inside the greenhouse, operating the small tractor that she had brought out from the space. With a buzzing sound, the powerful engine turned on, and the iron plow turned over the moist soil, making a loud rustling noise echoing deep inside the greenhouse. Fang Jichuan stood outside the greenhouse, straightening his posture and shielding his granddaughter from the wind. This was something left by their ancestors, and it couldn't be shown to outsiders. Recently, the team's members had changed their attitude toward the bad elements in the cattle shed. Even Secretary Zhou from the commune had specifically assigned Su Li's grandfather, Fang Jichuan, the important task of managing the mushroom greenhouse. Secretary Zhou, speaking on behalf of the organization, expressed their support. So, can Comrade Fang still be considered a bad person? Last month, a bad element from the neighboring production team was rehabilitated and taken away by the military. Everyone is wondering, maybe someday, even those in the pigsty will be cleared of charges and returned to the city in glory. Inside the large greenhouse, machines are plowing the moist soil, creating meat furrows. The fresh smell of wet earth fills the air, and soon the entire greenhouse is filled with the clean scent of freshly turned soil. There are 5 greenhouses, and Su Li has already planned carefully. 2 for mushrooms, which grow quickly and bring good profits. 1 for small green vegetables, crisp and tender. 1 for cucumbers, fresh and crunchy. The last one for tomatoes, sweet and tangy. These are all her mother's and grandfather's favorite foods. Although the crops are for the collective income of the production team, she also wants to satisfy her mother and grandfather's tastes, right? While tidying the seed beds, Su Li sprinkles eco-fertilizer that Xiao Qi created himself. It's made from crushed plant stems combined with a special fermentation enzyme. Even in later times, it's considered excellent fertilizer. Rich in nutrients, all natural, and gentle on roots. Xiao Qi had already prepared high-quality seeds, each full and healthy. Su Li carefully sowed each seed, covered them with soil, and watered them, moving quickly and efficiently. In one afternoon, all 3 greenhouses were neatly arranged and waiting quietly for germination. The mushroom bed frames for 2 greenhouses are also being prepared by the team. Xiao Qi's mushroom spores have already been cultivated successfully, just waiting for her to lead the team in making mushroom bags. After finishing everything, Su Li was so exhausted she couldn't straighten her back. She looked up, her forehead covered in sweat. She casually wiped her face, but ended up smudging a dark mark, looking like a little mud monkey. "Li girl, are you working hard in the fields or just coming back from a fight?" Fang Jichuan walked over, frowning as he looked at her, then shook his head helplessly. "Silly girl, when you're tired, just rest a bit." Su Li chuckled, squinting her eyes, took a sip from the water bottle, and made a funny face at her grandfather. "Grandpa, this is the proud spirit of the working people." Fang Jichuan shot her a glance, looked at the tidy seed beds in the greenhouse, and nodded slightly. This girl really has talent. Su Li knew, this afternoon, she was not only digging into the land but also laying the foundation for her own future life, as well as her grandfather's and her mother's. The next morning, Su Li helped Fang Jichuan pick mushrooms, neatly placing them in a bamboo basket. After finishing, she clapped her hands and pushed the basket aside. "Grandpa, I'll leave these with you. When the supply and marketing cooperative people come to collect them, you can give them to them. I'm going up the mountain for a walk." Fang Jichuan immediately frowned and spoke with a hint of blame. "You girl, how can a girl go up the mountain alone to hunt? What if you run into wild boars or wolves?" Su Li chuckled softly. "Grandpa, if they meet me, it's their bad luck. Don't forget the 2 big wild boars from last time." Seeing the stubborn look on her face, Fang Jichuan finally sighed and didn't stop her, only warning, "Be careful. If you really encounter something you can't handle, run quickly. Don't try to be brave. Don't worry, I won't go deep into the mountain today. I'll just stay on the outskirts." Her goal today was simple: catch a few wild chickens to give the people in the barn a good meal. Recently, they had been building a large shed, and the meals had been decent, but the work was really exhausting. Professor Xin Qian, who usually only did experiments with paper and pen, had blisters on his palms and was grimacing in pain. Others were even worse: aching backs, sore legs, and they groaned as soon as they lay down at night. Su saw this and felt anxious. If they finish the work and just ignore it, what is that called? That's like killing the donkey after unloading the millstone. Su is not that kind of person. She must take care of her health. These people are the ones she wants to protect, and she can't let them all break down one by one. Looking at the lush mountains before her, she quietly thought, staying in this mountain, aren't there plenty of food? What a joke. This is the most natural granary and endless meat storage. Didn't she bring back 2 wild boars last time? This time there will be wild chickens, rabbits, and boars. One of them is bound to escape. Su licked her lips and confidently headed into the mountains. Following the small stream from the back of the mountain upward, she didn't see any prey. Until she went deeper into the mountain, the small stream turned into a small river. Su reached the riverbank, looked around, and confirmed no one was nearby. She focused her gaze on the fish swimming in the small river. She squatted down, and the water from her space flowed along her fingers into the river. Soon, the fish swimming nearby swam frantically toward her, gulping down water from the small area in front of her. Su chuckled softly, thinking how many fish wanted to come to her table. She gently flicked her fingers, and the water quickly flowed into her space's pond. In an instant, the fish that had been swimming happily changed places, unaware that they would soon become the meal of the strange creature before them. A few fish were caught, and Su happily stood up, continuing along the small path into the mountains. Compared to eating freshwater fish, Su preferred eating birds. And to strengthen her body, she thought it was best to get some eggs, easy to carry and very nourishing. In the forest, sunlight was broken into small patches by the leaves, falling on the ground. Su stepped on the thick fallen leaves, her ears slightly upright. A flash of bright color appeared at the corner of her eye. She squatted down, parted the grass, and saw a bunch of eggs, white, round, quietly lying in a nest of grass, about a dozen in total.
Wow.
She carefully picked them up, squinting her eyes happily, feeling like she had found treasure. Moreover, the eggs were right here. The mother hen wouldn't run far, right? Su considered herself a kind and caring person. She couldn't bear to see the mother and her eggs separated. So, she decided to take the whole family back, letting them reunite in her pot. She casually collected the eggs into her space. These eggs would be perfect for the people in the barn to cook soup and nourish themselves. Just then, a sudden rustling in the bushes ahead startled her. A wild bird was frightened into the air. Su looked up, bright red comb, colorful feathers, long tail trailing behind, wings flapping loudly. Oh, isn't that the mother hen? Could it be the father hen? No matter, she'd better reunite them quickly. Su squatted slightly, quietly picked up 2 small stones. Just as the wild bird was about to fly away, she struck with lightning speed. Her fingers were steady and precise, and the 2 stones shot out swiftly. With 2 soft thuds, the wild bird let out a cry, flapped a few times, and fell to the ground, wings still trembling slightly. Su quickly walked over and picked up her prey. The heavy weight in her hands made her feel very happy. She thought, good luck today with both eggs and chickens. She glanced at the big, leafy tree nearby. Su acted as if nothing was happening and quickly left with her prey. After her figure disappeared completely, Wang Ziming jumped down from the tree, moving quietly and gracefully. Soon after, another person dropped from a different tree, a young man.
Wow.
This Su Jiqing is so quick and skillful, the young man said, amazed. She's just a girl, out hunting and catching chickens on the mountain, and she's more efficient than many old hunters. The way she threw those 2 stones, perfect. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe she's just a rural youth. Wang Ziming raised an eyebrow slightly and looked serious. Do you know her? Who is she? This girl didn't seem as simple as she looked. The sharpness in her was strong, and even in the army, it would be rare to see someone so calm and decisive. The young man quickly answered, Yes, I know. She's Su from the Hongxing Brigade, rural youth. If Su were here, she would recognize this young man. He was the young police officer sent to investigate the Qian Xiaoyu case. Su Li. Wang Ziming paused, his eyes suddenly sharp. He knew this name very well. It was the daughter of his old comrade, Su Jinghe. A few days ago, Su Jinghe had called him for help and asked about his daughter's recent situation. He didn't expect to meet her today in the mountains, and in such an unusual way. Wang Ziming sighed deeply, memories flooding back. He remembered seeing this girl when she was young, very mischievous. He had often heard Su Jinghe complain that his daughter caused trouble every few days, and he had to apologize and clean up after her. But in the blink of an eye, the girl had grown so tall. He recalled what Su Jinghe mentioned on the phone. His ex-wife was sent to the Hongxing Brigade, and because he was worried about his daughter, he came along. At that time, he thought she was impulsive and wouldn't handle hardship well. But now he saw things differently. Her mischief didn't matter. What mattered was that she protected her family when it was needed. Such a girl couldn't be a bad person. Thinking of this, Wang Ziming felt a complicated emotion rise in his heart. Su Jinghe repeatedly warned on the phone, "My daughter tends to cause trouble. If she runs into someone not very careful, you'll need to protect her. There is still some friendship there." He then confidently promised, "As long as she doesn't do anything illegal or against the rules, I will make sure she's safe." But just after hanging up, he received a report from the Northwest Military District. The letter accused Su Li. The report was very serious. It claimed that Su Li, a young worker from the Red Star Brigade, was working with bad elements in the barn to hide food in a mountain cave, and there was quite a lot of it. His old comrade's daughter. If true, it could be very dangerous. He just finished talking to Su Jinghe, who promised to protect her, and now she was being taken away. How could he face his old comrade again? But in this era, food was a strategic resource. Hiding or selling food was a serious crime. He could be accused of speculation or economic sabotage. At best, he would be under control. At worst, he could face punishment. Still, he didn't want to believe it. Even if the girl was mischievous, she wouldn't really go down a dangerous path. He kept thinking but couldn't shake his worry. Could it be that, in her desperation, she went to buy food from the black market because she saw her grandfather and mother starving? He remembered Su Jinghe giving her 3,000 yuan. If she had exchanged all that money for food and hidden it in the cave, and someone found out and reported it to the military district, that was possible. But no matter what, he couldn't wrongly accuse her. He had to see for himself to be sure. So he took a young police officer named Yu, following the clues in the report, and went to the back mountain of the Red Star Brigade. When they reached the narrow mountain trail, they sensed someone was coming. They exchanged glances and immediately climbed a tree to hide. Seeing Su Li's figure disappear into the forest, Wang Ming's heart tightened. Her skills didn't seem simple. Could she really be that brave? Wang Ziming's heart sank even more. He unfolded the map in his hand, identified the direction, and whispered, "Let's go." The two continued through the dense forest up the mountain. When Su Li stepped out of the woods, she stopped. That faint sound of breathing just now. It was definitely not a hallucination. There are people in the trees, and not just one. Are they soldiers? No, that doesn't seem right. The soldiers patrolling here are from the independent regiment, just normal mountain patrols, not hiding their whereabouts. Then who are they?
Could it be
spies again? The more Su Li thinks about it, the more she suspects. To the north of the mountain, there are military units stationed. If spies are here to gather information, this place would be the easiest spot to break through. She feels more and more uneasy, her patriotism suddenly surging. If there are only 2 spies, she doesn't need to be afraid. She can handle them all by herself. Thinking this, she straps on her small basket and turns back to the place where she was catching wild chickens earlier. Sure enough, she finds 2 new sets of footprints in the bushes, wide and heavy, clearly left by men. It seems they appeared as soon as she left. Following the footprints quietly, Su Li sneaks after them. But the more she follows, the tighter her brow becomes. This direction. Why does it feel so familiar? She stops in her tracks, her heart sinking suddenly. Jitta Ridge. Why would those 2 go to Jitta Ridge? She doesn't think they came here for a mountain trip in the daytime. That would be so boring. No, something big is hidden there. Inside the cave at Jitta Ridge, there are food supplies for 7 or 8 people, meant for emergencies. Su Li's heart tightens and cold sweat breaks out all over her. If she's discovered, the consequences would be terrible. A sudden image flashes in her mind. The night she finished building her greenhouse, Xin Xian and her grandfather went up the mountain to carry grain, whispering quietly, always feeling like someone was following them. She had laughed at him for being timid, thinking he was just paranoid. Now she realizes, maybe they were discovered that night. It's very possible they even wrote a report, and the police are investigating the truth. If they find the cave, not only her grandfather will be in danger, but everyone in the barn will suffer. That grain isn't small in amount. It's the best corn seed, enhanced with her magical water, yielding over 2,000 jin per mu, totaling nearly 10,000 jin. After the harvest, Shun Qian was stunned for days. If it hadn't really happened right beside him, he wouldn't believe such a huge yield was possible. If he weren't a scientist and an atheist, he might think it was a divine miracle. In recent days, the workers helping out said that their corn buns smell sweet and sticky, with a hint of sweetness. They taste better than the plain white buns they usually eat during festivals. If they find food in the mountain cave, should they hide it all in the space? Although that's a good idea, it's not realistic. It's simply not possible. That's a last resort.
Maybe.
They could just knock out these 2 people? No, that's not good. They are police officers. If they get hurt, it would be trouble and they'd be caught. Soon, they will reach the small path ahead, which leads to Chicken Head Ridge. In about 10 minutes, they will arrive at the hidden mountain cave. Su Li is really worried now. There's only one way to reach the cave. Could she possibly fly over it? Little 7. Su Li is anxious. She quickly turns and jumps into the space. Little 7 is already anxiously waiting beside the bamboo house. Earlier, the spring near the bamboo house was bubbling constantly. It was watching the water carefully. Last time, when Su Li faced danger at the black market, the spring also moved slightly. Now it's bubbling more. Could the owner be in danger again? It's feeling uneasy, and then it sees Su Li rushing in, looking frantic. What's wrong? Is there trouble? Little 7 asks quickly, noticing Su Li's pale face. Su Li's face is serious, and her tone is urgent. Little 7, someone reported us. The police are heading to the cave to check the food. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. I need to get there before they do. Hurry. Help me find the shortest route. Don't worry, follow me. Little 7 urges repeatedly. Su Li follows it quickly into the mechanical storage room, where a flying vehicle, about half a person tall, is parked. Its metal surface gleams coldly. This is our latest creation, Little 7 proudly explains. Stop bragging and tell me how to start it, Su Li says impatiently. She rolls her eyes, clearly anxious. Little 7 sighs helplessly. It almost forgot that besides driving cars, she knows almost nothing about flying vehicles. It steps forward, activates the control panel, and skillfully operates it.
Sit carefully.
Once we leave the space, I'll send you directly to the top of the cave within 2 minutes. But you'll have to climb down yourself from there. It's a bit dangerous, so remember to hold the rope. However, with your skills, this small task is no problem at all. After saying that, he quickly placed a bundle of rope inside, acting efficiently to ensure success. Little 7, is this thing reliable? Su Li frowned, feeling a bit unsure. Little 7 rolled his eyes irritably. Do you have any other options? Su Li sighed, silently repeating the old saying. Little 7's work is always top quality, and resignedly crawled inside. She put on her helmet, gripping the handles tightly. Once outside the space, she pressed the switch. The small flying device shot up into the sky like an arrow, heading straight toward the mountain cave. Looking out, the mountains didn't seem as tall anymore. The dense forest looked like green velvet covering the land, with winding mountain paths like a coiled snake. Upon closer inspection, 2 slow-moving blacks were struggling forward, Those were the two police officers hiding in the trees earlier. Director, what is that in the sky? Xiao Yu suddenly pointed to a spot high above. Wang Mingze looked up for a while and could barely make out a black.
Is that
A bird? Could it be a flying machine? Planes aren't that small. Wang Mingze looked at Xiao Yu with some annoyance. Why are young people so noisy these days? Xiao Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I think I heard a buzzing sound. Wang Mingze stopped walking. The sky was already clear of that bird. No news of any advanced aircraft invented by the country? If such a big invention existed, wouldn't the newspapers be reporting it on the front page? While the two argued, Su Li's mini flying device had already streaked across the sky like a ghost, landing precisely on a flat rock on the mountain top. 3 minutes. Not a second off. Su Li checked her watch and smiled brightly. Little Seven, you're really good. She quickly stored the flying device into her space. The rope was tied in a dead knot after wrapping around the crooked tree 3 times. She found the right direction, pulled the rope, and descended swiftly like a nimble cat. Once on the ground, she untied the rope, moved aside the stone used for disguise at the entrance, and stepped inside. Inside, the room was neatly filled with stacked burlap sacks. Without hesitation, Su Li raised her hand and waved. In an instant, all supplies were stored away in the space, and the entire process took less than 10 seconds. When she climbed back up the rocky peak and untied the rope, footsteps came from the cave entrance. Su Li took a deep breath and quickly hid behind a rock for cover. The food was saved, and the people in the cattle shed were safe. Wang Ziming looked around the cave. It was really remote. Without the detailed notes in the tip-off letter, ordinary people wouldn't find this place. He moved the stone at the cave entrance and nervously stepped inside. The cave was cool and dry. His flashlight flicked back and forth on the stone walls. Besides some stones and dry grass, there was no sign of any food. Xiao Yu was surprised and whispered, Director, isn't it said there's a lot of food stored here? Wang Ziming's face darkened. He squinted and looked around again. The cave was empty. He felt a little relieved.
good?
Excellent. He didn't want to find out anything about his old comrade's daughter. If he found a few bags of food, he'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now that he found nothing, it was the best outcome. He put away his flashlight, looked serious, and pretended to be impatient. Let's go back. False report, just wasting time. Xiao Yu wanted to say more, but he shot her a look that made her stop. He still wanted to check out the Hongxing Brigade. What did that girl do to offend someone? Why would someone write a letter to report her? The two quickly left and headed down the mountain. When Su Li came down from the cave top and returned to the production team, Wang Ziming and Xiao Yu had already visited most of the team. They thought that the girl from the city, who had only been in Hongxing Brigade for a few months, wouldn't have many conflicts. But Wang Ziming's face twitched repeatedly as he investigated. Is this really the work of his old comrade's daughter? Kidnapping, spying, wild boars. Now she was experimenting with greenhouses for the team. There were many troubles. The girl was strong-willed and had conflicts with the team secretary, the youth group, and even the team members. But without exception, anyone who crossed her didn't get any benefits. Last time, Manhwa from the county committee brought people to criticize her, but they ended up leaving in embarrassment. They protected her grandfather and her mother, Fong Lan, very carefully. Wang Ziming couldn't help but think, this isn't the work of a mischievous child. If he had such children, 10 or even 8 of them, he wouldn't mind the trouble. Su Jinghe truly doesn't realize how lucky he is. His wife and children don't seem to protect him. Hearing that he married the family's nanny, it's like his mind is not working properly. After the visit, he went to Su Li's house. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Is this a visit to check the house because they didn't find anything on the mountain? Sorry, there's no food at my place. Girl, do you know Uncle? Wang Ziming looked at Su Li. She has grown up, but there's still a hint of her childhood in her features. Her eyes are clear, but there's also a stubborn look. She's a good kid. Su Li was momentarily stunned. She remembered the original owner's memories. There was such a person, a comrade of her bad father, named Wang. He was transferred to another military district later and is now the head of the county police station? Su Li squinted. She was worried there were no familiar faces in the county, and now one just appeared. He's the police chief, a strong, important figure. Are you Uncle Wang Ziming? Wang Ziming was happy to hear Su Li remember his name and laughed loudly. He hadn't seen this girl for 10 years, and she still remembers him. That's rare. Su Li quickly asked someone to sit down, poured tea, and hurriedly served water. Uncle Wang, you came today.
Su Li asked cautiously.
Wang Ziming smiled and straightforwardly said, Girl, I came because of your matter. I received a report from the military district saying you, along with some people from the cattle pen, bought a lot of grain and hid it in a cave. Military district? Su Li suddenly sat up straight. Isn't Lu causing trouble again? Is this woman crazy?
What?
Do you know her? Wang Ziming was a bit surprised. How does this girl know someone from the military district? Last time, when my grandfather was hospitalized, I had some disagreements with a female doctor at the hospital. Su Li didn't want to go into details. It was caused by Fu Jingnan. She planned to handle it with him. Wang Ziming saw she didn't want to talk more and didn't press her. Anyway, there's no grain in the cave, so as long as she's safe. Did you have conflicts with others in the team? The report says they saw it with their own eyes. I think it might also be related to the production team. Su Li chuckled. Uncle Wang, haven't you already investigated this? There are several people in the team I have conflicts with, including Secretary Li, Widow Wang and her daughter, Chen Hua, and others. But this time, I think it's related to the youth village. Is it the young girl named Yu Ting? Su Li raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Just now, when I talked to her, she subtly tried to find out if we had found the grain in the cave. I think she might have some issues. It's about my own child. I told her to be careful of people's bad intentions and not to trust everyone. Yu Ting just now said quite a few bad things about Su Li. Did they find the grain? Su Li raised an eyebrow. Nonsense. Where would it be? Su Li secretly thought. If it really was there, my little Chi would have moved it first. Your dad said that Secretary Li and the team bullied you? Wang Ziming's voice was a bit serious. Su Li's eyes lit up, and she started explaining everything, revealing all the details about what Li Guangquan did. Wang Ziming's face darkened more and more. What kind of secretary is this? He doesn't care about the people suffering and has a chaotic style. No wonder he raised a son like Li Weijin. Su Li saw that he was about to get to the point. Uncle Wang, there's one more thing I'm not sure if I should say. Go ahead. Wang Ziming looked at Su Li's hesitant expression and felt a bit anxious. Could this girl have suffered some injustice? This matter, it's a bit long. Su Li then recounted what she overheard that night about old man Wang falling down the mountain ditch. There's more to this? Wang Ziming suddenly stood up. This is a matter of life and death. No matter how many years have passed, we must investigate. We have to find out the truth. Because there are other important matters to handle, Wang Ziming said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he took out 10 yuan and 20 jin of grain coupons. Girl, I know you don't lack money or grain coupons. This is a small token of my kindness. And, Wang Ziming paused. No matter when, we must not do anything illegal or against the rules. If you run out of food, come find me and I'll help you. This girl has a bit of courage. Wang Ziming thought it was better to remind her, so he felt more at ease. Su Li smiled and nodded in agreement. She picked half a basket of mushrooms and asked Wang Mingze to take them back. These are good things. Wang Ziming took it without hesitation. The next day, a team from the Public Security Bureau moved into the Red Star Brigade. They came because someone reported that the cause of death of Wang Laosan, a member of the brigade 15 years ago, was unclear. Even Lu Shuang, who was still at her daughter's house, was brought back. Now, the entire Red Star Brigade was in an uproar. Wang Laosan had been dead for over 10 years. On rainy days, he delivered grain to the production team. The roads were slippery, and he fell into a deep ditch. By the time people found him, the cart was destroyed, and he had died. The old ox pulling the cart also lost its life. Because of this, he was considered a hero in the team. Widow Wang and Wang Danny had been cared for by the team for many years. Could there be a hidden reason behind his death? The investigation team stayed in the Red Star Brigade for 3 days. They didn't just look around casually. They visited each household, especially the older members with good memories. This questioning brought everyone's memories back to over 10 years ago. Back then, everyone ate from the same pot, worked together daily, and knew who was arguing or acting strangely in each family. Sure enough, clues emerged. Someone said that Wang Laosan was in a bad mood during that time and worked with a gloomy face. Others recalled angrily that they saw him severely beating Widow Wang at home, leaving her with injuries. She didn't dare to go out for many days. When Lu Shuang confirmed this, the story became even clearer. While Wang Laosan was still alive, Li Guangquan had been involved with Widow Wang. When this news spread, the whole brigade was shocked. Everyone thought these two only got close in recent years, but it turned out they had been secretly involved for a long time. For a while, the members' expressions ranged from anger to disdain to regret. Everything was visible. Soon, Li Guangquan and Widow Wang were taken away on the spot by the investigation team. It was said that when they were taken, Li Guangquan looked as dark as a pot bottom. Widow Wang was so frightened her legs went weak, and she couldn't walk properly. She could only be supported by others, looking very helpless. Some people snorted coldly, some clapped, and many shook their heads in disappointment. But the brigade couldn't be without a secretary. After members recommended candidates and a vote among party members, Wu Jiashuan was appointed, with Secretary Zhou from the commune presiding over the appointment. The team members were chatting happily, and the matter of Widow Wang and Li Guangquan became their favorite topic during breaks. Not only was it widely discussed within the team, but it also became known throughout the commune. Meanwhile, Su Li, while listening, had already started working vigorously in the greenhouse. Talking about mushroom greenhouses, the most important part is making mushroom bags. Last time, the mushroom bags in the greenhouse at home were made by Xiao Qi in the space. This time, the demand for 2 greenhouses is too large. Even if Xiao Qi can make them, producing so many at once is unrealistic. It's not like performing magic, right? The only way is to have Xiao Qi prepare the mushroom spawn, and then the team members can make the bags themselves. They would then plant the spawn into the bags and grow the mycelium. To improve success rates, the main ingredients like corn cobs need to be soaked in lime water for 24 hours. As for the corn cobs, the production team has plenty. The hardest part is crushing them. The team doesn't have a crusher, and even if Xiao Qi could make one, there's no electricity in the team. Su Li thought again and decided to use the old method, using animals to pull a stone mill, rolling it back and forth on a stone slab. She still needed to discuss this with Wu Jiashuan. First, they needed people, then lime, and also several large buckets and iron pots. But before she could find anyone, Wu Jiashuan had already come with Wu Shifeng and a few other team members. These are the most capable young men in our team, and also the most skillful women, Wu Jiashuan said seriously but with a smile, nodding at Su Li. Su Zixing, whatever work you have, just assign it to them. Everything is under your command. The team has agreed, and I'll give you 20 work points a day. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Wu Jiashuan seemed clever. He didn't want to do the work himself, but still wanted to earn 20 points. He was probably worried she'd keep her skills to herself and not teach properly. Do the team members have any objections?
Su Li asked calmly.
She hadn't forgotten that on her first day, a team member said she wouldn't get any grain if she didn't work hard. Before Wu Jiashuan could speak, a quick-talking woman next to him jumped in. No objections. Zixing is working for the production team, making sure everyone can eat well and stay warm. Everyone understands that. Wu Jiashuan's face darkened, and he glared at her. Why was Hu Jia's wife so quick to speak? Isn't this something he should say? Everyone saw this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The few sisters-in-law following Wu Jiashuan looked at Su Li with serious faces, feeling a bit nervous. Just now, Secretary Wu had called them to learn mushroom growing techniques from Su Li. Everyone in the team was envious. They had seen it clearly. Su Li's family's small greenhouse mushrooms had earned the team several hundred yuan in just 1 month. If the two big greenhouses succeed, how much more money could they make? A thin, dark-faced sister-in-law looked at Su Li with shining eyes and a slightly eager voice. Su Jiqing, don't worry. We will learn from you carefully. Another sister-in-law nearby nodded eagerly, her dark, skinny hands clutching her clothes, looking at Su Li with a hopeful expression. Yes. Su Jiqing, just tell us what you want us to do. If we do anything wrong, please criticize us. We won't complain. A few other sisters-in-law also nodded in agreement. Even the young men standing behind looked at her with eager eyes. Su Li had been in the team for half a year and knew the lives of the members very well. They were very poor. Truly very poor. The family's laborers could only eat a simple bun, and most elders and children were lucky to have a bowl of porridge. Only in rare cases could someone like Widow Wang move out a sack of grain. Looking at the thin, dry-haired, patched-up clothes of everyone in front of her, Su Li sighed deeply. Her mother and grandfather might be living a hard life, but with her support, they could occasionally eat some meat and vegetables, and she also prepared milk powder for them. Their health was much better than the other members. At least they weren't as thin and weak as these people. All right, from now on, we will form a vegetable farming group. I will share everything I've learned with everyone. After speaking, she looked around at everyone and said, I think Wu Shifeng should be the team leader. Wu Shifeng shyly touched his hair and agreed awkwardly. Everyone smiled, feeling more at ease and reassured. I didn't expect Su Jiqing to agree so quickly to teach them. Many skilled workers in the village rely on their special skills and are very proud in the team. Outsiders can't learn? Don't even think about it. It's impossible. They want to pass their knowledge to their descendants. Wu Jiaqing saw that Su Li agreed happily and immediately smiled broadly. All right, Su Jiqing, I'll have someone prepare lime, corn cobs, an iron bucket, and a big pot for you. As he spoke, he called some young men to help carry things. Su Li also helped everyone get busy. Everyone worked while complaining. Out of 11 young workers in the team, only Su Li truly put the idea of supporting rural development with knowledge into action. The others, to put it nicely, are young workers. To be harsh, they are just decorative and not really useful. Thinking of this, her face twisted into a smile. That annoying girl kept avoiding her tricks. How could her luck be so good? She also thought of Lulu, who was not easy to deal with. When facing Su Li, she wasn't sure who would win or lose. She was lost in her thoughts when suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Yu Jiqing, are you there? Yu Ting stood up, alert, and looked outside. The door opened and Wang Danny, with messy hair, walked in. Why are you here? Seeing Wang Danny, Yu Ting's eyebrows almost instinctively frowned. She glanced at Wang Danny, who was wearing a faded blue cloth shirt, looking tired, with a few tears on her face. Why did this annoying person come? Since Wang Danny's incident, she hadn't approached her voluntarily. First, because what Wang Danny did was quite embarrassing, and she was afraid others would gossip if she reached out. Second, she always thought that if Wang Danny hadn't gone that night, Su Li would have been the one assaulted by Liu Yujin. She had already planned everything, but Wang Danny's actions ruined her plan. In the past, you were the adopted daughter of the brigade's secretary, clinging to her for comfort. Now, your adoptive father and mother are both in trouble, so why should I care about you? Seeing Yu Ting's somewhat unfamiliar look, Wang Danny felt a pang in her heart, but still forced a smile. I missed you, so I came to see you. Yu Ting curled her lips. She knew that when Wang Danny came now, it wouldn't be a good thing. Sure enough, Wang Danny bit her lip and finally spoke. Yu Ting, we went shopping together, sewed cloth together. I considered you my best sister for life. You know, my mother is now at the Public Security Bureau. At this, her eyes turned red. We are at least sisters by blood, and my mother is still your godmother. Can you talk to your dad and ask him to help? Please help rescue my mom? As she finished, the room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yu Ting's expression immediately turned cold, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. Danai, you must be mistaken. My dad is a cadre. He must set an example. Your mother's actions broke the law. Wang Danny froze, and the color drained from her face. She had held onto a small hope, choosing to find her only when others were not around. But Yu Ting's cold words cut her like a knife. Yu Ting, do you really not care about feelings at all? You used to say, I am your real sister. Wang Danny's voice trembled. She knew Yu Ting's motives for approaching her were not pure, but since she had no childhood friends, she had truly regarded Yu Ting as a sister. She was the scorekeeper, and she wondered if Yu Ting knew how many points she had given her. No wonder her mother said, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now even her best friends had turned away from her. You also said. That was in the past. Yu Ting interrupted her without courtesy. I'm about to go back. My father has arranged a good match for me. I am returning to Kyoto. From now on. Hearing this, Wang Danny blinked her eyes, then suddenly knelt on the ground. Yu Ting, really? Please. Take me with you. Take me to Kyoto. I will be your obedient servant. Wang Danny cried and begged with tears and snot. She was truly fed up here. Since her relationship with Li Yuejin, the villagers looked at her with disdain. Later, when Li Yuejin was taken away, she felt like the sky was falling. Li Yuejin had committed a shameful crime, and she felt deeply humiliated. A few days later, her mother and her godfather were also taken away. The party secretary was replaced, and her job as the main scorekeeper was given to someone else. She didn't know if she could survive if her mother didn't come back. Now, hearing that Yu Ting was returning to Kyoto, she seemed to grasp a lifeline in her mind. Yes, if her mother didn't come back, she could live somewhere else. If she went to Kyoto with Yu Ting, that would be perfect. Servant? Wang Danny, do you think this is the old society? That's a dangerous idea. Do you want to get me into trouble? Yu Ting snorted coldly. Your mother is now in the police station. Her life is uncertain. Do you think that's possible? Wang Danny froze in place, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Suddenly, she stood up. Fine, I see clearly now. Yu Ting, you fake sister, I won't forget this. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Danny turned and stormed out of the yard without looking back. The door of the courtyard slammed shut with a loud bang. Yu Ting sat on a bench, snorted coldly, and slightly curled her lips. Still wanting to go back to the capital with me? What are you thinking? Yu Ting, why did Wang Danny leave so angrily? Lu Li, her roommate, asked as she entered the door. She just reached the entrance and saw Wang Danny storm out, looking upset with tears still on her face. Aren't these two usually close enough to share clothes? Why did Yu Ting make her leave so angry? Yu Ting didn't answer. She had long been annoyed by the people in the youth education camp. They all pretended to be polite on the surface, but talked behind her back, saying bad things about her. Especially about Qian Xiuyu. Some even said she was selfish, ignoring Qian Xiuyu's life or death, and questioned why she didn't lend her more grain coupons. Her grain coupons weren't blown in by the wind. Besides, that crazy Qian Xiuyu. Does she deserve help? If you're not selfish, why don't you go help her? Aren't we all in the same youth education camp? In the past, she tolerated them because they shared the same yard, and they saw each other every day. But now she's leaving. Why should she still try to get along with them? One after another, the people from the youth education camp returned. I heard the team set up a vegetable planting group, with Su Li as the technical guide. From now on, she won't have to go to the fields anymore, and she even gets 20 work points. It's so frustrating, comparing ourselves to her. The villagers look at Su Li like she's a goddess of wealth. Now, we're completely left behind. The youths were talking among themselves, their faces looking unhappy. Li Ziang glanced at them. This group of people who can't stand seeing others succeed. If you're capable, why don't you also build something? Why are you here just complaining? Wu Peng whispered to Li Dongqing, do you think Su Li's greenhouse will succeed? They all go to school in the city, and the school never taught them this. But she's good at everything. I just can't believe it. Seeing the villagers standing in front of the greenhouse, excited and proud, made these unskilled youths feel ashamed. Now, some villagers are mocking them, saying they can't compare to Su Li alone. Li Dongqing's face also looked unhappy. He went to the countryside earlier than others and was the leader of the youth education camp. The villagers and the youths in the camp always respected him. Since Su Li arrived, she refused to follow his instructions and never participated in activities at the youth village. She only spent time with Lu Yuan and the people from the cattle shed, keeping to herself and not fitting in with the others. The people at the youth village also felt cold and distant toward her. Their behavior was violent and bloody, making them seem like troublemakers who didn't want to learn. Who knows if she can succeed? Li Dongqing asked with a cold look. Since ancient times, vegetables haven't grown in winter. You think covering the fields with plastic can make fresh vegetables grow in winter? That's against natural growth rules. But even if she managed to grow fresh vegetables, it wouldn't be better than what the youth village has. It's better if she doesn't grow any at all. Otherwise, the local farmers will compare themselves to them and look down on the youth village people. Su Li didn't know their little plans. She directed the vegetable team to crush the corn cobs and soak them in a prepared lime solution for 24 hours. The vegetable team was working, and others passing by would stop to watch the lively scene. Everyone looked excited. According to Su Zhijing, if the greenhouse succeeds, they will get a bigger share of the year's profits. For farmers who work hard in the fields, this means more money. How could they not be excited? Su Zhijing, will you come this afternoon? Wu Shifeng asked while packing up his tools. Su Li thought for a moment. Soaking corn cobs was simple and didn't require special skills. The workers could do it themselves. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't come. You can continue, she said. She needed to go up the mountain to her farm later. She also wondered how far Uncle Lu and Uncle Shun had gotten with their work these days. In the afternoon, Su Li arrived at the small mountain farm. It was very quiet there, only the wind at the mountain pass blowing loudly and making the grass leaves rustle. Half of the fields had already been plowed, done by Lu Minghuai and Xin Qian during their free time over the past few nights. Su Li didn't stop them. Although she could use her space's rotary tiller to plow the land quickly by herself, she wanted Uncle Shen and Lu Minghuai to feel confident and not worry when they ate. Thinking of this, Su Li sighed helplessly. She is a capable and kind little fairy, working hard and caring for others' pride. It's really not easy. She looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then moved her mind. A flash of light appeared, and a brand-new small rotary tiller gently landed on the ground. In this era, who has seen such a thing? While animals still pull plows, she has already stepped into the future. Su Li got on the machine and gently turned on the switch. Suddenly, it roared to life. The blades spun quickly, turning the soil over instantly, breaking up roots. The machine moved forward, leaving behind neat, straight black ridges of land, soft as if sifted. Watching a large piece of land being easily cleared before her eyes, Su Li felt very happy. This is real efficiency. No wonder great people always say, technology is the most important productivity. If she took this machine out, it would probably amaze everyone. Su Li smiled, then shook her head and sighed. Too bad, now is not the right time. Suddenly, she remembered the plastic film modification formula she secretly sent to the plastic factory in Haishur a few days ago, after having Xiao Qi organize it. She wondered if they had received it yet. Just then, she saw a flap in the grass ahead. 2 plump wild chickens were startled, flapping their wings and rushing into the sky. How could she let them escape now that she had caught them? Su Li stopped the machine, jumped down, and picked up 2 small stones from the ground. With a flick of her wrist, she threw the stones out with the wind, making 2 puff-puff sounds, hitting the wild chickens' wings. The 2 chickens hadn't flown far before they tumbled into the grass ahead, flapping a few times and then stopping. Ha-ha! Su Li danced and cheered as she ran over. Her laughter echoed in the empty mountain valley, sounding a bit eerie. But Su Li didn't care. She picked up the 2 chickens, feeling very pleased. Lately, her grandfather and the others have been working very hard. Tonight, she planned to ask Lu Yuan to stew the chickens and give everyone a good boost. Just as she was about to turn around, She caught sight of something at the corner of her eye, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not far from where the chickens fell, a plant with bright green leaves and a strange shape was gently swaying in the wind. Suli squinted and looked carefully, and she froze in surprise. That was a high-yield crop. This thing could be used to make sugar or feed animals. In this era, it was a rare treasure. In the future, sugar beets are widely cultivated in many places, with yields reaching 6 or 7,000 kilograms per acre. If little Seven were to grow the seeds, the yield might even increase further. Suli didn't hesitate. She took out her iron shovel and dug out a big, solid sugar beet that looked like a purple-red lantern. Suli happily jumped a couple of times on the spot, feeling extremely joyful. This is truly a gift from heaven. Halfway through her work, not only did a wild chicken come right to her, but she also stumbled upon a great opportunity. Today's luck is simply unbelievable. Carefully, she stored the sugar beet in her space. Since breeding seeds is best left to little Seven, the expert, she decided to let him handle it. After finishing the field, Suli packed up her rotary tiller, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and looked satisfied at the freshly plowed land. She carried 2 fat wild chickens and turned to head down the mountain. Not far away, a group of about a dozen people was walking through the dense forest. Captain Fu, is that Su the young farmer? Lu Qiangxing spotted her at once and grinned mischievously. The girl's face was bright with a cheerful smile, clearly in a good mood. Looking at the things she was carrying, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Does this girl really love eating meat? 2 big wild chickens. TSK. Am I starting to crave it too? Fu Jingnan frowned. Has this girl gone hunting in the mountains again? Thinking of the last time Su Li punched a wild boar to death, Fu Jingnan couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. This girl is really quite brave. If she had bad luck and encountered a wolf pack or a large prey, it wouldn't be a joke. Go ahead first. Lu Qiangxing teased him and led the team forward. Fu Jingnan turned onto a small path. Sure enough, Su Li was walking over quickly, carrying 2 wild chickens and a small basket on her back. The girl grinned, showing a set of shiny white teeth, smiling brightly. Went hunting again? When Su Li saw Fu Jingnan standing in front of her, her eyes fixed on the wild chickens in her hands, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Last time, on the way back, he warned her not to go deep into the mountains to hunt because it was dangerous. She must have misunderstood something and agreed impulsively.
Now.
Well, what if she gets caught in trouble? She instinctively hid the wild chicken behind her, signaling, "You can't see me, and I can't see you." Fu Jingnan almost laughed out of anger. The 2 fat chickens' heads were still wobbling around. Isn't that like closing your eyes and pretending nothing's happening? Su Li felt a little guilty. Why was she nervous? The guy wasn't in the military camp, so why was he here? This place is dozens of miles away from the camp. What made her angrier was, why should she feel guilty? She still had unresolved issues with this guy. She was tricked by Lu. If it weren't for Wang Ziming's concern and her complicated relationship with her scoundrel father, Su Jinghe, she wouldn't have come here to check. She just happened to meet him. If it were someone else, they would have taken the police team straight into the mountain cave. She and the people in the pigsty wouldn't have a chance to escape. By then, she wouldn't even have time to cry. All of this was because of the expressionless face in front of her. Bad luck. Wherever she goes, trouble follows. Su Li's mind was racing, and her face quickly turned grim. She no longer hid the wild chicken, openly placing it in front of her. It's not stolen or robbed. She caught it herself. Who cares? Fu Jingnan was stunned. Her face changed so quickly that he couldn't keep up. His heart sank, and he asked casually, "Did something else happen to upset you?" Su Li rolled her eyes at him. She was angry because she was clearly upset with him inside, but he looked confused and clueless, which made her teeth itch with frustration. "Thanks to you, your #1 admirer, Dr. Lu, wrote a report accusing me and my grandfather of hiding a large amount of grain." She gritted her teeth, words full of anger. How can her heart be so dark? Does she have to get our family involved or make us disappear from this world before she's satisfied? Fu Jingnan's face instantly darkened. Did they find out anything? Of course not, Su Li said, biting her tongue suddenly, almost revealing the truth. There was never any grain to hide. The young girl shook her head angrily, humming softly.
Right. No hiding, no hiding.
Unless someone can really produce a bunch of grain, they'll never find out. No solid evidence. Don't make baseless accusations, Fu Jingnan said with a frown. He wasn't speaking carelessly. Su Li let out a small laugh, full of sarcasm, with a mocking look in her eyes. Concrete evidence. She glanced at Fu Jingnan with a slight smile. This matter is obvious to anyone with a bit of common sense. Everyone knows who did it. Yet you still pretend not to see and demand proof. If you don't believe me, I can find the evidence for you. Her voice was cold, making Fu Jingnan feel a chill down his back. This girl. I just mentioned it casually. And besides, such a big issue should have proof. It can't just rely on her word. Before Fu Jingnan could think of a reply, Su Li sneered. Since you're protecting Dr. Liu, there's nothing more to say. As she finished, she adjusted her small basket and turned to leave without looking back. The materials for building the greenhouse at the military district are ready. When are you free to go and give some guidance? Su Li took a deep breath and answered firmly. This bad guy. I won't pay attention to him anymore. Fu Jingnan reached out to stop her, then hesitated and lowered his hand. Watching Su Li's figure grow smaller in the distance, he sighed helplessly. This girl has a very strong temper. Military District, General Deng's office. Deng Mingxian stared at the official letter on his desk, his brows tightly furrowed and the veins on his forehead throbbing. The file from the Huqing County Public Security Bureau and the complaint letter were placed together on his desk. A special military district envelope with a red military stamp. This meant the letter had come from inside their own military district. Deng Mingxian suddenly slammed his hand on the desk, causing the teacup filled with water to shake and spill. Who dares to use the military district's name to secretly harm others? He knew very well what life was like in the detention center. Those people ate only thin soup and bread every day. Being able to avoid starvation was a huge achievement. The last time he visited Lu Minghui, the man looked so haggard that it was still vivid in his mind. He had also secretly sent some supplies. Is that what they call stockpiling food? What's more ridiculous is that the police chief personally led people to search the cave, but not a single grain of rice was found. Isn't this blatant framing? Thinking of this, Deng Mingxian felt a surge of anger in his chest, and his temper flared.
Who is Su Li?
That girl is smart, resourceful, and brave. Would someone so foolish as to hide food secretly do such a thing? Ridiculous. Unless their mind is completely confused. This is someone trying to ruin others. Deng Mingxian clenched his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. And this not only harms Su Li and the people in the barn, but also damages the reputation of their military district. The envelope from the military district, the military postmark, this is provoking a conflict between the military district and the local authorities. It is extremely serious. That scoundrel, he suddenly stood up and coldly ordered, "Someone come here." Tian Dazhuang immediately pushed the door open, standing at attention and saluting. Take this official letter and the report letter directly to Fu Jingnan. Deng Mingxian's voice was sharp and cold. Tell him, an investigation must be carried out thoroughly. Find out who dares to spread rumors in the name of the military district. When Lu Qiangxing pushed open the office door, he was first hit by the cold air, making him shiver. Fu Jingnan sat behind his desk, his face as dark as if it could drip water. His usual poker face was even colder and more frightening now. Lu Qiangxing's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't it just on the mountain road that he met Su Jiqing?
Could it be?
That girl made their leader angry again? Thinking that Fu's face could be upset enough to show emotion because of Su Li, he secretly felt pleased. Haha, Su Jiqing really has some skill. She can even disturb their ice king of the team. Feeling a little guilty but pretending to be serious, he stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. Leader Fu, you called me? Fu Jingnan looked up, a flash of cold light in his eyes. That gaze was icy and fierce, making Lu Qiangxing feel a chill down his spine. Then, with a loud smack, the files on the desk were thrown in front of him. A thick official letter with a bright red seal, topped with a report letter. Fu Jingnan's voice was low, cold, and hard, like it was squeezed from between his teeth. Lu Qiangxing froze for a moment, reached out to pick up the report letter, and his heart tightened. Who is so reckless? Lu Qiangxing looked at it, and immediately his face changed. This isn't just a small fight. They're trying to ruin Su Li and her whole family, accusing her of buying black market grain and hiding food. Once this label sticks, it would be a disaster. No wonder Commander Fu looked very angry. Anyone would be upset in his place. Commander, look. Lu Qiangxing spoke carefully. This matter must be investigated clearly. They can't let the malicious informant go unpunished, especially since it involves people from their military district, which damages their reputation. Fu Jingnan's eyes were cold and serious as he ordered. The cave mentioned in the report is the place where we last caught a spy. Go immediately and check if anything seems unusual. Also, look into Lulu and see if she's involved in this matter. Remember, investigate quietly, don't let anyone know. Are you saying? Lu Qiangxing couldn't believe it. Although Dr. Lu was sometimes blunt, he didn't seem like the type to do such things. It's not certain, just a suspicion. Fu Jingnan replied firmly. Understood. I'll go right now. Lu Qiangxing didn't dare delay. This was a serious case involving military discipline. If Dr. Lu really did it, he couldn't help but feel a shiver. Others might not know, but he understood very well. This stern figure before him was deeply fond of that young girl. Otherwise, why would he personally visit the Red Star team again and again? Couldn't he just send someone else? It was just because he was worried about her, sometimes going to check on her. Muttering silently, Lu Qiangxing hurried off to carry out the task. Watching Lu Qiangxing's figure disappear, Fu Jingnan's gaze returned to the envelope on the desk. The letter from the military district, stamped with the official seal of the County Public Security Bureau, felt like a sharp thorn stabbing his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising anger inside. He was a soldier and shouldn't act on emotion, but the more he stayed calm, the more his inner rage burned. How dare they use the military's authority to threaten local police? The army is a strong force to protect the country and its people. How could it become a tool for some people's personal revenge? Moreover, this baseless accusation was clearly an attempt to push Su Li into a dead end. What kind of cruelty and hatred was this? A cold wave swept through his heart. His hands clenched involuntarily, veins bulging. I don't know what happened to that girl after she went back. I also remembered what Su Li said, if it really was him who caused trouble for Su Li. His face immediately looked a bit worse. At this moment, the girl Fu Jingnan was thinking about, Su Li, was sneaking and crouching on the low stone wall of the youth courtyard. She was eyeing the people inside the yard with a suspicious look. Li Ziang looked up and saw her grinning at him with a mischievous smile. He was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with this girl? She refuses to walk through the gate and insists on climbing over the wall. She doesn't seem like she's here for a serious reason. Don't ask how he knew, just look at how sneaky she was. And that foot on the wall, which she quickly pulled back under his watchful eyes. She was trying to look calm and unbothered, but it was obvious she was up to something. Su Li rolled her eyes too. What's wrong with this guy? While everyone in the team was busy drying sweet potato chips, why wasn't he working to earn points? Doesn't he want food at the end of the year? It seemed like he saw through her thoughts, and Li Ziang spoke first. Secretary Wu asked me to come back and deliver the sweet potato chips. My clothes are soaked, so I need to change. He said this while unbuttoning his shirt, looking confident. Once I change, I have to go back quickly, or the women in the team will say I'm lazy. After saying that, he glanced at Su Li with a sly look, secretly thinking he wasn't like that girl, who did no work but still earned 20 points a day. And the team members were all willing and didn't complain at all. He knew he wasn't as capable as Su Li, so he had to work honestly. Do you want to join the vegetable group? If you do, I'll tell Secretary Wu, Su Li suggested. The vegetable group wasn't an easy place to get into. It was one of the best positions in the team. Who wouldn't be jealous? Getting in would make them feel proud. Li Xiang's eyes brightened, then dimmed again, and he waved his hand. I don't want to cause trouble for you. If I go, not only the team members but even the youth courtyard would be jealous and angry. He then let out a soft, cold laugh. Recently, he saw clearly, the people in the youth dormitory are afraid of anyone standing out. They dislike others doing better than themselves. If someone tries to stand out, they expect to be overwhelmed by gossip. For now, he can tolerate it, but he plans to speak up later when he has a chance. Girl, what are you here for? Why not go through the main gate? Li Xiang stared at the figure on the wall, his eyebrows furrowed. Su Li rolled her eyes and muttered inwardly. Isn't this about doing something secretive? Why follow the usual way? She didn't answer with words. Instead, she tilted her chin and smiled like a clever fox. Wait a moment, let me check the wind. After saying that, she jumped down the wall quickly and slipped into Yu Ting's dormitory. Li Xiang. What is this person doing breaking into someone's home in broad daylight? The worst part is, he's now her accomplice. He couldn't help but think of how they had listened secretly behind the wall at Widow Wang's house. Silently, he turned around, quickly closed and locked the yard gate. If his mother knew he was doing such things in the city, she would probably be furious and might even punish him. Inside, Su Li gently closed the door and hurried to Yu Ting's big wooden chest. She came only to find Yu Ting's correspondence. The threatening letter was sent from the military district, definitely from Lu, and the traitor in the team must be Yu Ting. The team had no phone, so they could only communicate through letters. Given their past conflicts, Yu Ting wouldn't hesitate to hurt her badly. Su Li still thought she was too kind-hearted. Since Yu Ting hadn't directly confronted her face-to-face, she hadn't taken serious action. But now, if she plans to ruin her entire family, she shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Wasn't Fu Jingnan looking for evidence? Well, she would find it for him. She would show him the evidence and see what he had to say. If he wanted proof, she would give him undeniable proof. Thinking of Fu Jingnan's expressionless face, she imagined how he would be speechless when confronted with her evidence. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She took out a thin piece of wire and quickly unlocked the lock on Yu Ting's chest. When she lifted the lid, her eyes narrowed. Wow, there are really a lot of clothes. Bright colors, fashionable styles, but not suitable for this poor mountain village. Su Lisin sneered inwardly. Is she planning to dress up to impress Fu Jingnan? Unfortunately, Fu Jingnan's face is always expressionless, and his eyes look like he's blind. No matter how beautiful she dresses, he wouldn't even glance at her. Otherwise, Lu, the beautiful girl, has been around him for 2 years, but not even a spark has ignited. Su Li rummaged through the box and found a small wooden case underneath. She reached out, unlocked the tiny lock on top, and gently lifted the lid. Just as she expected, inside were neatly stacked ration tickets, money, and a few letters. Squinting, Su Li observed that Yu Ting's family was quite well off, clearly spoiled since childhood. But unfortunately, spoiled to the point of selfishness, only thinking of herself. She casually grabbed a stack of letters and sure enough, 2 of them were from the military district. The handwriting was neat and elegant, clearly written by a woman. She slowly opened the envelopes, and as expected, the letters advised Yu Ting to stay alert, to write or call immediately if anything unusual happened, and included a long list of phone numbers. The signature was indeed Lu. Su Li curled her lips. Without hesitation, she put the letters into her space. She then looked at the money and ration tickets in the small box, rolling her eyes inwardly. These ration tickets weighed at least 100 pounds, plus a stack of RMB, worth several hundred yuan. Probably, no one in the youth commune would expect that they were hiding a hidden rich woman here. She placed the money and tickets back where they belonged, thinking to herself, not mine, I definitely won't take it. Just as she was tidying up the box to put it back, her eye caught a letter nearby, sent from Kyoto. Without feeling guilty about invading someone's privacy, driven by curiosity, she casually opened it. The letter was from Yu Ting's father, saying he would find a way to transfer her back to Kyoto and asking her to wait patiently. Yu Ting is leaving? After all this trouble, she just wants to walk away?
Suli grittet her titin anger.
No way. It's not that easy. She clenched the letter tightly, her eyes shining with cold determination. Hey, are you done yet? Li Ziang shouted anxiously from outside. What is this girl looking for? Why isn't she coming out yet? Waiting outside, it's pretty nerve-wracking, isn't it? If any of the educated youths come back halfway, don't let it slip. Li Ziang was outside, pacing anxiously. Su Li came out of Yu Ting's room with a blank expression, rolling her eyes repeatedly. Why are you making such a fuss? Li Ziang didn't even look at her and hurriedly asked, What exactly are you looking for? My goodness, this is like a spy movie. He was so scared his heart was trembling. Su Li took out a letter and handed it to Li Ziang. Who is Lulu? Why is she watching you? Does she have a grudge against you? Su Li could tell him that, because of Fu Jingnan, Lulu might see her as her main rival. But she couldn't say that. She's a doctor at the military hospital. When my grandfather was hospitalized, we had a small disagreement. She's someone who holds grudges and keeps bothering me. Somehow, she contacted Yu Ting, and they teamed up to falsely accuse me of hiding grain. And even wrote a report letter. Su Li spoke more and more angrily, her tone full of frustration. What kind of trouble did they find you in, Su Li? Shouldn't you be asking what wrongs I suffered? Or whether I have a brotherly love? Suddenly, she shot him a sharp look. Li Ziang awkwardly smiled. How do you know all this? A few days ago, the police came to investigate me and search the cave mentioned in their report. Did they hide grain? Li Ziang was a bit worried. This girl was very brave. To ensure her grandfather and mother could eat well, hiding some grain wasn't impossible. Recently, when eating in the cattle shed, he knew the standard of life there, definitely not short of grain. Just look at Su Li's grandfather, Fang Jichuan. His face was rosy, unlike when he first arrived, pale and thin. It was obvious he had been well fed.
Suli pouted. No way.
My dad's grain coupons are enough for us for a while. Am I the kind of person who breaks the law and acts against the rules? Li Ziang rolled his eyes at her. Sure, you're quite something. The bravest can even break the sky. Is everything okay now? If there was a problem, wouldn't they have caught me already? And I wouldn't be here talking to you. Su Li glared at him. I just feel uneasy, so I came to check. As I suspected, nothing surprising. All right, you can do it. Anyway, you are brave enough. Watch over me these days. Su Li nodded toward Yu Ting's house. Okay, don't worry. I can handle this. It's just about keeping an eye on things. I know Yu Ting isn't a good person, and her malicious report about Su Li is really mean. That was a serious matter that could cost lives. If Su Li really hid food in the cave, a family might even face punishment or worse. What kind of grudge does the girl have? Just a few words exchanged? This has become a fight to the end.
Li Ziang siga da epli.
Since he got involved with Su Li, he might as well keep an eye on her. After all, he's not one to bite the hand that feeds him. I'm leaving now, pretend I never came. This time, Su Li confidently walked toward the main gate. Seeing the latch secured from inside, a small smile appeared on her face. This person, finding proof that Yu Ting and Lulu were framing her, made Su Li feel very happy. She walked cheerfully toward the cow shed. Since Wu Jiashuan took charge, the workload in the cow shed has decreased. The team members didn't say much. Who wouldn't want a capable daughter like hers? As Su Li passed by the greenhouse, she heard a woman shouting angrily inside. Wu Jiashuan, you're going too far. These greenhouses are all collective property of the team. Why can only they join the vegetable group? I don't agree. Then she heard a group of women chattering in agreement. Yes. Yes. The conditions here are great, and we can earn full work points. We also want to join the vegetable group. We shouldn't let them have all the benefits. Hearing this, Su Li thought to herself, wow, Li Ziang just said he wouldn't let her be taken advantage of, fearing someone might get jealous. And now, a group of jealous people have come knocking. Really seeing it all in a lifetime, huh? Before Wu Jiashuan could speak, whose voice from the vegetable group was heard, Lu Daniu, stop causing trouble. The full work points for the vegetable group members are decided by all the leaders of the team together. The conditions here are good, but the work isn't easy, and it's all detailed work. One after another, they worked non-stop, not daring to rest. Didn't you see how sweaty these young men are? Their voices carried a quiet pride and an undeniable determination to do this work well. Just joking, they are quick and willing to work hard, so the team chose them to learn greenhouse mushroom cultivation from Su Li. She was very proud of this. In the past 2 days, her in-laws have been much nicer to her, and she feels more confident at home. Such a good job shouldn't be taken by someone else. That woman named Lu Daniu started causing trouble again. What's so delicate about this work? It's just planting vegetables. Who in the family doesn't know how? You're just pretending to be sophisticated. And besides, we're all in the same team. Why can you get full work points while we can't? Isn't that obvious favoritism? Lu Daniu got angrier the more she spoke, her frustration almost bursting out. Last night, her brother from her family came to see her, asking her to find a way to learn greenhouse mushroom growing techniques. Her family is from Xishan Brigade, and her brother is the secretary there. She heard that a girl from Hongxing Brigade successfully grew greenhouse mushrooms and earned hundreds of yuan in just a month. Now, if the experiment in the greenhouse succeeds, everyone in the brigade will have a better life. When that happens, the people of Hongxing Brigade will be living well, but the members of her Xishan Brigade are still struggling. How can she keep her face as secretary? Her brother thought for a long time. He believed the good life shouldn't be just for his family. Everyone should share prosperity. So, he came up with a plan. Let his sister learn secretly, and once she masters it, she can teach her family. If her family learns mushroom cultivation, they will also gain more respect in the team. That's why Lu Daniu, along with some women who didn't like others joining the vegetable group, went to the greenhouse to confront Wu Jiashuan. Su Li stopped and listened carefully, hearing Wu Jiashuan speak seriously. Wang's wife. The people in the vegetable group are carefully chosen by the team. When we arranged the personnel that day, your brother Wang was there, and he didn't say a word. As for full work points, the work in the greenhouse looks easy, but it's actually very delicate. They learned the skills and wanted to teach others, but ordinary people couldn't handle it. After saying this, Lu Daniu became even more stubborn. She came to learn the skills and was determined to join the vegetable team today. She planned to learn the skills, teach her family back home, and when she returned, her family would be happy, giving her confidence. It's just learning skills. If they can learn, we can too. I think their work isn't that hard. Hearing her say this, the others in the vegetable team immediately became unhappy. Look at yourself in the mirror. With those 2 slow hands of yours, you still want to join the vegetable team? If you ruin a whole crop of seedlings, can you afford it? Lu Daniu, stop flattering yourself. When working, you just shout and don't put in much effort. You only care about easy money, like flies rushing toward it. Dreaming of joining the vegetable team? Not a chance. Hey, if you really had the skills, Secretary Wu would have picked you for the vegetable team. Who could stop you? But since you're useless, who's to blame? Hearing this, Lu Daniu was furious. No matter what, she was the sister of the nearby brigade's secretary. When had she ever been insulted like this? Just as she was about to sit on the ground and throw a tantrum, she heard a cold voice beside her. You want to learn, but first you should ask if I'm willing to teach. Lu Daniu was about to sit down and make a scene, but then she heard Su Li's icy words. She was about to sit on the ground, but now she hesitated, unsure whether to sit or stand, and awkwardly stood up again. Seeing Su Li arrive, the others immediately gathered around her. Su Jiqing, tell us, we work hard every day too. Why is it that while others stay in the shed to avoid the wind and rain, we're out in the field, getting as black as charcoal and getting paid less? Lu Daniu saw someone supporting her and got more excited. She pushed through the crowd and stepped in front of Su Li. Exactly, Su Jiqing, you're now part of the brigade. You can't just teach them and ignore us. Wu Jiashuan saw that Su Li looked unhappy and quickly stepped over. He knew Su Jiqing's temper wasn't very good. If he upset her, she might cause trouble. All right, everyone go back. We don't need so many people here. Work hard, and if the scale expands in the future, try to be selected for the vegetable team. When she said this, the troublemakers fell silent, but their faces looked unhappy. What does she mean by working hard and trying to get into the team? Isn't she just implying that they don't work hard enough normally? Seeing that the others with her seemed to hesitate, Lu Daniu felt anxious. She had promised her brothers back home that she could succeed. This must work out. If she couldn't join the vegetable team today or learn how to grow mushrooms, how could she face her family back home? In her hurry, she started talking nonsense. I think Su Jiqing is biased. She just flattered Secretary Wu and gave him whatever he wanted. She then glanced at Wu Shifeng in the crowd. Everyone knows that only Old Master Wu has eaten mushrooms that Su Li personally brought. Others haven't been so lucky. The others nodded repeatedly. That's right. Such a precious thing. Only Old Master Wu has had a few bites. I heard the bad guys in the pigpen eat it every day, and they even— Why does heaven look down on us? Why not just let them die? Hearing this, Su Li immediately burst out laughing in anger. These women are quite interesting. On her turf, they have to hold back if they disagree. And yes, she is biased. She pursed her lips and shot a sidelong glance at them. Secretary Wu, since they dare to talk nonsense, they're not here to learn skills. They're here to cause trouble. She paused and looked around. Listen carefully. No one can just join here if they want to. Want to join the vegetable team? You need my approval, she sneered, still talking back and cursing my grandfather and others to die. If I don't show you some toughness, you won't realize how many eyes the Lord of the Horse has. Lu Dania's face immediately changed. Why should you? This is Hongxing Brigade. You're just an outsider causing trouble. Everyone knows you have a good relationship with Secretary Wu, live in his house, and take care of his son. Lu Daniu kept talking, feeling she was making sense, with her hands on her hips, full of confidence, raising her voice. The area fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Daniu with surprised eyes. This person is really bold to say that. You're talking about Su Jiqing, who is known for not caring about family ties. She only recently remembered that she pressed Xiaoyu's head into the water jar. How could she forget so quickly? Lu Daniu, shut up. When Wu Jiashuan heard this, his face darkened immediately, and his voice was full of anger. As the party secretary, he fears being falsely accused the most. If these rumors spread, not only he, but the entire Wu family would be criticized. What did I say that's wrong? A girl who doesn't go to the fields, helping a few people with a vegetable greenhouse, who knows if it will work? She earns 20 work points a day, which is as much as 2 strong workers. Seeing Wu Jiashuan about to get angry, Lu Daniu felt a little scared. She wanted to leave, but stubbornly refused to admit anything. Stop right there. Su Li's voice turned cold. She crossed her arms and smiled slyly. Lu Daniu, right? No wonder your voice sounds so familiar. Now I remember. A few nights ago, near the small woods by the threshing ground, a man was holding a woman. He was whispering Daniu, Daniu. And that woman was you? After saying that, she strolled leisurely around Lu Daniu. TSK, at your age, you're really quite shameless. You're into all sorts of tricks, even sneaking into the small woods. Her tone was full of mockery. Then she pouted and added, I was planning to keep your secret. But since you're so shameless, there's no point anymore. The women around Lu Daniu quickly looked at each other in panic, then all stepped back at the same time, creating distance from her. Nowadays, people with bad conduct are despised, and serious cases might even lead to public shaming. No one wants to stand with such a person. Some who didn't believe at first also started to doubt after hearing Su Li's last words. That's exactly what Su Li wanted, to make them doubt. If you're maliciously accusing others, then fine. Let's hurt each other. Auntie is not afraid of you. Lu Daniu was first stunned, then let out a loud cry and rushed toward Su Li. This mischievous girl, what nonsense is she talking? When did she sneak into the small woods? How come I didn't know? You little brat, how dare you spread rumors about me? I won't let you get away with it. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped Su Li's face. Su Li dodged quickly, leaping behind Lu Daniu, and gently pushed her using her momentum. The slap landed solidly on the face of a broad-faced woman nearby. Lu Daniu, you wicked girl, why are you hitting me? The broad-faced woman covered her face with one hand and grabbed Lu Daniu's hair with the other. Let go of me. You crazy woman, ouch. Be gentle. Lu Daniu, with her hair grabbed, was pushed to the ground. She slapped her face several times, making it swell. Besides crying out loudly, she had no chance to fight back. Everyone around was stunned. When did Wang Tian's wife become so violent? It really proves the saying, those who can shout don't bite, and those who bite don't shout. Seeing Lu Daniu in trouble, Wu Jiashuan shouted angrily, Stop it. All of you, stop now. But both women were already red in the face and didn't listen to Wu Jiashuan. People nearby stepped forward to try to separate them, shouting and arguing as they pulled them apart. Watching this lively scene, Su Li felt a bit surprised. These two, who are usually slow and lazy at work, always sneaking and slacking off, but when they fight, they really go all out. Look at them. Look at how energetic they are. They tore Lu Dania's patched-up clothes to shreds, revealing her bare back.
Ugh.
It looks so ugly. The men present all turned away, walking to stand far off, looking up at the sky. Oh my. The world is truly crazy. I thought men fighting meant just rolling up their sleeves and tearing shirts, but women can be just as fierce. Wu Jiashuan stood at the gate of the greenhouse, looking very upset. This is madness. These two women are really crazy. Shifeng, go find their men. Hurry, Wu Jiashuan ordered. Shifeng glanced at the two fighting women and then ran off to find them.
Wu Jiashuan glanced at Su Li.
With her skills and strength, she could easily separate the two people fighting. But seeing her with a mischievous smile, watching the scene, she didn't seem interested in stopping the fight at all. Wu Jiashuan frowned and sighed deeply. If Su Jiqing didn't get this anger out, the problem wouldn't be solved. Su Li thought it was almost over. The others hadn't pulled the fighters apart yet, so she curled her lips. There were so many women there. If they all worked together, they could have separated them long ago. She saw that when Sister Hu and another woman from the vegetable team tried to break up the fight, they secretly kicked Lu Daniu.
Su Li almost licked.
Serves her right. She looked at a large water jar nearby, filled with water, and gently lifted it. Stop pulling. Step back. Su Li shouted loudly. As she yelled, the women trying to break up the fight stepped back. Under the frightened eyes of the onlookers, Su Li walked over to the two fighting women, picked up the jar, and easily poured water on them. Suddenly, the two women, soaked through, stopped fighting instinctively.
Ah.
The world suddenly went quiet. Oh my, these two women are fierce, and Su Jiqing is even fiercer. This was a large water jar inside the greenhouse, used for watering seedlings. It probably weighed around 400 or 500 jin. Knowing Su Jiqing was strong, everyone saw it today and was deeply shocked. The two women fighting looked so miserable. Water droplets dripped from their hair, and their clothes were soaked through. Lu Daniu, who had been pressed on the ground earlier, now stared blankly at the muddy ground in front of her. Her whole body was soaked, and her exposed skin was covered in black-yellow mud. She looked so pitiful. Su Li leaned against a cement pillar in the greenhouse and sighed deeply.
Sigh.
If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have done it. I really wouldn't. Her teasing look was full of schadenfreude. The people around held back their laughter. Su Jiqing was really harsh. Even when others were miserable, she still mocked her. Lu Daniu was stunned for a moment, looked at the muddy marks on her body, and suddenly realized what had happened. She touched her face with her hand, and immediately, her face was covered in mud, turning her into a mud face. Some people couldn't hold back and finally burst out laughing. Lu Daniu let out a loud cry, crying heartbreakingly. Today, she lost the face she had built up her whole life. She completely lost her dignity. Soon, loud footsteps sounded outside, causing chaos. A group of people rushed over, with two men leading the way. These were Lu Daniu's husband and the man with the broad face. The crowd pushed into the greenhouse, some even squeezed in through the ventilation openings at the bottom, unable to get inside. Seeing this, Lu Dania's face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly ran out. Oh my. Inside there were two strange creatures, and one of them was showing its back. Wang Dazhu and Li Taidan looked at the two muddy figures sitting on the ground, stunned, speechless. Are these their own wives? How did they end up like this? Wang Dazhu hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Lu Daniu. His wife, of course. He felt sorry for her. What happened? Weren't they supposed to go see Secretary Wu to join the vegetable group? He had said it probably wouldn't work, but his wife insisted on trying. And with his brother-in-law stirring things up nearby, he finally agreed. If Secretary Wu agreed, that was great. If not, it wouldn't be a big loss, right?
But now,
it looks like a fight broke out with Li Tiedon's family. Weren't these two usually close? Head of the household, I really didn't go into the woods the night before last. I didn't go looking for a man. Wang Dazhu closed his eyes. What a mess this was. The woods again? Isn't that enough to shame me? He glared fiercely at Li Taidan, then helped Lu Daniu to walk out. Li Taidan looked at Su Li and the people around, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Then he frowned and roughly dragged the broad-faced woman along, heading outside. As she walked, the broad-faced woman turned back and grinned at Su Li. Comrade Su, I've avenged you. If I get the chance, I want you to let me join the vegetable group. Su Li, at everyone around. So, you fought with Lu Daniu just to vent your anger for Su Li? Su Li was so angry. Were you trying to make me hated? I don't need you to vent for me. Even if it were 10 Lu Danius, they wouldn't get close to me. Does the vegetable group have such magic power? Everyone is so eager to squeeze in, they're sharpening their heads. Oh my, this world is going crazy. Who is Sister Hu? Who is her wife? Su Li gritted her teeth. Li Tiedon's family, Sister Hu said with a sigh. She's also quite pitiful.
Did you see?
Her little husband, Li Taidan, is poor and can't find a wife. The whole family saved money for a lifetime, borrowed from relatives, and scraped together 20 yuan to buy this wife. Her wife is named Jinlian. Since she married in, she hasn't had many good days. She's often beaten or scolded, and the family treats her like a servant. Since giving birth to their third daughter last year, she's been beaten even more often. Don't be fooled by her small stature. She's fierce when she fights. Su Li, I see. No wonder she's so tough with Lu Daniu. She must have learned it all from her husband. Does she not know how to fight back? Su Li asked curiously. And someone just quietly waits to be beaten? That's not normal. How could she? She hasn't had a son yet, so she feels guilty inside. Sister Hu pouted, feeling proud inside. Then she straightened her back. She had a son as soon as she entered the family. Now she has 3 sons and a daughter, a complete family, and her status is secure. Plus, thanks to Su Jiqing, she was accepted into the vegetable group. The whole family treats her like an ancestor, hee. Isn't it the man who decides whether it's a boy or girl? Su Li asked softly. In modern times, even middle school students know that much, right? Sister Hu looked at her with a face like she saw a monster. That's not how it works. Babies come out of a woman's belly. She had 3 older sons, all thanks to her. Even her husband always said she was a woman who could give birth to sons. So how did it become a matter of the man deciding? Su Li looked at Sister Hu and explained in a down-to-earth way. Can sesame seeds grow into soybeans just because you plant them? Sister Hu stunned, and she chewed her lip thoughtfully. Su Jiqing's words seemed very reasonable. No talking about this with an unmarried girl. Shouldn't she feel shy or embarrassed? Why does Su Jiqing look completely unshy? Su Jiqing really is impressive. Are all capable people so calm and unbothered? Cough, cough. Su Jiqing. Sister Hu whispered a couple of coughs. Is it true that Lu Daniu sneaked into the small woods? Su Li. Sister Hu looks like a serious person, but she loves gossip so much. She blinked mischievously, with a half-smile on her face. Guess, Sister Hu. Why is Su Jiqing so clever? But this clever Su Jiqing is also very likable. Leaving the vegetable team to tidy up the messy greenhouse, Su Li headed to the cowshed. She needed to tell her mother what happened today. Fong Lan was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Su Li rush in, she sighed and said, "I heard the greenhouse had another problem." The greenhouse was right next to the cowshed, with people coming and going, noisy and lively. Of course, she couldn't miss it. Su Li chuckled and vividly told her mother what had happened in the greenhouse. While talking, she blinked her big, watery eyes at Su Li, looking for praise. Fong Lan smiled helplessly. This child, almost 18, but still not fully grown. "You're turning 18 next month. Should I make you a new dress?" Thinking that she hadn't made her daughter a new dress since she came to Hongxing Brigade, Fong Lan felt a bit guilty.
No.
"Just modify my old clothes. There are plenty of clothes in the space." But since her height has increased, her old clothes don't fit well anymore. She's thinner and smaller. Fong Lan looked at Su Li's height. Since her daughter came to Hongxing Brigade, life has been a bit harder, and she's worked hard, but her stature has grown rapidly, like a young sapling sprouting quickly. It's only been a few months, but standing in front of her, she still looks like a girl, yet she already shows a graceful posture. After turning 18, she can start looking for a matchmaker. Thinking of what Father Fong Jichuan said, Fu Jingnan seems to have special feelings for Su Li. Fong Lan felt both happy and worried. The Fu family is a prominent household, and Fu Jingnan is her ideal son-in-law candidate. But their own situation. "The army asked you to guide the greenhouse planting, right? When will you go?" Fong Lan remembered the main matter and asked seriously. Thinking about Fu Jingnan telling her not to be reckless and to trust the evidence made her feel very angry. Tomorrow, she plans to throw Yu Ting's letter in Fu Jingnan's face and see what he says. Isn't he asking for proof? Seeing her daughter's angry face, Fong Lan was a bit worried. Going to the army to listen to Xiao Fu, he's a reliable kid. The military camp isn't a place for you to cause trouble. Su Li looked at Fong Lan with a strange expression, clearly saying, "Is your daughter really that unreliable?" Fong Lan chuckled and patted her arm. "Listening to Xiao Fu won't do you any harm." Su Li rolled her eyes.
Xiao Fu.
That guy is completely unreliable. At this moment, Fu Jingnan, who seemed completely unreliable in Su Li's eyes, was sitting in his office, frowning over a stack of documents. Sure enough, as Su Li suspected, it was Lu Lu's doing. The hospital duty room said that a few days ago, Lu Lu did receive a call from a girl, but the details are unknown. The Military District Communication Office confirmed that Lu Lu had sent a letter addressed to the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, and there are records of correspondence. The staff at Hongqi Commune Post and Telecommunications remembered that a young woman named Yu Ting had called the military hospital. It seems that her own close friend caused trouble for Su Li, and it was a disaster. Fu Jingnan grew angrier the more he thought about it, his face darkening. This Lu Lu was really bold. In the past, Lu Lu's uncle, Director Chen, had mentioned several times that they should get to know each other better, but he had clearly refused. First, because he wasn't interested in Lu Lu, and second, as the leader of the independent regiment, he often had dangerous missions. If he sacrificed himself for the country, it wouldn't be good for the girl. He had planned to dedicate his life to the country, like his father. But unexpectedly, he met Su Li, that clever and lively girl. From what he knew about Su Li, she would definitely come to the military district in the next few days. That girl was someone who kept her promises and valued honesty. She said she would come to guide the troops, and she would definitely come. When that time comes, how will he explain this to Su Li? Knowing her personality, she definitely wouldn't let this go easily. But Director Chen had saved his life, and he owed him. Once during a mission, I was seriously injured. Director Chen personally performed the surgery and saved me from death. Sure enough, the next day, Su Li, who was completely unrecognizable, went to the independent regiment at the military district. "Commander, Su Jiqing has arrived." Lu Qiangxing was on duty in the regiment's office when he suddenly received a call from the military district patrol. He hurriedly reported to Fu Jingnan. Lu Lu's investigation was handled by him, so he knew all the details very well. Now, he was feeling nervous and sweating for Fu Jingnan. Su Jiqing was a very independent person. If she found out Lu was the one who reported, she might cause a big fuss. Fu Jingnan paused with his hand holding a jar, a bitter smile appearing on his face. This girl really came quickly. Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it secret for now. I already reported to Commander Deng. Thinking about Commander Deng's difficult expression during the report, Fu Jingnan felt a bit angry. It seemed that, both publicly and privately, Lu couldn't stay in the military district. The matter was too serious. Understood. Lu Qiangxing nodded immediately. Fu Jingnan changed the subject. Has the logistics department finished laying the foundation for the vegetable greenhouse? Yes, everything is ready. We're just waiting for Su Jiqing to arrive. Originally, we thought Su Jiqing was strong and capable of working, but when the engineering team heard her ideas, they praised her repeatedly. Now, as soon as she gave the order, construction could begin. If Su Li were here, she would definitely wrinkle her nose. That was her trusty tool from her past life. How could she not be familiar with it? From the first generation of soil-built greenhouses outside the farm to the sixth generation of glass-warm greenhouses, she knew everything well. Currently, the Hongxing Brigade was using the first-generation soil-built winter greenhouses. The production team was broke, so poor that they could hear their coins jingling. Secretary Zhou of the commune reluctantly approved 500 yuan as startup funds, asking them to spend carefully. That 500 yuan wasn't given for free. It would be deducted from the proceeds of vegetables and mushrooms sold through the supply and marketing cooperative. They didn't use a single brick. All walls were made of earth, focusing on saving wherever possible. Those days, the volunteers working there were exhausted. Bring the people in first and lead them directly to the engineering department, Fu Jingnan ordered. Lu Qiangxing gave him a funny look, surprised that the usually cold-faced Fu Yanwang had a moment of humor. If the two of them become a couple in the future, would their team leader also be a kind-hearted person? Seeing Lu Qiangxing looking at him with a mischievous smile, Fu Jingnan felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "Yes." Lu Qiangxing agreed and quickly ran off. He couldn't help but think to himself, Wang Chong went back home to visit family. Why hasn't he returned yet? If that guy were here, he would take over this difficult task. He had no sense of loyalty or brotherhood, only self-interest. He quickly reached the military district gate and saw Su Li standing there calmly. Seeing Lu Qiangxing, Su Li raised an eyebrow. Lu Qiangxing smiled honestly. "Su Jiqing, our Fu group is in a meeting. Let me come to pick you up." Su Li's lips curled into a half-smile. A meeting? I find that hard to believe. Military meetings are usually serious. How could they send someone to pick her up? She was just a young soldier, not a big shot. Lu Qiangxing seemed to guess her thoughts and quickly added, "Our reconnaissance squad soldiers are looking forward to you. They hope you can set up a vegetable greenhouse so they won't have to eat potatoes and cabbage every day." Su Li nodded. "Don't worry, this winter, I will make sure the soldiers eat fresh vegetables." Her tone was full of confidence. Lu Qiangxing was a bit surprised. Many people in the military district disapproved of their independent group's vegetable greenhouse project. Isn't that a waste of land? Since ancient times, vegetables don't grow in winter. Isn't that nonsense? It was their commander Deng who insisted on doing this experiment despite the pressure. If it succeeds, it would be a great benefit to the country and the people. Su Jiqing, Fu Group is in a meeting. Let's go to the logistics greenhouse base first. They spoke as they walked. When they reached a fork in the road, Lu Qiangxing stopped and led her to turn right onto a small path. They crossed a brick wall, and suddenly the view opened up. In front of a big tree stood a tall, stern-looking figure with sharp features, none other than Fu Jingnan, who was in the meeting Lu Qiangxing mentioned. In front of him stood Lu from the military hospital and a woman around 50 years old. Liangshan Lu was very angry inside. I had already taken Su Jiqing along this small path to avoid the area near the group office. But unexpectedly, Deputy 2 was here to meet Lu and her aunt Lu Yaru. We just ran into each other, which caused some trouble. Su Li shot Liangshan Lu a big glare. Deputy 2's meetings are pretty quick. At this rate, it seems you just left the office, and the meeting is already over. Liangshan Lu looked a bit embarrassed, his dark face smiling awkwardly.
So seeking, Mavi.
We should go to the base first. Suli also didn't want to stay here and attract attention. The letter in her pocket wasn't urgent. It could wait a little longer. Let's go. Just as they turned to leave, a sharp voice called out behind them. Stop right there. Suli glanced at Liang Xinglu, feeling puzzled. Are they calling us? Liang Xinglu looked around. Besides us, there was no one else here. This is Director Chen's wife, Lu's aunt. She works at the Military Logistics Department's Family Committee, Liang Xinglu whispered, then added cautiously. Be careful. Director Chen's wife is a bit. He didn't finish, but Suli understood immediately. She just has a bit of a high and mighty attitude, thinking she's better than others, she said. Liang Xinglu smiled. Isn't that being full of herself? Every year, the independent regiment received several complaints from the wives in the family housing area, all for the same reason. The head of the family committee, Lu, who is also Director Chen's wife, looked down on the military wives from the countryside. When conflicts arose in the family housing, if the wife was from the countryside, she would be blamed without question, accused of all sorts of faults. A few times, it got so bad that they had to report it to the regiment commander. Now, what kind of madness is this? It's all coming to the regiment office. It's you, that young Jiqing. Before he finished, everyone's faces darkened. Suli was stunned. Did this woman recognize her? Ma'am, are you talking about me? Suli raised her head, acting like a street kid, with a cheeky expression. Lu Yaru was amused and angry at Suli's attitude. She looked down at her outfit. She was dressed in a green linen suit, with black, neat trousers and a pair of small black leather shoes. It doesn't look like a rural woman at all. Seeing the girl's half-smile, Lu Yaru realized she had been played by her. Her eyes turned cold, and her voice became sharp. Little educated youth, you are Suli, right? I haven't even dealt with you about bullying Lulu last time, and now you're picking a fight with me, comparing me to a rural woman? Suli crossed her arms and slowly walked up to Lu Yaru. Rural women farm, feed pigs, carry loads. Their backs are straighter than yours. And you, wearing a linen suit, think you're nobler than anyone. Suli didn't curse, but her words were sharp enough to make anyone angry.
You.
How dare you? Lu Yaru pointed at Suli, speechless with anger. This girl is so clever. No wonder Lu lost to her last time. Today, she must save face at all costs. She sneered and glared at Suli. We are in the military district. We can't allow a rural girl to cause trouble here. Rural. How much does Aunt Lulu look down on rural folks? How much does she dislike them? Oh, just now. Did she secretly roll her eyes at me? Suli was amused. This woman is so proud. First time meeting her, she already rolled her eyes. How rude. Who spoiled this bad habit of hers? I must stand up to her and make her dizzy. Ma'am, in our countryside, we greet everyone with a nod. That's respect. But you roll your eyes and pick fights. That's bad manners. Tell me, do all city folks act like you? Nonsense. Lu Yaru's face turned red with anger. Her husband Chun had told her many times about this bad habit. She didn't care, proud of being from the city, and looked down on rural folks. Now, Suli's sharp words made her lose face. She looked Suli up and down coldly, sneering. Such a sharp-tongued girl, with an unruly face, trying to flirt with our soldiers at the military district. Fu Jingnan glared unhappily at Lu Yaru. What nonsense was Director Lu talking about? He then gave Lu Qiangxing a sharp look. Usually, this young man was quite clever, but today he seemed to have lost his edge. There are several routes to the base. Why did they have to take this one? He originally planned to go to the duty room to call the logistics team and remind them to treat Suli well. But as soon as he reached the spot, he was blocked by these two people. Soon after, Lu Qiangxing and Suli also passed by here. Isn't that perfect timing for everyone to meet? It's just his bad luck. Lu Qiangxing rubbed his nose, surprised to see you here. If he had known Fu Tuan was here, he would have convinced Suli to go around from another way, no matter what. Suli chuckled. Lao Lu, your military officers, if they can't stay calm in this situation, does your niece need to visit the troop headquarters cafeteria every day just to create chances to meet? Lu, standing nearby, turned pale. What kind of strange person was this? What do you mean by creating chances to meet at the cafeteria? I just did that, and you can't say it out loud. Aunt, Lu, feeling wronged, tugged at Lu Yara's arm, her face pale, and she glanced at Fu Jingnan. Fu Jingnan remained expressionless and shot a stern look at Su Li. Why did this girl say everything? Who does she think she is, making up stories about meeting at the cafeteria? You rural girl. Our Lulu is a carefully cultivated young lady, a graduate of the Military Medical University. After graduation, she refused an invitation from a big hospital in the capital just to serve in the military. As for working in the mess hall, it was to experience military life. That's something you, a little girl, can't compare to. You often run to the military district. Su Li couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If she didn't have work at the military district, would she come here repeatedly? At home, she was taking care of her mother and grandfather, enjoying the meals cooked by Lu Yuan, a renowned chef. Isn't that better? She raised her eyebrows, showing a fake smile, and curled her lips. Oh wow. The Lu family is impressive, training a capitalist's daughter into a noble officer. Skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What's the purpose of all that? After saying this, she looked toward Fu Jingnan. Is it just to get close to a military officer? Or is there some other goal? Fu Jingnan looked at Su Li with disapproval. How dare that girl say anything she wanted? Lulu was just scared and angry. How did the daughter of a capitalist become a capitalist daughter? Oh no! It's all because of Auntie's careless words. Now Su Li has a reason to accuse her. Thinking of this, she looked at Fu Jingnan with a sad expression, but she couldn't let him think she had bourgeois ideas. Wasn't she just trying to learn more, so she could be worthy of him? After saying this, Lu Yara felt bad. She blamed herself for talking too much and losing control. Lulu is my family's child, well-behaved and decent. She got into the military hospital through her own efforts. Why do you accuse her? As for you, you may be pretty, but with your sharp tongue and attitude, our military district really isn't suitable for you. Lu Qiangxing was just watching in shock. These two women were arguing fiercely, more exhausting than fighting on the battlefield. Oh my. They knew Director Chen's wife was sharp-tongued, but Su Zijing was just as quick. And it seemed she was gaining the upper hand. No need to worry. Su Zijing wouldn't suffer any loss. However, Commander Fu's face looked grim, his face pale with anger, probably too angry to speak. Su Li sneered coldly, her smile full of icy intent. Falsely accused?
Ha!
Madam, no, Director Liu, your words are so light. Your family's carefully cultivated young lady Liu, just to marry into a wealthy family, even lost her dignity. She conspired with others to maliciously report me for hoarding grain, intending to send our whole family to reform school. Is this the kind of upbringing your Liu family has? Is this the education you've given your daughter? Before she finished, Lu's face turned pale. How did Su Li find out? She had been waiting for Yu Ting's news, but there was no word from her. She thought the investigation was still ongoing, and since Yu Ting saw everything herself, it must be true. She even used a military envelope and stamps sent directly from the military district. It was a way to pressure the local police and make them take it seriously.
What are you talking about?
Malicious accusations? Lu Yaru was confused. What was this brat talking about? Auntie, I have no grudge against Su Jiqing. Why would I do such a thing? Lulu's face turned pale as she tightly held Lu Yar's hand, unable to speak clearly. This matter must not be admitted. If she admits it, the Fu family's marriage will be ruined, and she might even face military punishment. Lu Yar's face was cold. She almost poked Su Li's nose with her finger. Did you hear that? My niece said she didn't write it. Don't falsely accuse people. You little brat, my Qin family isn't someone you can frame. Su Li's nose almost twitched with anger. No one has ever dared to scold her while pointing at her nose before. Forget about whether it's a military district or not. She can't swallow this anger. She sneered and quickly grabbed Lu Yar's finger, tightening her fingertips and giving a gentle twist. Ah, A pig-like scream echoed through the yard. Fu Jingnan's face changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward. This girl was surprisingly strong. If she kept twisting, Lu Yara's finger might be broken. If that happened, even if she was right, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Lu Qiangxing also quickly came over. Su Jiqing, we're not like her. Let go. Su Li snorted, unable to contain her anger. Arguing verbally isn't as satisfying as fighting directly. Hearing Lu Yara's screams, she felt her chest unblock and everything was smooth. Fu Jingnan reached out and pulled her aside. Lu Yara's face was pale, her forehead sweating coldly, and her lips trembled. She pointed at Su Li, grinding her teeth. Fine, fine. Su Li, you're ruthless. I'll have our old Qin find your commune's secretary to settle this. Just wait and see. No need to wait. I'll go find your commander Deng right now. Su Li smiled coldly and casually pulled out a letter from her pocket. The bright white envelope shone in the sunlight, with a military district's official stamp and neat postal marks. No matter how she tried to deny it, she couldn't. The faces of several people around changed. Fu Jingnan's breath caught, and his eyes fixed on the letter. How could this girl have the original letter from Lu? Looking at it, it was clear it wasn't obtained through normal channels. Yesterday, just because I said I need evidence, she actually went to climb over someone's wall? That time behind Widow Wang's house, she dared to squat at the wall to eavesdrop. Now, she even broke into someone's house and took out the letter. What else is this girl not willing to do? Lulu's face suddenly turned pale, and she swayed. The letter in Su Li's hand was written by her. Su Li held up the envelope, raised her eyebrows, and sneered sharply. Miss Lu, do you want to admit it openly in front of everyone? Is that your elegant handwriting? Inside, there's plenty of motive for the crime. And seeing Lu Yara's terrified expression and her trembling body, there was no doubt anymore. Maybe this girl really did something shameful. She clenched her teeth, enduring the sharp pain in her fingers, and looked up at Fu Jingnan, whispering, Jingnan, what do you think? Fu Jingnan's face was cold enough to drip water, and his voice was icy. Director Lu, the Public Security Bureau of Qinghe County has sent a letter requesting an investigation into the malicious report against Su Li. The military department attaches great importance. It has been confirmed that Lu is the malicious reporter, with solid evidence. This matter is extremely serious. Every word was like iron, hammering into the heart. Lu Yaru's face stiffened, her expression darkening as she glared fiercely at Lu. She believed Fu Jingnan's words. The evidence was clear. This meant the case had been thoroughly investigated. In such a large military district, who would dare to falsely accuse someone? This matter was certain. Lu was definitely involved. But Lu was her own niece from her family. Even if she was guilty, she had to protect her. Lu Yara's mind was in turmoil. She knew better than anyone how much effort her brother had put into this girl. She graduated from a prestigious university and had already been matched with a suitable marriage partner, the son of her brother's boss. The young man liked her too, but she was willing to marry into the Lu family, which would help the family move up. However, right after graduation, this girl quietly ran to the northwest and threw herself into Fu Jingnan's arms. But the Fu family was not easy to get into. Her family's Lao Chen had mentioned marriage proposals a few times, but Fu Jingnan had always refused firmly. In recent days, I have watched my niece look distracted and lost in thought. As her aunt, I feel sad for her. Thinking that I must try again, no matter what, I forced my niece to find Fu Jingnan to see if he could give her another chance. But I didn't expect my niece to cause such a big problem. Lu Yaru, with a shameless face, had lost her previous arrogance and bossiness. Jingnan, our Lu isn't the ungrateful type. She and Su Jiqing had a little misunderstanding. Girls have their own little worries, and talking it out is best. See, Su Jiqing is standing here fine, right? Let's talk to Commander Deng and clear things up, okay? Don't worry, whatever Su Jiqing asks for, we will definitely fulfill. Lu Yaru, with a shameless face, spoke to Fu Jingnan, whose face was dark as coal, completely losing her previous arrogance. There are so many naughty kids in the country. It must be because their parents spoil them. Listen to this nonsense. Your child's problem was exposed, and you fulfill my demands. What if your child succeeds? Would your whole family be celebrating their victory now? She looked up at Fu Jingnan with a bright, challenging gaze. If you dare to agree today, I will cause a big fuss and turn everything upside down.
Just see how you handle it.
Seeing Su Li's fierce gaze, Fu Jingnan understood. If he dared to agree today, he definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. He sighed inwardly. Did this girl really think he was someone who couldn't tell right from wrong? Director Liu, this matter isn't something that can be dismissed with just a misunderstanding. Military discipline is strict. Maliciously reporting someone is serious misconduct, and there's no room for negotiation, Fu Jingnan said coldly. Lu Yara's face instantly turned red, and her expression twitched. She stared intently at Fu Jingnan. Jingnan, are you really so ungrateful? Don't you remember who risked everything to operate on you and saved your life? Are you really so unkind? She knew that Fu Jingnan was a trusted officer of Commander Deng. As long as he spoke, there might still be room for negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qiangxing and Su Li were both surprised. She was clearly using Director Chen's life-saving grace as leverage. Fu Jingnan's expression suddenly turned cold, and his lips pressed into a straight line. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps sounded from afar. Enough, Yaru, with a low reprimand. Director Chen strode forward confidently, standing tall, but his face looked very unhappy. Lu Yaru was stunned and quickly went to meet him. Old Chen, you're just in time. Please talk to Jingnan. He can't repay kindness with resentment. Director Chen closed his eyes tightly. People say a husband should marry a virtuous wife, but what kind of person did he marry? She was always confused and forgetful. How could he keep praising the kindness of the Fu family every day? Then he glared sharply at Lulu. Last time at the hospital, she falsely accused a young girl, which seemed suspicious to him. After checking, he found out she was jealous of Jingnan. At that time, he worried Lulu might cause trouble and involve their whole family. He even used the hospital's authority to discipline her, to warn her. But it didn't work at all. Now, she had caused a big mess. Earlier, Dean Deng came to him about this matter. Military discipline is strict. No one is above it. He had just come from the military headquarters when he heard that his wife and Lulu had gone to the regiment office. He felt uneasy. His wife's words often offended people. Sometimes she couldn't tell right from wrong, treating her niece from her maiden family better than her own children. He was worried she might say something inappropriate to Jingnan, so he hurried over. Sure enough, the worst had happened. He ran up to Jingnan and said solemnly, Jingnan, I saved you back then. I am a military doctor. It's my duty. Today, my wife is using this matter to threaten me, which is wrong. Jingnan's eyes flickered, and his expression became serious. Director Chen, I will always remember your help in saving me. But today, military discipline comes first. I can't promise anything. Please forgive me. Director Chen nodded, then turned to Su Li. Su Jiqing, I admit I failed in my duties, which caused the younger members of my family to make serious mistakes and almost hurt you and your family. I sincerely apologize. He paused briefly and then said, This matter is governed by national law and military rules. Rest assured, the military district will give you a satisfactory result. Su Li glanced at the angry Lu Yaru and then at the pale Lulu, sneering softly. Director Chen, I believe what you say. Military discipline is strict and impartial. This old man is quite decent, at least able to tell right from wrong. It's rare to find someone in this family who is sensible. Lu Yaru panicked, rushing forward and shouting, Old Chen, are you crazy? She's just a young, educated girl. Do you really? Before she finished, Director Chen shouted sharply, Shut up. The evidence is clear. Do you still want to turn black into white? What's wrong with this woman? Can't she see what's happening? Seeing Director Chen's face turn pale and his expression become unfriendly, Lu Yaru was so scared she took a step back and couldn't speak. It's over. According to military rules, Lulu will probably have to take off her uniform. After apologizing, Director Chun hurriedly left with Lu Yaru and Lulu. Their steps looked like they were fleeing in a hurry. Suli curled her lips and smiled, finally feeling her anger fade away. Before her smile fully disappeared, she heard a cold voice nearby. Suli. Oh right, there's still a cold-faced person staring at her. What? Seeing the long, slender hands reaching out, Suli pretended not to understand. What's your attitude? Is that how you beg? The young girl muttered unhappily and reluctantly handed the letter to Fu Jingnan. She had completely forgotten her plan from yesterday, to slap the letter right in Fu Jingnan's face. Fu Jingnan took the letter, quickly read through it, and his face darkened like ink. Are you happy? Suli pinched her throat, with a sneer on her lips, her tone sharp. Fu Jingnan looked up, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Happy about what? Suli sneered, her smile mischievous, looking like a street. Seeing so many young girls crazy for you, rushing to bump into walls for you, not happy? Fu Jingnan's face darkened even more. What nonsense!
Pure.
He frowned, put the letter into his pocket and walked away. Suli. Su the educated youth, let's go. I'll go with you to the base. Lu Changxing tried hard to hold back his laughter, almost going crazy as his shoulders shook. Seeing their squad leader's frustrated look, he couldn't help but feel happy. Su Jiqing was really talented. In just a few words, he made the squad leader speechless and walk away in defeat. Wanna laugh? Just laugh. Don't hold it in until you get sick. Suli glanced at Lu Qiangxing, who was grinning mischievously, and rolled her eyes at him. Lu Qiangxing hesitated, almost forgetting that this young lady was not someone to be messed with. He quickly composed himself and honestly led Suli toward the base. When they arrived at the greenhouse base, Suli was stunned. Looking around, she saw that over 10 acres of land had been leveled. The boundaries were straight, divided into 10 large greenhouses. On the ground, neat piles of bricks and stones were stacked like small hills, with red bricks shining with a hard, shiny surface. Suli couldn't help but click her tongue. The army's work was really impressive. Last time, she casually mentioned that brick walls were stronger and more durable than mud walls. She didn't expect that this time, the plan was to replace all the mud walls with brick walls. The army was really willing to spend money for the soldiers' food. In this era, bricks and stones weren't easy to come by, and ordinary teams wouldn't even dare to think about it. For example, their Hongxing team used rammed earth walls to save money. As they walked, Lu Qiangxing excitedly said, "We'll start with 10 greenhouses. If the experiment succeeds, we'll expand to 20 or 30. Growing mushrooms, vegetables. Soldiers will be able to eat fresh vegetables every day, no more eating pickled vegetables and steamed buns." Suli nodded repeatedly. Right now, the most important thing was to get fresh vegetables for the soldiers, even if the methods were a bit rough. As for the automatic temperature-controlled greenhouse in her space, showing it now might scare them, since some technologies hadn't reached that level yet. For example, the drip irrigation equipment they used still couldn't be produced. Great. With these, aren't the vegetable greenhouses a sure thing? Seeing the bright confidence on the young girl's face, Lu Qiangxing's eyes flickered. Then he grinned and said, "Su Zhijian, this time the vegetable greenhouses are up to you." Our squad leader even made a bet with the second squad leader. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up the winter training exchange at the end of the year. Suli raised an eyebrow. Is winter training exchange really that important? Li Qiangxing looked serious and said firmly, "Of course. The soldiers are all looking forward to it. In previous years, our reconnaissance team represented the military district in exchanges, and we always took first place. The other groups are already jealous." Suli, well, now I've become your bargaining chip for exchanges. If the vegetable greenhouse project fails, won't I be blamed for your team? Suli turned around, and all the supplies were ready. Cement pillars, wire, felt curtains, ropes, and more, all neatly arranged. It's settled. I guarantee your reconnaissance team will participate in the winter training exchange. Seeing Suli's confident look, Lu Qiangxing smiled broadly. Just based on Su Jiqing's confidence, he felt more at ease. As they were talking, Director Liu from the engineering department, along with 2 soldiers, came over. Director Liu is in his 40s, with sun-darkened skin and sharp eyes. He looks like someone who has worked on construction sites for many years. He looked at Su Li and couldn't help but frown. This young girl, only about 18 or 19, thin and delicate, how could she be an expert in cultivation techniques? He wondered, is it too reckless for Captain Fu to entrust such an important project to a young girl? This project concerns the food supply for all the soldiers in the entire team. Su Li noticed his distrust in his eyes, but didn't get angry. He had his reasons for doubting, and she couldn't force him to trust her. In a few months, once the vegetable greenhouse is built, it will amaze everyone. Su Li looked at the large piece of land where the greenhouse was to be built, feeling both puzzled and worried. 10 greenhouses are a big project. It will take several days to complete. She couldn't stay here every day. Director Liu, even if your engineering soldiers are capable, building 10 greenhouses will still take several days, right? I can't be here every day. Director Liu frowned. Their department builds bridges, roads, and houses, but they've never built greenhouses before. But if you're not here, what if something goes wrong with the project? Su Li raised an eyebrow and confidently said, "Let me draw a rough sketch." Building a greenhouse is just like building a house. As long as you can read the blueprints and follow them, there's no problem. You just focus on following the drawings for construction, including dimensions and proportions. I will mark everything clearly. After saying that, she simply squatted down, took out a pencil and paper from her small cloth bag, and started drawing on the nearby cement platform. With a few quick strokes, she sketched the basic structure of the greenhouse: frames, columns, supports, walkways. The outline appeared clearly on the paper. Her lines were neat and confident, with no hesitation. Director Liu's initial suspicion gradually turned serious. He couldn't help but lean in to look closer, feeling a shock inside. This young girl's drawing was steady and precise, even without a ruler. Her lines were straight, and her ideas clear. She clearly knew her stuff. Even some of the designers in their engineering department didn't have such solid skills. This girl really has talent. A few minutes later, Su Li stood up, looked up, and handed the drawing to Director Liu, speaking cheerfully. "Director Liu, you're an expert. You can understand this, right? Just follow the plan and there won't be any mistakes." Director Liu opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Su Li's bright, confident eyes, he could only nod honestly. "Okay, I'll have the team follow the plan."
Su Li smiled to herself.
If anyone doubted her, she'd show her skills to make them shut up. "Oh, so many people. What are you all doing here?" A deep male voice came, sounding a bit condescending. Hearing this tone, Su Li frowned. "Who is this?" His voice sounds really annoying. Everyone turned to look. A man in his 30s strode over confidently. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, sturdy and serious-looking. Lowering his voice, Liu Qiangxing warned, "That's 2nd Battalion Commander." He quickly added, "Be careful, his words can be pretty harsh." Su Li sneered. Seeing the aggressive attitude of the 2nd Battalion Commander, it was obvious he wasn't here to be friendly. Yu Qingping, the 2nd Battalion Commander, glanced at the flat land and the pile of bricks that looked like a small mountain. He snorted coldly. That kid, Fu Jingnan, was fooled by a young worker and wanted to build a greenhouse in the battalion. The division suggested they also build a few. Nonsense. They definitely wouldn't build it. All living things grow naturally. They've never heard of vegetables thriving in winter, especially not in the cold northwest, where it's freezing enough to kill cattle. Look, these 10 greenhouses cover more than 10 acres of land. If crops are planted, how much grain could be harvested? The soldiers are barely getting enough food to eat. If he had his way, they wouldn't even eat vegetables. He's so reckless and careless. Yu Qingping feels even more annoyed. He's disliked Fu Jingnan for a long time. Because Fu Jingnan is the grandson of Fu Lao, he's taken away many chances to earn merit outside. He's young and already a company commander, called the Fu King of the West in the military district. If the higher-ups gave him a mission, he's sure he could do better than Fu Jingnan. He had his eye on becoming the leader of the independent company, which is made up of top soldiers. But unexpectedly, the higher-ups appointed Fu Jingnan instead. Thinking about this makes him very angry. Today, he heard that a young girl from the vegetable greenhouse guidance team came to help. Without hesitation, he rushed over. He just wanted to see what kind of girl dared to stir up trouble in the army and influence Fu Jingnan to build greenhouses. He snatched the blueprint from Director Lu's hand and looked at it quickly. What's the big deal? Turns out it's just a young girl drawing plans for a greenhouse.
Sully frowned, looking upset.
He knew this guy was looking for trouble, but as a company commander, he was being too rude. What is he talking about? Building a greenhouse? A simple shed? Seeing Sully look at him, he touched his nose. He raised his voice loudly. Your design is just a wild idea. It can't be built at all. Young girl, your idea is fresh, but in the army, we need guns and cannons, not your fancy little projects. People should be practical and not dream too high. Sully's face darkened. Who is this person? And he even insulted her? Did she give him face? As for the personal attack he just made, Sully didn't hold back. She grinned and said coldly, Wild ideas? Then you might as well prepare to eat pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Soldiers train all day and come back without even fresh vegetables. Is that what it takes to fight? She hasn't forgotten how good the food was in her previous life's army. On the best aircraft carriers, they had 6 or 7 meals a day with all 8 cuisines. These are the most lovable people in our country, guarding their homes and defending the borders. No matter what, they should eat fresh vegetables. You, 2nd Battalion Commander, didn't expect her to talk back, and his face darkened with anger. Sully stepped forward confidently, her voice unusually cold and sharp. I think you're a leader, yet your words are so unprofessional. Can an unskilled leader manage a battalion? There's a saying, a brave soldier comes from a brave family. With your level, are your soldiers probably just like you? Everyone present. This young educated girl is really sharp-tongued. She doesn't curse when insulting someone. Yu Qingping didn't expect Sully to speak so rudely and turned red with anger. He pointed at Sully and shouted, Although I was born a few years later and didn't participate in the liberation war before the founding of the country, I have fought on the battlefield with guns and bullets. Do you dare say my soldiers are cowards? As soon as he said this, everyone's faces changed immediately. After the founding of the country, the borders were not peaceful and conflicts often broke out. The person in front of them, though sharp-tongued and impatient, truly fought on the battlefield with guns and bullets. Lu Qingxing kept signaling to Sully, Young girl, stop now. Don't really anger this person. Besides, calling him a coward is a bit too much. Sully clicked her tongue. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so sharp-tongued. This remark hit a nerve. I am a model young person, genuinely loving the heroes of our country. You're the 2nd Battalion Commander, right? Did I say anything to insult you? I mean, you're a leader, a hero in battle. Your soldiers follow you into the fight, bravely defeating the enemy. Shouldn't you love and care for them? Take good care of their health. That's your responsibility, isn't it? Everyone. Sully's words turned quickly, and it was clear that Battalion Commander Yu's expression softened. Yu Qingping's face eased, but inside, he still felt angry. This sharp-tongued young girl was really impolite. Sully forced a smile and awkwardly said, Well, 2nd Battalion Commander, if you ever need to build a greenhouse, I can offer free technical support, okay? My skills are top-notch. No need. Your theoretical ideas are not impressive to anyone. You probably can't even grow winter vegetables. After saying that, she shoved the blueprint into Director Lu's hands, turned around and left angrily. Let this stubborn girl get so angry she can't breathe. Sully. She looked up at the sky, took a deep breath and realized she didn't check the lunar calendar before leaving today. In just half a day, she had already argued twice. All her fault, because of Fu Jingnan. Fu Jingnan, who was being scolded, was on the phone with old Fu. Grandpa, this is how it is. Her daughter caused a lot of trouble for Aunt Fonglan's family here.
You see.
Old Fu, although over 70, had a loud voice. All these years, she and you two have lived separately, not interfering with each other, so we haven't paid much attention to her. Now her younger relatives are causing trouble. If children are not taught well, it's the father's fault. We should look into this. As soon as Fu Jingnan hung up, he heard that Su Li was arguing with Captain Air. He closed his eyes, sighed, and immediately got up to go to the base. Captain Air is straightforward and quick-tempered. When he meets that girl, it's like a needle against a haystack. Neither of them will get along. As he left the office, he saw Lu Qiangxing and Su Li walking over happily. They looked like they hadn't lost anything, which reassured Fu Jingnan. Are you busy? I want to talk to you about something. Su Li saw him come out of the office and hurried over. He was walking so quickly, like he was in a hurry for a battle, probably something urgent again. Her own matters were important too, and she needed to tell him quickly. Fu Jingnan raised an eyebrow. What is it? After your greenhouse is built, can we cultivate the mushroom spores and vegetable seedlings needed? Su Li had thought about it for days, and thought this was a good idea. Growing the spores is complicated. Letting Xiao Qi do it would be fast and good. It could also bring some income to the production team. Cucumbers need grafting, and eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, and pumpkins all need seedlings first. Running back and forth is really inconvenient. Yesterday, Lu Daniu caused trouble in the greenhouse. It all comes down to being too poor. Come into the office and talk. Li Qiangxing saw that the two had an important matter to discuss, so he quickly found an excuse and hurriedly left. Su Li. Running faster than a rabbit, is Fu Jingnan so scary? Fu Jingnan poured a glass of water for Su Li and saw the girl slumped awkwardly in her chair. He couldn't help but frown. Su Li pouted. You're my dad, so you should be watching out for me. No, even my bad father never cared for me this much. Thinking this, she still couldn't help but sit up straight. Give me a reason. Fu Jingnan's expression turned serious as he asked. The army wasn't just his decision. He needed to know the reason, right? I cultivated better quality bacteria myself. Making the bacteria packs is complicated, and we need to replace them regularly. Your shed uses a large amount. Our team has already formed a vegetable group, which can take on this work. Military and civilians are one family. You just need to come and pick them up. Also, the vegetable seedlings are ready. You can use them directly, so I won't have to run back and forth. The girl kept talking and felt this plan was very good. She slowly leaned closer, her big eyes blinking happily, looking adorable. Fu Jingnan's breath caught, and his ears slightly turned red. This girl, to get him to agree, even smiled at him. But that smile seemed to hide a hint of mischief. Use it free of charge. As soon as Fu Jingnan spoke, the girl's face changed. She quickly stopped smiling and rolled her eyes at him. No way. The team would need to spend a lot of manpower and resources, which takes time and effort, and there's risk involved. Besides, our big team is so poor that most kids can't afford school. We just hope to earn a little extra to help them go. Fu Jingnan's face remained calm, but he couldn't help but think privately. After saying so much, that last sentence is the key. Draft a price, and I'll mention it to the headquarters. But it has to go through the normal approval process. Got it. The girl sounded a bit impatient. In this era, the planned economy was in place, and supplies were rationed. Things like vegetables might not be as strictly controlled as some scarce items, but there were still procedures and rules to follow. However, when Fu Jingnan said this, it was probably close to the truth. Did the 2nd Battalion commander pass by just now? Su Li smiled softly and said, You tried to pick a fight before, but I made a few quick remarks and scared you away. That's your fighting ability. Don't be too harsh. Fu Jingnan glanced at her. This girl has a strong impact and isn't someone who easily suffers losses. I know. How can I speak disrespectfully about our hero? I am a patriotic, loyal, and dedicated young person.
Fujin-san.
But what about Lulu? How should we handle this? The evidence is clear this time. The girl lifted her chin, raised her eyebrows, and looked serious. Sure enough, she asked about it. Fu Jingnan sighed inwardly, knowing she would ask. Su Li, can I find out the truth? I almost got into big trouble. The situation is serious. The specific punishment will be announced by the military department. But probably, she will have to give up her military uniform. Fu Jingnan looked serious. Su Li pouted. Taking off the uniform is easy. Also, Yu Ting, don't move. Why? Su Li almost jumped up. That troublemaker kept staring at her, worried she'd get something good, and kept making small moves. This time, she wouldn't let her off easily. She already asked Li Ziang to watch her. Fu Jingnan sighed. Everything will be handled by the organization. Don't act on your own. This girl is very brave. If she gets angry, she might do something reckless. She's worried she might not get revenge and just cause more trouble. Su Li wasn't sure, but she smirked slightly. Okay, I'm leaving. Let me see you off. Seeing how reluctant he looked, she thought he was not convinced. She decided to remind him a few more times on the way. Fu Jingnan drove all the way, repeatedly giving instructions. Su Li obediently agreed each time. Su Li, how could I not agree? If she showed even a little resistance, this guy would go on and on. It was like a fly buzzing in her ear. Didn't he say he was quiet and reserved? Why is he talking so much today? So annoying. When they reached the door, before Fu Jingnan could say another word, Su Li quickly got out of the car and ran off.
Fu Jin-san.
He smiled wryly, turned the car around, and hurried back. There were still many things waiting for him to handle. Su Li hurried home, without stopping. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she was hit with a big piece of news. Widow Wang is back. Yes, that Widow Wang. Early in the morning, she was released by the police. Since she had no injuries, she walked all the way back from the county looking dirty and tired. When the news spread, the Red Star Brigade was in an uproar. What? Widow Wang wasn't with Li Guangquan, and they didn't cause Old Third's death? Why is she back? Her return means she's fine. But why is Li Guangquan still in jail?
Could it be?
Li Guangquan did it alone? That poor Old Third. Everyone was talking and gossiping. Widow Wang sat quietly on her bed, expressionless. Wang Danny looked at her mother returning and hugged her, crying so hard she couldn't breathe. All her long-held grievances and fears burst out at once. She had been more oppressed than anyone these days. The villagers pointed fingers at her, and she dared not go outside. Her work as a scorekeeper in the team was also taken away, replaced by the young, educated youth Wang Lei. She went to Yu Ting hoping for help, but Yu Ting mocked her harshly, making her feel so ashamed she wished she could hide somewhere. If her mother didn't come back, she really didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Seeing her daughter trembling and crying, Widow Wang reached out to her hair, but her eyes were cold. The matter of Old Third was finally settled. Li Guangquan was completely out of the picture. Now, she had to plan for her and her mother's future. Suddenly, she remembered something from over 10 years ago. Back then, her affair with Li Guangquan was discovered by Old Third, who was furious and punched her hard. Since then, Old Third kept picking fights, and their family faced constant cold treatment.
Until that day.
The weather turned bad, with heavy rain pouring down. Li Guangquan arranged for Old Third to deliver grain, but on the way back, he fell into a ditch. His father, Li Laotu, immediately ran back to the village to call for help. But at that moment, Li Guangquan was hiding in her house. She was so panicked she didn't know what to do, but Li Guangquan held her tightly, dragging her for a whole hour before someone was sent to find him. When they carried him back, Old Third was already dead. Over the years, she had not forgotten her regrets. Nightmares kept coming at night, often startling her awake and making her heart feel cold. But over time, her regret faded away with habit. Old Wang Lao-san was dead, yet she still had to live on. With Li Guangquan protecting her, she and her daughter lived better than many others in the village. Old Mr. Li had long since passed away, and that matter was considered unresolved. She thought everything had been put behind her. But who would have thought that a scandal from over 10 years ago would suddenly come to light? Now, Li Guangquan had taken all the blame upon himself, clearing her name completely. However, this time, Li Guangquan probably wouldn't come out of it. So, how would she and her daughter live in the future? Her heart tightened as she remembered the night before the incident, when Li Guangquan secretly visited her and said those words. Maybe that was truly a backup plan. She found a note in the cabinet, which had a phone number left by Li Guangquan. They couldn't stay in the village anymore. With the gossip about Danny, nearby villages probably wouldn't find her a good match. Tomorrow, she would go to the commune and make a call to the city. If she refused, she still held the biggest secret of that person in her hand. Suli heard from Lu Yuanyuan that Widow Wang had returned, and she almost dropped her chin in shock. She couldn't believe she was back. She squinted, recalling the message she overheard that night, and suddenly felt more confident. Widow Wang knew everything about that matter, but now she was able to return safely. It could only mean that Li Guangquan had taken all the blame himself. TSK, this is true love. But this so-called good was bought with others' blood and pain. Su Li curled her lips, thinking that even bad people could have tender feelings, but at its core, such tenderness was selfish. Using someone's life to cover up a forbidden love, what kind of goodness is that? Indeed, when bad people gather, even if they have feelings and loyalty, they become filthy and dark. Su Li was shaking her head, pondering the tragic love story between Li Guangquan and Widow Wang. Lu Yuanyuan handed her 2 parcel receipts. Su Li took one and raised an eyebrow. One parcel receipt was from the Kyoto Commercial Bureau, and it was obvious it was from Su Shanshan. A few months ago, she had met her older sister in the West City. Another piece of paper made Su Li pause slightly. The sender was actually Li Xiaolian. She raised an eyebrow and a hint of sarcasm appeared on her lips.
Li Xiaolian.
That woman could send her something? It would be a blessing if it didn't cause trouble. But the package slip was right in her hand, so she had to believe it. Thinking about it, she already had a guess. A few days ago, she had called Su Jinghe. Her scoundrel father probably went home furious, and Li Xiaolian panicked, thinking of sending a package to show off. As for what was inside, well, it was hard to say.
Su Li sneered.
Li Xiaolian's days probably weren't very good either. No matter how glamorous things looked outside, inside it was a mess. After all, when she left, she almost emptied her cheap father's savings. Li Xiaolian was unemployed, living on Su Jinghe's small salary, and had to support Li Mo in the Northeast, also showing filial respect to her parents in the countryside. Their life was probably quite tight. Thinking of this, Su Li felt quite pleased. As long as they weren't happy, she was very happy. Do you think my vicious stepmother will send me something nice? Su Li couldn't help but mutter. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at her and said coldly, "You call her vicious. How could a vicious person have good intentions?" Old memories surfaced in her mind. Her father's little wife was just like that. When she was a child, in the cold winter months, she was never given an extra coat. She could only wear old clothes that didn't fit anymore, with pant legs and sleeves too short, shivering from the cold. Her father only cared about his little wife and her family, sitting around the stove eating hot pot, steam rising. If it weren't for her master, she might have frozen or starved to death long ago. Now in the Northwest, life was a bit harder, but she didn't have to worry about anyone scheming against her. She felt more at ease. Su Li sneered. No good intentions, only disgust. From her understanding of Li Xiaolian, that woman always did whatever was most disgusting to her. But even so, she couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see what the woman had put inside the package. After lunch, Su Li slowly headed toward the greenhouse. As soon as she entered, the warm air hit her face. Although the plastic sheets around the ventilation openings had been pulled back, the inside remained surprisingly hot. People standing inside for just a few minutes would sweat on their backs. Su Li secretly thought, "Are these people crazy? Coming to work so early? Are they so afraid of being pushed out by others?" When Su Li entered, Aunt Hu and the others happily gathered around. "Su, the young farmer, the pumpkin seedlings on this bed have grown too, leaves already. The cucumber, tomato, and chili seedlings are also all green and healthy. It's very encouraging." Su Li looked closer and agreed. The young plants had strong stems and lush green leaves, showing they were growing well and full of life. Sue, the young farmer, we're planting cucumbers, so why are there pumpkin seedlings on the bed? Wu Shifeng scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Su Li smiled happily, a little proud. Pumpkin roots are more developed, so they absorb water and nutrients better than cucumbers. They are also drought, poor soil, and cold-resistant. If we graft cucumbers onto pumpkin plants, it's like giving the cucumbers a better base. They get more nutrients, grow longer, and produce more fruit. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Vegetables can be grafted? My goodness, isn't that like attaching one arm or leg to another body? Can they really survive? A sister from the vegetable team said. Su Li, though the words sounded a bit vivid, it was quite a good analogy. She thought to herself, in the past, medicine was so advanced. Weren't there heart and kidney transplants? Grafting vegetables is nothing. But how do you graft them? It looks pretty difficult, Wu Shifeng asked, blushing. Su Li raised an eyebrow. Good young man, you're thinking hard. You have potential. Brother Wu, the seedlings already have 2 leaves. When the stems get a bit thicker, I'll teach you how to do it. The phrase Brother Wu made Wu Shifeng blush even more. The women around looked at Su Li with a mischievous smile, and all burst out laughing. Su Li is really interesting, knowledgeable, capable, and friendly. Wu Shifeng secretly glanced at Su Li again, his face turning even redder. Su Li waved her hand and told everyone to keep crushing corn husks and tidy up the seed beds. There are still 10 more greenhouses in the army, all needing seedlings. This was not a small matter, it was a big deal. Thinking about how he had fought for this important task for the production team, Su Li couldn't help but feel excited. Such a big project needed to be reported to Wu Jiaxuan, and he also needed to arrange for people to help. The members of the vegetable team were not very capable. Red Star Brigade office Wu Jiaxuan was sitting at his desk, staring at the open ledger, his brows tightly furrowed. This newly appointed 35-year-old secretary looked tired and helpless. The mess left by Li Guangquan was beyond repair. Apart from the grain they just received this fall, there was no money left on the books, and they owed over 800 yuan to the commune. And that's not all. 500 yuan allocated to Su Li by the commune was also recorded as debt. Over 800 yuan, Wu Jiaxuan sighed bitterly, feeling cold inside. How could he fix such a big hole? He flipped to last year's accounts. What a bloody joke. The team built a farm, brought in 5,000 chicks from the commune, and spent over 700 yuan. 2 farm workers' positions were fiercely fought over by the entire brigade. In the end, Li Guangquan decided and assigned the job to his nephew, Li Wengui and Wang Yunhe, the sister of widow Wang. But what about these 2? They were lazy and careless, didn't disinfect on time, and caused a big plague at the chicken farm. By the time the team found out, most of the chicks had already died. Later, they spent over 100 yuan on disinfectant, but it was useless. In less than a month, the chicken farm closed and the money was lost. Not only did they see no improvement, but they also ended up in debt. Even more absurd, the blame was not placed on Li Wengui and Wang Yunhe, but instead blamed on wrong site selection. They said the land was too low, waterlogged during rains, which caused the chickens to get sick. Wu Jiaxuan suddenly closed the ledger, feeling only 2 words. This is simply a huge joke. Wu Jiaxuan was worried and pondering how to help the members live better lives. Most of the Red Star Brigade's land was mountainous. In recent years, through the hard work of the members, the barren mountains had been turned into terraced fields. Although they could grow some crops, the yield was still low. The brigade's main food supply depended on the flat land at the foot of the mountain. The land was flat and fertile, the backbone of the team's grain sharing. But now, problems kept piling up. The commune's debts needed repayment, and he still hoped to build a school in the team. The children couldn't keep playing outside all day, exposed to the sun and wind like blind fools. But building a school requires stones, wood, labor, and ultimately money. Right now, the team's expenses mostly depended on the mushroom greenhouse run by Su Li's family. How long could one greenhouse last? The debt and school costs all weighed heavily on him. Money, money, money. Wu Jiaxuan rubbed his forehead, feeling that at 35, he might go gray early, from all this worry. The door was gently knocked twice, then pushed open. Suli entered, looking cheerful. She glanced at Wu Jiaxuan's messy account book and smiled slightly. There was nothing worth seeing in the team's bad accounts, just a mess. Seeing Wu Jiaxuan's worried face, she understood everything. Su Jiqing, you're here. Wu Jiaxuan's eyes lit up when he saw Su Li. She was capable, her 5 mushroom greenhouses looked good, and the most profitable one was ready. They just needed Su Li to help connect the spores to the bags, grow the mycelium, and produce mushrooms. Su Li strolled in casually, squinting her eyes and smiling teasingly. Wu Jiaxuan looked at her relaxed attitude, sighed deeply, and forced a smile. We're really short of money. The team's debts are piling up, and the commune's bills need paying. This money. The more I think about it, the more it gives me a headache. Su Li stepped closer, sat down heavily, her big eyes blinking happily. I've brought a way for our team to make money. Want to hear?
What?
Wu Jiaxuan was stunned. Besides the greenhouses, did she have other ways to earn money? Su Li chuckled proudly, her expression full of confidence. The army wants to build 10 greenhouses, needing vegetable seedlings and spore packs. I've arranged this work for our team. Wu Jiaxuan's eyes widened, almost jumping out of his chair. What? Are you saying our team is going to grow seedlings for the army? Su Li nodded and clapped her hands. Yes, that's right. We need to get the seedlings ready for cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, and pumpkins.
This
is great. You've really solved our team's biggest problem.
But
Wu Jiaxuan thought for a moment, then sat back down with a troubled look on his face. What's wrong?
Su Li asked, confused.
She had just found a way to make money. Shouldn't he be happy and excited about it?
Why did he look so worried now?
Comrade Su, you don't understand. Wu Jiaxuan sighed helplessly. The army's order will attract attention from many production teams in the commune. In just the past few days, several team leaders have already come to ask me about the greenhouse mushrooms. Once the army's seedling order comes in, won't the other teams try to take it? By the time it reaches us, we might not even get a share. Su Li blinked. Wait, but I was the one who got this deal. Wu Jiaxuan gave her a helpless look. Even if you did, the commune will still have to consider all the teams fairly. You can't keep all the benefits to yourself. Su Li almost jumped out of her chair. I worked so hard to get this job. Why should I give it away? That's not fair. Then she suddenly laughed. Old Wu, no one can take this job from us. She crossed her legs and leaned back, looking completely relaxed. Old Wu. Wu Jiaxuan wiped his face. Am I really that old? He looked at her curiously. What do you mean? We have the skills. Do you think growing seedlings is that simple? Wu Jiaxuan stared at her as if she were joking. What kind of skill does that take? You just plant the seeds, let them sprout, and then move them to the field. Even a 10-year-old can do that. Su Li stood up quickly. Don't underestimate greenhouse farming. It takes real technique. You have to graft the plants. For example, cucumbers need to be grafted onto pumpkin seedlings. What? Wu Jiaxuan's expression was as confused as the others in the vegetable group. What is grafting? I've never heard of planting vegetables that require grafting. He visits those greenhouses 3 times a day. When he sees the pumpkin seedlings on the nursery bed, he even thought Su Li was planning to grow pumpkins. But it turns out they are for grafting cucumbers. All right, I'll explain this technique to the vegetable team another day. If you're interested, you can come and watch. But this time, no one can take the vegetable seedlings the army needs, Su Li snorted. Although I can't build the temperature-controlled greenhouse I had in my past life because of current conditions, even the simple methods now are better than those from my past life, by over 10 years. I'm not bragging. Only the cucumbers I grow are suitable for greenhouse growth. Wu Jiaxuan's face showed a hidden smile. This girl is very capable. If she says it can be done, it definitely can. Su Jiqing, I'll arrange some people for you. If our team gets this production task, it will not only solve the urgent need for the army's greenhouse but also increase the income for our production team. 2 birds with 1 stone. He chuckled again. Su Jiqing, you really are a lucky star for our team. Su Li rolled her eyes. Of course, with the great opportunity one have to be in this world, I must be a lucky star. And also, Suli straightened her expression and said seriously, the weather is getting colder. Shouldn't we repair the cowshed? The few dilapidated rooms are drafty. If they aren't fixed, people might freeze to death this winter. Honestly, I think we should just tear them down and rebuild. I'll pay for it, find team members to do the work, and provide food and shelter. No one will refuse. But Fong Jichuan disagrees. Life is good enough now. If we move into a new big house, first, the team members might cause trouble, and second, since we're still under the label of being sent down for reform, it would be embarrassing for Wu Jiashuan, the party secretary, if it got out. After thinking carefully, Suli decided to repair the cowshed. Reinforce the walls, thicken the roof, and make it look ordinary outside, but tidy it up inside. Each room will have a warm bed, so it will be warm in winter. She is thinking of buying some furniture to put inside. Most importantly, warm winter clothes and blankets, because I heard winters here are very cold. Wu Jiashuan hesitated for a moment, then thought about Lu Minghui, who was living inside. He realized he wasn't capable enough before, but now it was time to improve their living conditions. All right, I will arrange it in the next few days. I will make sure they live comfortably. Having achieved her goal, Suli happily headed home. Next spring, she planned to ask the team for a piece of land to build a big house. She wanted her mother and grandfather to visit more often. For now, she needed to go to the commune to pick up a package and ask Han Xiao to give her some grain again. Money was scarce, not only in the Hongxing Brigade, but also for her. She also wanted to save enough to fulfill her dream of becoming a landlord. Carrying the package list, Suli hurried to the commune. She first returned to her small yard on West Street. The yard was clean and bright, showing that Han Xiao often came to tidy up. Suli released a ton of wheat and a ton of corn from her space, asking Yu Qinglin to send them to Beijing. Seeing the neatly stacked burlap bags inside the house, she felt very excited. Another big income was about to come in. In the current situation, with generally low yields per acre, grain was truly valuable. However, her dream of buying several houses in Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei to wait for appreciation and relaxing as a landlord was still far away. Sigh, she still had to work hard. She took a basket and filled it with a dozen cucumbers, a dozen tomatoes, then thought for a moment and added some apples and grapes. The basket was full. Now it looked decent. Suli slung the basket over her shoulder and headed to Han Xiao's house. Just as she reached the door, she heard a strange man's voice. Big sister-in-law, my older brother has been gone for so many years. You and Xiaowu are orphaned and widowed, which isn't easy. But you can't stay in the old Han family forever, right? Look at this house, this broken yard. Anyone who sees it would be ashamed. If you remarry, it would be good for you and Xiaowu. And you know the man, he's Lu Laoxuan, your former farmhand. Now he's the son of Director Lu from the Commune Committee. This marriage wouldn't hurt anyone. Suli froze on the spot. What? So much information? The new commune director's surname is Lu. Could it really be Lu Daniu, whom she had beaten and scoured clean? Lu Daniu's biological father, Lu Laozhan, surprisingly took a liking to Yang Yui. Also, has Han Xiao gotten married? To whom? Could it be Lu Dongmei? Wow, the relationships are so complicated they could confuse a cow. She froze in place, unsure whether to go in or back out. Su Jiqing, why don't you go inside? Suddenly, Han Xiao's cheerful voice came from behind. Suli thought, oh, Xiao, your family situation right now really isn't suitable for me to go in. Seeing Han Xiao's puzzled look, she could only force a smile. Being caught eavesdropping like this, even with a thick skin, she felt a bit embarrassed. Han Xiao looked toward the house, and his voice suddenly stopped. His face turned bright red, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. In the next moment, he spoke in a stern voice, full of anger. Han Laozhan, don't be too overbearing. He grabbed Su Li and went inside. The house instantly fell silent. Su Li looked around. Yang Yui and Lu Dongmei sat side by side in the main room, with a sneaky-looking middle-aged man sitting nearby. Yang Yui saw Su Li and relaxed her expression, quickly nodding and pushing a small stool over. Girl, sit quickly. Su Jiqing rarely came to this house, and now she saw the chaotic scene inside. Lu Dongmei remained calm, smiling faintly at Su Li, her tone slow and steady. Su Jiqing, you're here. Su Li raised her eyelids slightly and nodded. Sure enough, Lu Dongmei hadn't moved out yet. She was still hanging around, probably eyeing Han Xiaowu, stubbornly trying to stay in the Han family. When the middle-aged man saw Han Xiaowu come in, he raised an eyebrow and sneered with disdain. This was the legitimate heir of the Han family. Once, he was the proud eldest son of the Han clan. Unfortunately, times changed, and now he was despised as a landlord's brat. He was in his 20s, yet couldn't even find a wife. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It was all because he pitted him and deliberately found a pregnant woman to keep the family line going. In the old days, this would have made the ancestors of the Han family furious enough to jump out of their graves. But now it was a new society. A new society, with new customs. Looking at Han Xiaowu wearing the cheap dad hat, he felt surprisingly happy inside. Back then, he looked up to that person, but now he was so down and out that others could step on him at will. This feeling was truly satisfying. Yang Yue immediately stepped in front of Han Xiaowu when she saw him enter the house. This young man was usually gentle, but when he got angry, he was stubborn like a young ox, impossible to stop. But the man in front of her, old Han San, was known as a troublemaker from the Han family. When angry, he could do anything. Her face was still pale from illness, but her expression was cold as ice, her eyes like a dead pond, silent and cold. Old Han San, she said, her voice quiet but firm. Although we are all descendants of the Han family, our family and yours parted ways 5 generations ago. When we were kicked out of the old house, where were you? When we couldn't afford to eat and were about to starve, where were you? What's more, when I was sick and couldn't get up, you secretly found a wife for Xiaowu. Huh, how bold you are. Old Han San's chest tightened, and he shivered under her imposing presence. But soon, he lifted his chin and sneered. What is this woman so excited about? Does she think she's still the young lady of the Han family from 20 years ago? Bah, you are now just a landlord woman despised and trampled by everyone. Isn't it because I care about Xiaowu? Old Han San said sarcastically, showing his yellow teeth. He's over 20, and his peers are already fathers. Xiaowu is still a descendant of our Han family. If he can't leave descendants, how can I, as his uncle, face our ancestors? After speaking, he glanced at Yang Yue and Han Xiaowu, acting as if he was doing it all for their good. Lu Dongmei sat silently in the corner, looking completely afraid to speak. Su Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. This girl isn't as innocent and timid as she looks. She has her own plans. Did I hear right? Lu family gave you $20 to marry Dongmei. What? What? Old Han Sen almost jumped up from his stool. Didn't he tell Lu Maoxing not to spread the news? How did this get to the Han family? He immediately suspiciously looked at Lu Dongmei. Lu Dongmei looked down shyly and smiled nervously. A few days ago, during a casual chat, she accidentally let slip a secret, and Yang Yue quickly figured it out. But she couldn't really be blamed. After all, old man Han really took the 20 yuan. Big sister-in-law, I am the matchmaker for the 2 children. Isn't the thank you gift from the bride's family reasonable? Old man Han took a puff from his pipe and looked serious as he spoke. You know what really happened? The day before yesterday, Area from the east side gave 5 eggs as a thank you gift. I wonder how many eggs 20 yuan can buy. Well, isn't that a special situation? Old man Han said hurriedly. Yang Yue paused and then continued. Xiao Wu and Dongmei's marriage is cancelled. You should tell the Lu family that our Han family is in this situation and can't delay the girl's future. Besides, you're just a distant relative. You can't make decisions for us. No way. Old man Han snapped, getting angry. I'm an uncle. Xiao Wu is a descendant of the Han family. How can I not have a say? Oh no. He really didn't want to return that 20 yuan. Lu Dongmei blinked, knowing that the old lady didn't like her. A few days ago, she started hinting that she should rent a place outside. She said there wasn't enough room at home, and it was inconvenient with a young man living there. Lately, she realized that the Han family wasn't as poor as others said. They ate simple food but still had enough to eat. But the mother and daughter refused to agree. To avoid trouble, Xiao Wu had even moved out to stay at the yard. If they didn't want her, did they still want to marry a young girl? She had 180 yuan in her hand, but she spent every penny carefully. Living in the Han family meant no expenses, no hard work in the fields, and plenty of food. Now, old lady Han was saying these things again. Was she trying to drive her away? Old man Han, this is our family matter. It's none of your business. Don't overstep, Yang Yui said sternly, glaring at him with a tense voice. Old man Han chuckled softly, his eyes filled with malice. Actually, you have not been part of our Han family for a long time. When Xiao Wu's father, Han Lin, left, he told us that you had been abandoned by him, and the second wife had taken her rightful place. You and your mother. Are we just fish waiting to be slaughtered? Yang Yui looked upset, her lips pressed tightly. He abandoned me and Xiao Wu back then, ran off with that little fox spirit. I've been taking care of this child all these years, enduring so much hardship. Now that Xiao Wu is grown up, I definitely won't leave him. Her voice trembled, but her tone was very firm. Xiao Wu was so angry, he was trembling all over. He suddenly stood straight, his eyes sharp like knives. Uncle Han, don't be too mean. My father doesn't care about me or my mother. That's because he's heartless. My mother raised me through so much hardship. I won't let her remarry and leave me. Old man Han's face stiffened, then he sneered and sat up proudly. Xiao Wu, you're still young and don't understand the world. If your mother remarries Lu Laoshuan, that's like reaching the top. You'll be able to walk tall in the commune. No one knew what kind of evil spell Lu Laoshuan had cast. Last year, his wife died, and this year, he was planning to marry this landlord's wife. He said, "What's so good about this woman? She's old and stubborn." Lu Laoshuan's current situation was that he was the son of Director Lu. Even if he married a young girl, it wouldn't be impossible. But this old man was fixated on this woman. Old man Han stopped talking. I don't care whether it's Lu Laoshuan or Wang Laoshuan, or who the director is. I won't remarry. Yang Yue looked serious, her eyes stubborn. Come on, the hardest and most bitter days are over. What is there to be afraid of now? Do you think you and your mother can handle Director Lu's family? Old man Han looked at them with disdain, took a deep breath of smoke, and spoke coldly. Brother Xiao Wu, Lu Dongmei whispered from the corner, the committee people are not easy to deal with. She had finally found a place to stay at the Han families, and she couldn't risk being kicked out by the committee members and the old lady. As a woman involved with former committee director Li Yuejin, she knows very well the character of those people. This is my family's matter, and you have no right to speak, Han Xiaowu said coldly to Lu Dongmei. Lu Dongmei. Han Laosan's eyes darkened, and his tone carried a threat. Humph, don't be ungrateful. If your mother had followed Lu Laoshuan, she would be living a good life now. If you refuse to accept a toast, you'll have to accept a penalty. Don't blame me if life gets tough later. Han Xiaowu clenched his fists, voice hoarse. No matter who it is, don't think you can bully us. Han Laosan was about to lose his temper again when he heard a teasing laugh nearby. You're working so hard. Did Lu Laoshuan pay you a lot? Han Laosan immediately stood up, like a rooster with its feathers ruffled. Where did this wild girl come from? Nonsense. Did you see Lu Laoshuan give me money? Hee. Su Li replied with a cold smile. Looking at you now, it's obvious you're giving yourself away. Let me guess, Lu Laoshuan gave you 20. How do you know? Han Laosan's eyes widened in shock. Just a guess. The girl shook her head. People like you, no profit, no effort. You're so eager because there's something in it for you. Nonsense. Han Laosan was annoyed and angry. Where did this sharp-tongued girl come from? She saw through his and Lu Laoshuan's dealings immediately. Yang Yue and Han Xiaowu were furious. Are they planning to sell his mother and him? Han Xiaowu's face turned pale, eyes red with anger.
Seeing Han Xiaowus expression, Han Laosan snorted coldly.
Little brat, how dare you shout at me? This decision was made by everyone in the Han family. If you don't believe it, Go ask your second and fifth uncles. You're talking nonsense, Han Xiaowu shouted loudly. Last night, the head of the Han family held a family meeting all night. If your mother disagrees, they will kick you out of the Han family and erase your name from the family tree. You're really too much. Han Laosen looked at Han Xiaowu and Yang Yue with anger and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Han Xiaowu really wanted to punch this guy down. He was now a well-known figure in the black market, but during the day, he had to endure this nonsense in the team. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. Su Li curled her lips and asked, "Are you really going to remove the family genealogy? Does your old Han family have a throne to inherit? Isn't it the time to break the old customs? How dare your old Han family hide the family genealogy?" Su Li shouted loudly. "If this gets out to the council, maybe brother Han will earn some credit." Han Xiaowu's eyes lit up immediately. Han Laosan's breath caught. He blamed his own mouth for being too loose. Their Han family genealogy was originally kept in the ancestral hall. During the campaign to break old customs, their father, who was the gatekeeper of the Han family ancestral hall, hid it away. After the ancestral hall was demolished, the Han family members secretly continued to honor it and pray for their ancestors' protection. Last night, during a meeting, they really had no evidence against these two women. Someone suggested that if Yang Yueru refused, they should remove her from the family genealogy. Yang Yueru was a girl from a traditional wealthy family in the capital, with very strong family values. She closed her eyes for a moment, thinking, "So, what if I get expelled from the Han family? As long as I stay with my son, we can live well. Besides, hadn't they already been driven out long ago? Their family was in trouble, with nowhere to stay and nothing to eat. Not a single Han family member had helped. Such a Han family was not worth keeping." "Fine, I agree." Han Laosan's face lit up with joy. Yang Yueru finally agreed. But then she added a sentence that changed his expression. "I agree to leave the Han family with Xiaowu. From now on, we will be strangers. You really are hopeless." Han Laosan was a bit frantic, feeling anxious. He fumbled in his pocket for the 20 yuan that hadn't even warmed up yet, feeling more and more unwilling. No, he had to quickly talk to old Lu Xuan. This woman was unyielding, but it wasn't because Han Laosan didn't try. He hurried out. Just as he reached the door, before taking a step outside, he suddenly lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. He got up, limping as he walked out, looking as miserable as possible. Su Li looked at the small stone still in her palm, nodded with satisfaction. Yes, her skills were still there.
"Ah,
girl, I made you laugh at me." Yang Yueru sighed deeply, her face showing helplessness and sadness. Su Jiqing hadn't come for a long time. Every time she visited, she would encounter embarrassing situations at their home. "Is Lu Dania the new director of the Commune Committee?" Su Li asked Han Xiaowu.
Han Xiaowu snorted coldly.
Last time, he disappeared somewhere and got beaten up badly. He returned to the committee and boasted about how he had encountered a roadblock robber. He fought 4 people alone and made the bad guys run away in fear. He became a hero in the committee. Liu Jin was arrested, but somehow, he managed to change his position and became the director of the Commune Committee. Recently, some wealthy families in their ancestors' lineage had bad luck. Several families had been raided by his people. Su Li, who was mistaken for a robber by Lu Daniu. He was beaten too lightly, way too lightly. She had taken all of Lu Dania's belongings. This bad guy couldn't swallow that insult. He was trying to make up for it by taking from others. She realized she had indirectly caused trouble for others. The more Su Li thought about it, the angrier she got. "Aunt Yang, you all need to be careful. As the saying goes, the king of is easy to meet, but little ghosts are hard to deal with. Today's trouble, I don't think that Lu Guy will be willing to let it go easily." Aunt Yang looked at the empty house and smiled slightly. "Our family's wealth has already been drained. Even if they come again, we're not afraid anymore." She held Su Li's hand and didn't want to let go for a long time. This girl was calm, confident, and had her own opinions. She was clearly suited to be the head of the household. Unfortunately, their current situation made it impossible to think about that. "Aunt Yang, I brought you some fresh fruits and vegetables. I grew them myself. Suli took the basket and showed it to Yang Yuer, her eyes full of pride. For some reason, she always felt that Yang Yuer was naturally friendly and approachable. Yang Yuer looked at the basket full of fresh vegetables and fruits and smiled happily. Winter Plum, put the vegetables in the basket into the kitchen, Yang Yuer instructed Lu Dongmei. Lu Dongmei stood up, picked up the basket, and went into the kitchen. The kitchen was actually just a small, open-sided shed. In the southeast corner of the shed, there was an iron pot with it in it. Next to it, there were a few bundles of neatly stacked firewood. Nearby was a water tank, which Han Xiaowu had secretly bought in recent days. The original one had already been broken by the committee members. Lu Dongmei placed the basket heavily on the stove ledge. Old Lady Han wanted to talk to Suli alone, trying to distract her. What was there to be afraid of? It was just a young, educated youth. She opened the basket and looked inside.
Wow.
Such big apples and grapes. She couldn't help herself. She took a bunch of grapes, washed them quickly, and ate a few before they could be fully cleaned. She touched her belly. The baby was over 4 months old now. The elder said that boys are sour and girls are spicy. She was sure her baby was a boy. Thinking of this, Lu Dongmei squinted her eyes. Although the baby was from Liu Yejin, she was now in the Han family. Wouldn't the baby be considered Han's child? She couldn't understand why the mother and son wouldn't be accepted. With Han's background, why wouldn't they be welcomed? Could it be that they liked Su, the young, educated youth? Lu Dongmei was momentarily stunned. In the main room, Yang Yui was holding Suli's hand and chatting casually. Suli looked toward the kitchen, feeling a bit confused. She remembered that last time, they said they wanted to rent a house for Lu Dongmei to move out. She was really worried about Han Xiaowu. This woman was not ordinary. If she found out Han Xiaowu's secret, what would happen? Finding a good partner was not easy. If Han Xiao got into trouble, how could she deliver food and fruits from her space? She was counting on these things to fulfill her dream of becoming a landlord. Yang Yui seemed to see through Su Li's thoughts and sighed. Since Dongmei is facing this situation, it's best not to keep the child. But after seeing the doctor, they said Dongmei's body is special. If she terminates this pregnancy, she might never have children again. Dongmei herself wants to keep the baby. Are you willing? Su Li blinked at Han Xiaowu, her eyes teasing. Han Xiaowu looked at Su Li helplessly, scratching the back of his head. I'm not involved with Lu Dongmei. Don't look at me like that. Don't think he didn't understand what Su Li meant. He was determined not to be Lu Dongmei's backup, even if it meant staying single forever. These days, he had had enough. There is a family that cannot return home. Some of the more bold older sisters in the team directly asked him, how does it feel to be a cheap father? He had no thoughts at all and wished he could send Lu Dongmei away immediately. Just understanding this is enough. Su Li smiled playfully and said, Lu Dongmei is not a good match for you. Yang Yui watched their interaction and felt very happy. She even forgot about the unpleasant things Han Lao-san had just done. These two kids are really a good match. Although their family has fallen on hard times, if Su Jiqing doesn't mind. Su Li saw that the items had been delivered and stood up to leave, giving Han Xiaowu a quick look. The two of them left the yard one after the other. I have some grain stored there. Please notify Boss Yu to transport it out, Su Li said calmly. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible, Han Xiaowu happily agreed. Selling grain to Su Li is risky, but it really makes good money. He has already earned several hundred yuan from the last 2 times, and this time, he probably will earn a few hundred more. Plus the money he made from the black market, he is now definitely a wealthy man. But he needs to stay low-key. With Lu Dongmei at home, he and his mother can't even make some good food. They have to live a poor life, eating only porridge and flatbread every day, trying to hide it from Lu Dongmei. But Lu Dongmei stubbornly refuses to leave Han's house. What should they do? Big brother Han, be careful. Especially. Before Su Li finished speaking, Han Xiaowu sighed. I've told her several times, but she just won't leave. She always comes up with all kinds of reasons, and it gives me a headache. Now, some people in the team treat him and Lu Dongmei as a couple, and some even sneer maliciously, saying he married a wife who already has a son. Can you believe that? Thinking about it makes him angry. However, Su Jiqing, he looked at Su Li, who is clever and resourceful. Maybe she could give him some ideas. Why don't you come up with a plan? Su Li smiled, her expression mischievous and a little dazzling, making Han Xiaowu's eyes light up. It seems Lu Dongmei is really after you. She looks pretty good too. Why don't you just accept her? No way, no way. Han Xiaowu shook his head like a rattle drum and blushed as he said to Su Li, Su Jiqing, let's not joke around. It's not that I dislike her for having children, but Lu Dongmei is too scheming and a bit selfish. He really doesn't like her.
Su Li smiled calmly.
This boy is really adorable, just like a pure-hearted high school student in his past life. Selfishness is easy to understand. Selfish people are afraid of losing out. Su Li's eyes twirled twice, looking very much like a clever little fox. Maybe we should work on today's matter. Huh? Han Xiaowu was confused. Does this have anything to do with old Third Han? He said Lu Daniu became the director, and his father wants to marry your mother, right? Su Li straightened her face and said, yes, but what does that have to do with making Lu Dongmei move out? Han Xiaowu really couldn't follow Su Li's thinking. Are you silly? If Lu Dongmei mistakenly thinks your family is in big trouble, she will avoid it early. Today, your third uncle came to propose marriage, which is a good opportunity, as long as it spreads in the village that Lu Daniu wants to retaliate against your family. Han Xiaowu thought for a moment, but shook his head again. No, I can't do that. My mother has suffered enough. I can't ruin her reputation. Su Li. This boy is really filial, protecting his mother like protecting his own eyes, not letting her suffer even a little. Then we can spread the word outside that your family has an heirloom jade pendant, very valuable. Lu Daniu would have to come and search the house. How do you know my family still has an heirloom jade pendant? Han Xiaowu looked at her with a complicated expression.
Wow.
There really is one. Su Li was a bit speechless. Someone had hidden something valuable, and she found out. No, wait, she had seen that jade pendant before. On the night Han Xiaowu bought medicine from the black market, he took it out to give to Yu Qinglin, but Yu Qinglin didn't want it. Could that be the same one? Su Li felt she had uncovered the truth. But no, judging by Han Xiaowu's attitude at the time, that jade pendant was very important. It's better not to show it. Then we can say there's also an old painting at home, and Lu Daniu can come to check. If he comes once, Lu Dongmei will definitely move out. Try it and see. Okay, I have a good friend on the committee. I'll ask him to give Lu Daniu a little nudge, Han Xiaowu said with a grin. I had thought about directly asking Lu Dongmei to leave. But from others' point of view, Lu Dongmei has already had a tough life. If I force her out now, the people in the team might say some unpleasant things. If Lu Dongmei decides to move out herself, then it's no longer our concern. All right, that's a good idea. I will go now to find my childhood friend in the committee. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Before, I avoided the committee members, but now I'm hoping they come to see me soon. To make Lu Dongmei leave quickly, I am willing to do anything. Su Li and Han Xiaowu split up. Han Xiaowu goes straight to find his childhood friend, while Su Li feels excited as she touches the parcel slip in her pocket. She is eager to see what her stepmother, Li Xiaolian, has sent her from afar. When Xiao Wang, the girl at the post office, sees Su Li come in, she greets her warmly. Isn't she the young woman who called the Kyoto military district last time? That day, she made 2 calls to the military district, leaving a deep impression on Xiao Wang. Su Li shows her the parcel slip and says, "This was sent from Kyoto.
Please find it for me."
Xiao Wang is quick and efficient. She quickly carries out a large parcel from the back room, her face flushed from the effort. Then she brings out another regular-sized parcel and pushes both toward Su Li. It's obvious that the large one is from her older sister, Su Shanshan. As for the smaller one, it's definitely from Li Xiaolian. Su Li's eyes sparkle with curiosity as she looks at the parcels from Li Xiaolian. After losing her family's support and facing difficulties, she really wants to see what's inside. Seeing Su Li eager to open the parcels, Xiao Wang kindly hands her a pair of scissors. Su Jiqing, do you want to open them and see what's inside? She smiles brightly, almost dazzling Su Li's eyes. You're so pretty, girl. The more I look, the prettier you get. Xiao Wang.
You really don't have to praise me like that.
I just saw you wanted to open the parcel, so I handed you the scissors. But I feel so happy inside. What should I do with this sweet feeling? At the counter, Su Li quickly opens Li Xiaolian's parcels.
Haha.
Su Li smiles. No wonder Li Xiaolian can do such things. An old cotton-padded jacket, worn by Li Emo several years ago. A few old clothes probably picked up by Li Xiaolian somewhere, one of which has 2 patches.
Su Li chuckled softly.
Was Li Xiaolian trying to tell her and her mother that they only deserve to wear leftover clothes? Maybe Li Xiaolian still doesn't know about Li Guangquan? Or perhaps she does know, but her reaction is unclear. The siblings in the old Li family really are not good people. Xiao Wang, right? Send a package. Su Li pouted and crumpled the clothes into a ball, then casually put them back into the bag. Xiao Wang. Why send it now only to send it back? This has never happened at the post office before. Does this girl dislike the things sent from home? Xiao Wang immediately looked at Su Li with different eyes. She looks simple and honest, like someone who knows how to live a good life. Seeing Xiao Wang's disapproving look, Su Li explained, "My stepmother sent these just to annoy me. I send them back and she gets annoyed again." Xiao Wang immediately smiled. She could play like that? Is the recipient's address still the family compound of the Kyoto Military District? She asked. No, write down the 3rd Regiment headquarters of the Kyoto Military District and the recipient as Su Jinghe. She wondered if her cheap father would be furious when he received this package. TSK. I thought I married a gentle little flower, but it turns out this flower is poisonous. Thinking about Su Jinghe's current life, serves him right. Kyoto Military District family compound. Li Xiaolian sat on the sofa at home, her eyes vacant. She received a call yesterday from Widow Wang, her good friend Wang Fingxi. Wang Fingxi was crying on the phone, telling her that Li Guangquan had been arrested. Li Xiaolian was stunned for a long time. What's going on with her family? Has their ancestral grave been cursed? Her brother Li Xingli had just gotten into trouble a few months ago and was still in the farm detention. Now her cousin Li Guangquan and his son are also in trouble. Wherever Su Li goes, her family's problems follow. Now Li Guangquan is no longer the party secretary of the production team. What's the point of Fong Lan and her son still being in Hongxing Brigade? Thinking of Fong Lan's compassionate look when she saw herself, Li Xiaolian felt deep resentment. A wealthy young lady looked at herself with disdain, as if she were a poor beggar seeking relatives. Why should she? So, she decided to take everything away from her. Her cousin no longer works as a secretary, so no one will pressure Fong Lan and Su Li anymore. Just thinking about it made her angry. Then she thought about Widow Wang coming to stay with her, bringing her daughter along. She also asked on the phone if she could find a job for Wang Danny. Oh my, Li Xiaolian doesn't even have a job now. Where could she find one? She wanted to refuse on the phone, but suddenly, she heard a cold, sneering laugh. Xiaolian, don't you want to admit I'm your close friend anymore? There's a letter from Li Xingli here in Guangquan. If your husband finds out about what you did back then, can you still stay in Kyoto? Li Xiaolian's heart sank, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She knew exactly what Wang Fushi was talking about, that secret she couldn't let anyone know about. If it got out, her reputation and her happy life would be ruined. Clenching her teeth, her chest heaved violently. She was furious and wanted to hang up the phone, but her fingers were stiff, and she dared not let go. I'm a widow with a daughter. I really can't stay in my hometown anymore. Widow Wang's voice sounded a little pitiful. Xiaolian, I really have no choice. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you if I come. Li Xiaolian was trembling with anger. Is this causing trouble? If she came to Kyoto, wouldn't she have to take care of them, feeding and housing them? Life in Kyoto was already hard. She and Su Jinghe had only a little food stored, and Su Jinghe sent some home each month. She had to secretly send some to her mother's family, and the rest was tight. Moreover, a widow, a woman in her prime, and a 20-year-old daughter, these were the best years of her life. Living at home, she'd be constantly in front of Su Jinghe. Although Su Jinghe was a gentleman who could guarantee nothing might happen, she couldn't let them stay at her house. Feeling helpless, Li Xiaolian finally agreed. She thought, come if you want. We'll see then. If Li Xingli hadn't gotten into trouble, she wouldn't be involved in these matters. Unfortunately, Li Xingli was sent away by Su Li. Thinking again about Fong Lan and her daughter, Li Xiaolian's face looked very grim. She wondered if Su Li had received the things she sent. The old cotton coat Li Mo took off, the old clothes she found from the neighbor's house, a big bag. She took money from the family and still expects me, the stepmother, to prepare winter clothes? The few pounds of cotton she bought through connections, she sewed into cotton-padded clothes for Li Mo, along with 2 thick quilts. One for Mo, and one for her parents in the countryside. As for Su Li, forget it. She just doesn't know what expression Fong Lan and Su Li had when they received the packages. Thinking about it made her feel very pleased. When Su Jinghe returned home, he saw Li Xiaolian's gloomy face as soon as he entered. He didn't pay much attention. Ever since Li Xingli was taken away and Li Mo was sent to the northeast, Li Xiaolian's mood had never been good. Su Jinghe thought about Li Mo, and he wondered how that girl was doing in the northeast. Did you send the winter clothes and quilts for Mo? He had seen the winter clothes and quilts himself. The winter coat was thick and looked very warm. There were also 2 large quilts, each filled with 8 jean of cotton. Li Xiaolian prepared double portions on purpose. Now, Su Li probably wouldn't say anything, right? A family should act like a family. Although Li Xiaolian was the stepmother, she was still a mother, and the relationship shouldn't be so strained. He seemed to see that after Su Li received the cotton clothes, she looked both disgusted and happy. He slowly thought that this girl was stubborn but soft-hearted. In a few years, once she let go of her grudges, everything would be fine. When there was a chance, he would find a way to bring her and her sister back from the countryside. The girl was growing up and about to get married. He didn't want her to marry a man from the countryside, as that would be too hard for her. Jinghe, yesterday I received a call from my cousin back home. She wants to bring her daughter to stay with us for a few days. You handle it, Su Jinghe said without raising his head. Every family had some relatives from the countryside. They just came. A few days ago, you said you found me a job in the army's kitchen? When can I start working? Probably still a few days, Su Jinghe said gloomily. Ever since Su Li took everything from their family, they had been struggling. They still had to cover all living expenses, support Li Mo, and help his parents in the countryside. Now he discovered that Li Xiaolian had secretly sent money to her parents several times. Before, when Fong Lan was around, he never really paid attention to household expenses. Fong Lan never asked for his salary, and her father, Fong Jichuan, often helped them financially. Life had been quite comfortable for him. But now his parents, his in-laws, and his own family all depended on his income. He didn't even dare to buy cigarettes anymore. Li Xiaolian didn't care much about Su Jinghe's worries. A few days ago, when she heard that someone wanted to find her a job, she was thrilled. Niu Tsuehua worked at the service station, and whenever she talked to her, she always acted superior. Li Xiaolian also wanted a job like that, respectable, easy, and convenient for buying good things. But when Su Jinghe said it would be in the army kitchen, she immediately looked unhappy. Why should she do that? She was now the wife of a regiment leader. She was supposed to enjoy life. Hadn't she already worked as a housekeeper in the Su family for so many years? And now she had to work in a kitchen too? She knew that Captain Wang's wife worked in the kitchen at the west end of the compound, getting up before dawn every day and working hard. Why would she want that kind of job? She definitely didn't. If Wang Fingxi and her daughter came, she thought, let the daughter take that job instead. Widow Wang probably never expected that before she even arrived in the capital, her good friend had already planned a job for her daughter. Jinghe, Li Xiaolian said after thinking for a moment, the house in Sifang Alley is still empty, right? Yeah. Su Jinghe looked at her in confusion. That house had been part of Fong Lan's dowry. It had nothing to do with him anymore. My cousin is coming. She can't stay here at home, and she's bringing a child. It would be inconvenient. Maybe she could stay there for a few days until she finds a suitable place to move into. How long is your cousin staying in the capital? Su Jinghe was puzzled. Visiting relatives for a few days didn't usually require finding another place to live. There were already empty rooms at home. My cousin's family ran into some trouble. She doesn't want to go back, Li Xiaolian said carefully. Living here long-term? Eating and staying with us? Su Jinghe almost jumped up. He wiped his face and said, "We only have a limited amount of food on our ration cards. If it's not enough, where are you going to get more?" In a few days, I plan to help her daughter get a job at the canteen. Do you think that's a good idea? My cousin has had a tough life. Her husband died early, and she's left with a child. Li Xiaolian spoke with a sad look on her face, seeming genuinely upset for her good friend. Su Jinghe paused and said, "Do you think it's easy to find a job at the military canteen? It's meant for the families of soldiers. Many people are waiting in line for it." Li Xiaolian didn't think much of it. It's just a canteen job, after all. It's hard and tiring. What's so good about it? My cousin wants to find a good match for her daughter. If there's a nice young man in the army, you should keep an eye out. Su Jinghe was surprised. His own daughters are also of marriage age, so he should pay attention too. I'll go see the courtyard in Sifang Hudong someday. I wonder how Su Li arranged things before she left. Since Su Li left, Su Jinghe hadn't been to Sifang Hudong at all. Of course, he didn't know that the house had already been rented out to the local office. Li Xiaolian couldn't help but roll her eyes secretly. That girl is really protective of her things. She probably rented it out. If that's the case, she should kick those people out. No matter how much Su Li causes trouble, she probably won't come back in this life. Taking this chance to occupy the house means that even if she becomes incredibly powerful in the future, she won't give it back. I heard that house is very nice, with a big yard. It could be used as a dowry for Li Mo someday. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Li Xiaolian was plotting against Su Li's house. Far away at Hongxing Brigade, Su Li was carrying a package sent by Su Shanshan, walking past the big locust tree in the team. "Oh, Su Jiqing, someone sent you a nice gift again?" Su Jiqing is so lucky. It's less than half a year since you arrived, and this is already the nth package? Must be your stepmother again, sending it for face or some other reason. Su Li snorted softly from her nose, but didn't reply. The package Li Xiaolian sent? She returned it exactly as it was to her father, adding a little fun to his life, mainly to make him unhappy if she was. Su Li didn't explain much. She carried the package straight home. She took out a small knife from her pocket, skillfully cut the rope, and tore open the thick wrapping paper.
Den Su Li froze.
No wonder she recognized her older sister, the director of the business bureau. Her connections are strong. Look, she has prepared everything very well. A thick high-neck sweater in a reddish-brown wool, a sturdy padded jacket and pants, and well-made cotton shoes. All practical winter gear. She continued to look through the items and suddenly felt something very heavy and fluffy. She pulled it out and found two thick, finely woven wool blankets. Su Li picked up one blanket and felt its quality. The wool and weaving were so good that she had never seen anything like it on the market. She smiled, thinking her sister was very honest and straightforward. Since she had given her sister a gift, she couldn't let her suffer any loss, right? In a few days, she would prepare a proper gift in return. Su Li remembered she still had two blankets she brought when she moved to the countryside. Now, the people in the barn wouldn't have to worry about winter. Because she needed to teach the vegetable team how to make mushroom bags the next day, Su Li felt a bit anxious. There was no automatic bagging machine. From mixing ingredients to filling bags, everything was done by hand with simple tools. Su Li calculated that 2 people could fill at most 100 bags a day, which was too slow and tiring. Modern machines could automatically fill bags, controlling the amount precisely, making all mushroom bags the same weight and length. Even better, they could produce up to 1,800 bags per hour. Su Li sighed deeply. But even if Xiao Qi could make an intelligent bagging machine, there was no electricity. Su Li quickly entered the space. Xiao Qi. Where was that little guy? Usually, whenever she entered, he would fly over or be on his way. Today, there was no sign of him at all. Something was wrong, very wrong. Su Li headed toward the mechanical storage. That was his favorite place to stay. Maybe he was tinkering there. As she reached the door, she heard a clattering sound inside. Xiao-Qi, Suli blinked. She stepped inside and saw Xiao-Qi wearing a large protective goggles, holding a long welding gun, and fiercely hammering on a pile of scrap metal. He looked like a daredevil. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, clangs, clacks, and crashes, and pieces of metal scattered everywhere. Suli couldn't help but cover her face. Are you building a tank? Xiao-Qi took off his protective glasses, his face smeared with black dust. His big eyes sparkled with pride. Little ancestor, I am building a manual bagging machine for you. It will save time and effort. Just put the bag here. Click, the handle presses down, and the material is automatically bagged. It's 10 times more efficient than manual work. Suli raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms, and circled around the pile of metal parts. 10 times? This pile of metal looks so simple. Can it really bag the items? What if, when you press the handle, the bag doesn't work and the material spills all over the ground? Xiao-Qi's small eyes widened in anger, and his voice rose sharply. You're doubting the power of high technology. I am a super-intelligent system, capable of making a talking robot, and I can't handle a small bagging machine? Suli calmly took out an apple from her pocket. I'll believe you halfway. The other half depends on whether you can actually make the machine. Xiao-Qi. He stomped his foot in frustration, almost stepping on a fallen. Luckily, he tilted his body and didn't fall flat on the ground. Suli chuckled softly. If you really make it and I take it out to use, everyone in the team will be amazed. How should I explain this sudden new thing? Isn't that easy? Xiao-Qi shot her a quick look. Just tell them it was sent by the military machinery factory.
Suli blinked. Really?
You're teaching me how to lie now. It's a harmless lie, don't you understand? Xiao-Qi rolled his eyes, put down his tools, and said, Or, you could ask the workers to do it by hand?
No. Keep going. Suli quickly interrupted.
With such a talented little mechanic, why leave him to rust away? Xiao-Qi immediately puffed out his chest, looking proud. This is the power of technology. But he scratched his head and muttered softly, I still need a few parts. I plan to take apart that broken fan in the warehouse.
Don't touch my fan. Suli es ausweidend instantly.
I can't live without it in summer. Once the team's electricity is connected, I'll still need to use it. Xiao-Qi immediately shrank back, blinking. Then, can I take apart the washing machine? If you dare to take it apart, I'll take you apart. Little Seven sighed sadly and muttered softly. So stingy. There are so many treasures in the space. Suli Bai glanced at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get it out for me. Once you succeed, I'll give you a new task. It's quite difficult, a challenge to your intelligence. Little Seven blinked and asked, Are you going to make me build an airplane or a cannon? He liked challenging things, but he had never built an airplane or a cannon before. What are you thinking? First, help me build the bagging machine. The little mechanical genius, Little Seven, thought he could make better things, but to fit this era, he could only start with the most basic ones. If his brothers knew, wouldn't that ruin his reputation as the mechanical genius?
Sigh.
Just do it. Who caused the owner to travel to this backward time? In the mechanical storage, the sound of pounding and tapping echoed again. Suli Bai smiled softly, then slipped away from the space. The next morning, before dawn, Suli Bai sneaked into the mushroom shed. The air was filled with the damp, earthy smell. The shed was quiet, only the sound of her footsteps on the soil. Come out now. With a thought, a dark, clunky object fell with a loud thud beside her. Suli Bai's eyes lit up. A manual bagging machine. A metal body, simple and neat. Pulling and pressing the handle, the mold could press the material into bags, saving her 10 times the effort compared to doing it by hand. What surprised her even more was, next to it was a half-meter-high rope tying machine. Small but sharp-looking and delicate. Just set the bag's opening over it, and with a click, the rope would tighten automatically. Wow, Little Seven, you're really impressive. Suli Bai couldn't help but whisper with a smile, patting the machine like she was stroking a beloved horse. She bent down to try it, and it was perfectly natural to use. The bag was filled, the opening tied tightly, all in one smooth motion. It was many times faster than doing it by hand. Thinking about the thousands of mushroom bags in the greenhouse in the future, her heart burned with excitement. Now she felt truly confident. Not long after dawn, members of the vegetable team gradually entered the greenhouse. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw two strange machines in the shed. A bulky, sturdy metal machine and a small, delicate tying machine. The metal machine shined brightly and looked new, as if it had fallen from the sky. Wow, what are these? Yesterday, the shed was empty. How come there are two machines today? Where did they come from? I haven't heard anything about this. Everyone looked at each other with wide eyes and full of surprise and curiosity. Just then, Suli looked up from the mushroom material pile. Seeing everyone's reaction, she smiled slightly and said, "This is because the army knew we needed them, so the mechanical factory made them overnight." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang in the shed. The mechanical factory. From the army's factory? Oh my. That's a big factory. How could ordinary folks like us get such connections? The workers all nodded in amazement, their eyes shining. Su Jiqing really has talent. Exactly. From now on, following Su Jiqing is the right choice. He's strong and reliable. He's got a solid grip. Everyone talked more and more excitedly, their eyes fixed on Su Li as if she were a living treasure. Su Li secretly chuckled inside, but kept a relaxed face. She casually blamed Fu Jingnan. This is all because of Captain Fu. Anyway, he was busy and wouldn't have time to care about these things. Moreover, if people found out she had, magically, made these machines appear, they'd think she was some kind of monster. Thinking of this, a deeper smile appeared in Su Li's heart. She had helped Fu Jingnan fend off many unwanted admirers, making him take the blame for her. He wasn't losing out. The workers gathered around the new, manual bagging machine, all looking tense, afraid of missing anything. Su Li stood at the front, serious and calm, speaking slowly. "Everyone, watch carefully. This machine helps us save effort. Put the material into the opening, step on the pedal, press down with your hand, and the bag will be filled. Remember, the material must be packed tightly, not loose, so the mycelium can grow well. Finally, use the tying machine to tie the string and seal the bag, then a complete mushroom bag is ready." She demonstrated smoothly, showing the whole process in one go. Soon, a plump mushroom bag was placed steadily in front of everyone. For a moment, the greenhouse was so quiet that you could hear every breath clearly. Is this packing machine really so easy to use? Just put the mushroom material into the funnel above, press with your foot, and the bag is filled. And this tying machine, just press lightly with your foot, and the string tightly secures the mushroom bag. Wu Shifeng fondly touched these two metal tools, unable to put them down. Who wants to try first? Su Li looked around. Su Jiqing, I'll try. Wu Shifeng quickly raised his hand. This was the most modern thing he had ever seen, and he definitely wanted to be the first to try. His hands trembled a little as he scooped the material into the machine, took a deep breath, stepped on the pedal, pressed with his hand, and the material smoothly went into the bag opening. Next, he mimicked the process, placed the bag under the tying machine, and tied it. His palms were sweaty. The moment the puffed-up mushroom bag landed, the greenhouse fell silent. Wu Shifeng stared at it, his eyes slowly brightening, and suddenly he shouted excitedly, "It's done!" It really worked. His voice broke the silence. The workers finally came back to their senses, each stretching their necks to look forward. A few workers couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Sister who whispered in admiration, This is technology. When we get more money at the end of the year, we can send our kids to school. If they don't go to school, how will they learn about science and technology?" A few others nodded in agreement, their faces full of excitement. Wu Shifeng's face turned red, clutching the freshly made mushroom bag as if holding a precious treasure. His success seemed to ignite a fire. Let me try. Give me a turn." A few young men immediately started clamoring to try, and the older workers' eyes also lit up, stepping forward eagerly. Suli raised her hand to calm everyone. One at a time, no rush. Follow the steps I told you. Stay calm and apply even force. Next, the second, third. Workers stepped forward, their movements awkward, and their faces tense. But with the help of the machine, their actions gradually became smoother. Every time they finished a mushroom bag, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud, faces full of joy they couldn't hide. This really saves effort. This is much faster than doing it by hand. Hey, my bag is also puffed up. As each mushroom bag was placed on the ground, a row gradually formed. They looked plump and round, like a group of little chubby children, neatly leaning against each other. The smell of moist compost and earth mixed together, creating a fresh yet heavy scent. Someone wiped their sweat and squinted at the row of mushroom bags, confidently saying, "When these grow out, our team's days will be different." Suli looked at the scene before her, feeling a little moved. Just after she spoke, the greenhouse fell silent for a moment. Then, laughter and excited chatter started up again, as if the whole team's future was slowly growing along with these bulging bags. Seeing everyone's hands and feet moving more quickly, with the mushroom bags neatly stacked on shelves, Suli nodded secretly. The people chosen by Wu Jiaxuan were really quick and skilled. Everyone was excellent at their work. That's enough, almost done. She clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, speaking clearly and briskly. Next, the mushroom bags are handed over to the young men. You're quick and strong, perfect for this job. Follow the steps I just explained, and don't slack off. A few young men immediately puffed up their chests, their faces turning red with excitement. Don't worry, Su Jiqing, we'll do it perfectly. Suli turned around and waved to Aunt Hu and a few female team members. Let's go to the cucumber greenhouse. Today, we need to start grafting. That's a real skill. Aunt Hu wiped her forehead and smiled. Our women are best at this kind of work, Su Jiqing. You can teach us and we'll learn well. Several young women nodded repeatedly. Since this was about agricultural science and technology, which is related to science, how could this skill not be important? In the cucumber greenhouse, the moist smell of soil hit her face. The lush green seedlings stood straight in rows, as if waiting for someone to pick them. Suli picked some seedlings and explained carefully. Look closely. For pumpkins, choose sturdy ones. The grafting points must be smooth. Be quick, use a sharp knife, and make precise cuts. After grafting, gently tie it, neither too tight nor too loose. She spoke while working, her movements quick and confident. Sister, who watched intently, nodding from time to time. This Sioux-educated youth is really impressive. How did she figure out the grafting technique for vegetables? People with education have lively minds. In the second half of the year, her own children said they must go to school. They don't need to be exactly like Sioux-educated youth, just half as good would be enough. Come, Sister Who, try it. Sister Who took the knife, her palms sweating with nervousness, afraid of damaging the seedlings. With Su Li's reminder, she finally completed the first graft successfully. It's done, Sister Who exclaimed happily, and a few women nearby also came over to look.
Suli smiled slightly.
Not hard, right? Just need to be careful. Once everyone gets the hang of it, the cucumber vines in this greenhouse will soon cover the racks. By then, everyone at our team's dining table will be able to enjoy fresh, crisp cucumbers. Hearing this, the women's faces immediately lit up with smiles. In winter, having a plate of green cucumbers on the table would be such a beautiful thing. They completely forgot that cucumbers are rare and precious in winter. During the new year, each family received a few, and many couldn't bear to eat them all, so they took some to the city to sell at good prices. The young women and daughters-in-law are very clever and quickly learned the grafting technique, each one excited. According to Su Li, they are now technicians of the Red Star Brigade. Thinking back, the farm women used to just work quietly, but now, with the title of technicians, their happiness is overflowing. A group of young women and daughters-in-law work diligently, but they're also chatty. The 7 aunts and 8 cousins in the production team quickly became the gossip material for them.
Tisk tisk, Suli listened while secretly marveling.
Has she moved the Red Star Brigade's information exchange center into the greenhouse? Seeing how excited they looked, their eyes shining brightly, she thought. When the team's sister-in-law saw Su Li's curious, sparkling eyes, she sighed. The women in the team are always gossiping behind others' backs when they have nothing to do. And this Su-educated youth from the city also loves listening. Her ears perked up eagerly. Did you hear? A sister-in-law lowered her voice and said, that day, Lu Daniu went home and was beaten by her husband. Guess why? Wang Dezhu is usually so caring about his wife. How could he hit her? One sister-in-law found it hard to believe. Wang Dezhu is known for loving his wife and the whole team. Lu Dania's bossy attitude was mostly because of him. Now, saying he hit his wife, it just doesn't seem believable. Could it be that Lu Daniu really sneaked into the small woods? Another sister-in-law glanced at Su Li and asked mysteriously, Su Li, just ask if you want. What do you mean by that look? Whose sister-in-law laughed loudly and also looked at Su Li. This is something you should ask her directly. Our two families live close. That night, she didn't sneak into the small woods, but she went to her mother's house secretly to deliver some food. Wang Dezhu got really angry. Their two children were still hungry at home. Whose sister-in-law sighed deeply after speaking. It's all because of poverty. If every family could have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, these problems wouldn't exist. Her maternal brother is the secretary, right? Does her family really need that bit of food? A nearby sister-in-law said with some frustration. The team secretary is definitely better than a regular worker, right? Shishan Brigade is also a poor team. There are plenty of young men who can't find wives. Her brother is the secretary, but he has several younger brothers at home too. Su Li was speechless. That day, she just casually mentioned it. Who knew Lu Daniu wasn't home and had gone to her mother's house to deliver food. But she should have gone. Seeing Lu Daniu's arrogant and talkative attitude made her angry. And that Jin Lian, she's in real trouble this time. Another sister-in-law also sighed. Li Tiedon's family is not good at working, but he's really good at hitting his wife. When he got back, he beat Jin Lian up. She probably won't get out of bed for at least 3 days. Su Li perked up her ears. That day, Jin Lian said she was coming to take revenge on her, so she probably gathered some hatred. Su Li was speechless. What should she say about Jin Lian? Sunlight shone through the plastic roof, illuminating a row of tender green seedlings. A group of people was quick and skillful, their hands moving fast. The grafted seedlings were soon arranged in neat rows. Among them, Wang Xiaojun was the only girl. At this moment, she carefully carried the grafted seedlings on an iron tray, like holding a treasure, and gently transplanted them into a small greenhouse to manage the seedlings during the early growth stage. Only after the grafting wounds fully healed and the seedlings resumed growth could they be officially transplanted into the field. Su Li was bending over, cutting, grafting, and tying in one smooth motion. The tender green cucumber seedlings fluttered between her fingers, her movements quick and confident, with no hesitation at all. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. Wu Jiashuan lifted the tent cloth and entered, immediately noticing the seedling with the cut graft, and his eyes widened in surprise.
Oh.
Su Jiqing, can this survive? He opened his mouth, looking utterly amazed. To him, seedlings were precious. Even gently touching a leaf and breaking it made him feel distressed, let alone cutting into one. Su Li looked up, a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, her expression firm. Secretary Wu, don't worry. Not only will it survive, but it will also grow stronger than ordinary seedlings. She gently set down the tied seedling, wiped the dirt off her fingers, and her eyes showed calm confidence. Wu Jiashuan scratched the back of his head, squatted down, and suspiciously stared at the newly grafted seedling, muttering, "Is this some new method I've never seen before? I've never heard of it in all my years." Su Li raised an eyebrow, her voice clear. Pumpkin roots are strong and deep, and the vines produce many gourds, but the roots are weak. Combining them is about taking the best from both. In a few days, you'll see for yourself whether what I say is true. I promise you'll be amazed. As she finished speaking, a few women working nearby, including Aunt Hu, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Secretary, has Su Jiqing ever been wrong? Just wait until winter, when you can enjoy crisp cucumbers. Wu Jiaxuan's heart thumped loudly. Looking at the row of lush green seedlings, his expression was complicated. If this really works, it would be quite extraordinary. How much would cucumbers cost per gene in winter? Before the founding of the country, even wealthy landlords couldn't eat cucumbers in the cold winter. He had just checked the mushroom shed and saw a few young men from the vegetable team busy working around two machines. He walked over to look at the machines, his eyes wide with surprise. Su Jiqing is really capable. He even managed to get such a machine. This saved a lot of labor for the team. This girl is truly a lucky star for their team. Wu Jiaqing clearly understood that Su Li stayed here to take care of her mother, and now she also looked after her grandfather. As the weather got colder, he made up his mind to arrange for the cowshed to be warm and cozy so they could have a comfortable winter. Taking good care of this little one, maybe she would be happy and come up with some good ideas to help the team get richer. Wu Jiaqing was about to leave after standing for a while, as there were many other things he needed to handle. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded loudly, with a somewhat anxious voice. Secretary Wu, something's wrong. The county committee and the youth office people have come, saying they want to take Yu Jing away. At this moment, hurried footsteps rushed over, and a loud voice called out through the plastic shed, Secretary Wu, something's wrong. The county committee and youth office people are here. Their car is parked at the youth residence gate, saying they want to take Yu Ting and the youth. Wu Jiaqing was stunned, his face turning serious instantly, his brows knitting tightly. A few days ago, the incident of Qian Xiaoyu stealing corn hadn't fully settled. The nearby village leaders had been giving him cold looks, and he had already prepared mentally that the advanced production team might be gone by the end of the year. Why did Yu Ting cause trouble again? He felt annoyed. The youths at the youth residence were truly unpredictable, lazy when working in the fields, but always causing trouble, the top troublemakers. He instinctively looked at Su Li beside him. Sigh, if only all the youths were like this girl. Although her original reason for coming to Hongxing Brigade was to protect her mother and grandfather, she was truly capable, building mushroom sheds, grafting vegetables. Each brought real benefits to the team. But that thought was just a fleeting idea, and Wu Jiaqing snorted inwardly. No, that wouldn't do. If everyone was as capable and troublesome as Su Li, he, the team leader, would probably be worried every day. This girl was talented, bold, and refused to suffer any loss. She might cause even bigger trouble someday. Feeling anxious and restless inside, Wu Jiaquan kept walking without stopping. He told Su Li and the people around, I'll go check, then quickly headed toward the brigade office. He needed to handle the people coming from above quickly and couldn't afford any more trouble. Unknowingly, after he turned around, a shy yet passionate gaze was following his back closely. Wang Xiaojun, working nearby in the vegetable bed, blinked nervously, her cheeks slightly red, her heart pounding like a little rabbit. She thought Wu Jiaquan looked very confident today, walking with a breeze, handling things quickly and decisively. He was becoming more impressive. Although he was a bit older and had a young son, he was the brigade's secretary after all. He was capable and responsible. Last night, she overheard her father and brother talking inside about asking a matchmaker to find out about Wu Jiaquan's family. Her mother later quietly asked if she was willing. She was too shy to answer then, but inside she was completely willing, tossing and turning all night and not sleeping well. While she was lost in thoughts about Wu Jiaquan's back, her face heated up. She turned her head and suddenly met Su Li's smiling eyes, which seemed to see right through her. Wang Xiaojuan's face turned bright red, almost to her ears, feeling guilty and wanting to hide somewhere. Oh no! Su Jiqing was so clever, she probably saw something, right? Su Li looked at her with a gentle smile, her eyes full of kind teasing. The young girl was falling for Wu Jiaquan. That was a good thing. But she didn't know what Wu Jiaquan, who was busy managing the brigade's affairs, was thinking inside. The other women working in the greenhouse didn't notice Wang Xiaojuan's little crush. They were all focused on the new problems in the youth camp. One sister, surnamed He, couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Is there something wrong with that youth camp? Ever since this batch of new youth arrived, there's been trouble one after another. Nothing's peaceful. Then, seeming to remember something, she quickly looked at Su Li, who was skillfully grafting vegetable seedlings, and added with a smile, "It's a good thing our Su Ziking didn't stay in the youth camp." She moved early to Wu's old yard. Otherwise, those troublemakers might have dragged her down and caused her trouble too. When everyone heard this, they immediately started laughing, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Everyone knew that Su Jiqing was very capable. Only she had the right to manage others so she wouldn't easily be dragged down or suffer losses because of others. While listening to her sisters-in-law, Su Li kept working on grafting plants, but she secretly sneered in her heart. All the messy things in the youth camp, not a single one didn't have my hand behind it. They only bumped into my gun first, and that's their own fault. At this moment, a young seedling she had just grafted accidentally tilted. She casually placed it aside and stood up quickly, brushing the dirt off her hands. Sisters-in-law, you go ahead and busy yourselves. I want to go get some fresh air. She wanted to see Yu Ting's current awkward state. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she felt uneasy, like a cat's claw was scratching her heart. Go ahead. When you're done, we'll come see too. Her sisters-in-law replied with a knowing smile. Everyone knew that Su Jiqing and Yu Jiqing never got along. She going out to get some air probably meant she was going to see Yu Ting's embarrassment. Something big happened in the team. If they weren't so busy with their work, they really wanted to go see the fun. Su Li left the greenhouse and walked slowly toward the youth camp. From afar, she saw many villagers gathered at the gate, pointing and whispering. What's Yu Jiqing done this time? She looks so gentle normally, not like Qian Xiuyu, who's so showy. Hey, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I heard that the conflicts between Qian Xiaoyu and Su Jiqing were partly stirred up by Yu Jiqing behind the scenes. TSK, a barking dog that doesn't bark. These city kids are clever but, unfortunately, not in the right way. That's not fair. Look at Su Jiqing. She's only thinking of our Hongxing Brigade. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory of the youth camp, Yu Ting's face was pale, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes full of panic and despair. She had long suspected something would happen. These past few days, she had been on edge. Especially the day before yesterday, when she finished work and found that the letter from Lulu she had hidden was missing. She turned her dorm upside down, searching the beds, boxes, and even the mouse holes in the corners. The letter seemed to have vanished into thin air. She was so anxious, she felt like ants were crawling on her skin. She secretly asked her fellow youth in the dorm if anyone had come in that day, but everyone shook their heads and said they hadn't seen anything. At that moment, a cold chill ran from her feet to her head. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. It's over. The letter must have been stolen. If it gets reported, I will be doomed. These days, she felt like time was dragging. She kept hoping her father, Yu Guodong, would quickly handle her transfer back to Kyoto. As soon as she left this terrible place, everything here would be gone from her mind. But unexpectedly, the authorities acted faster than her father's transfer order. Thinking of this, her chest filled with a burning anger. Lulu, that arrogant waste. Isn't her family background quite strong? She secretly hid Su Li's food, giving her a big handle. Why couldn't she have silenced Su Li? Instead, she got caught up in it herself. What a useless fool. This morning, she didn't even go to work. Anyway, the transfer order might arrive tomorrow, so why bother working in the fields? She hid in her dorm, praying desperately that her father would act faster. But unfortunately, fate was not on her side. What was meant to come still came. After a while, the youth from the same courtyard left. She curled up in her dorm, feeling more and more nervous. Soon after, the county youth office people arrived. Comrade Yu Ting, we received a report from the police. You need to come with us. As soon as they finished speaking, Yu Ting suddenly stood up. Sure enough, it was about the food in the cave. I didn't lie. There really is food in the cave. It's true. Yu Ting was frantic, her eyes red, her hair messy. She no longer looked like her usual delicate self. It must be Su Li. She conspired with those people in the pigsty to hide all the food in the cave. The yard immediately erupted. Huh? The cave? Which cave? Really? There's food? Oh my, how does this have anything to do with Su Jiqing? Wasn't Su Jiqing supposed to be at odds with the people from the Jiqing Institute? How did they get involved together? The crowd was lively, with everyone talking loudly. The workers all gathered around, stretching their necks to look inside, their eyes shining with excitement. This Jiqing Institute was really lively, often causing some trouble. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. A confident figure swaggered in. He strode a few steps to Lu Yuanyuan's side and casually put his arm around her shoulder. Su Li, feeling bold, was about to join the fun when she heard Yu Ting's explosive words.
Ah, Su Li's nird, raising an eyebrow.
Ha, still talking nonsense. What cave? What grain? How come I don't know anything? Su Li slowly withdrew her arm, crossed her arms, and looked at Yu Ting with a sharp gaze, making her look very annoyed. When Yu Ting saw Su Li, her eyes turned redder, her voice changed, and her face twisted with anger. Su Li, if there was no grain in the cave, who in the team would be eager to help you build the big shed? During those days, the workers and the people in the pigsty were eating well every day, cornbread and meat. Where did you get your grain? As soon as she said that, the gossip outside the yard grew louder. Oh my, this is a big deal. Yeah. The people helping to build the shed those days were eating well for several days. Did Su Jiqing really steal the grain? Who would steal grain from a cave? Besides, I haven't heard of any team losing grain. Could Yu Jiqing be so scared she's talking nonsense? Su Li glanced around. The people nearby immediately shut up, not wanting to offend Su Jiqing, especially since they hoped she would share a little more at the end of the year. Su Li snorted coldly, a faint smile on her lips. Didn't I tell everyone before? When I arrived, my dad gave me 500 jin of grain coupons and 3,000 yuan. Tell me, am I stupid or crazy to go stockpile grain? As she finished, the workers nodded. They agreed with her. With grain coupons and money, who would risk hiding grain? But Yu Ting suddenly looked up, her eyes bloodshot, glaring at Su Li. But I saw it with my own eyes. Your grandfather and Xin Xian carried 2 baskets of grain out of the cave. I went inside and saw. It was full of grain. What do you say about that? Her voice was sharp and almost hysterical in her shouting. Su Li, however, spoke slowly and softly, her tone calm but making people feel annoyed. Really? Maybe you saw a ghost? During those days, my grandfather and Uncle Shun worked hard helping the team build greenhouses, so tired they could hardly get out of bed. They wouldn't have the strength to carry grain. As she spoke, her eyes shifted slightly and her tone changed, as if casually mentioning, I heard you've been living quite comfortably lately. Someone said you have a relative at the military hospital who sent you a lot of good things. Suddenly, Yu Ting's face turned pale. Her heart clenched tightly, and she understood everything immediately. A relative at the military hospital? That letter. The one in my box. Did you steal it? She pointed at Su Li, her hand trembling, voice hoarse and desperate, as if she was about to attack.
Su Li.
You thief. Robber. How dare you? Su Li raised an eyebrow, her clear eyes scanning Yu Ting, as if she was looking at a jumping clown. She deliberately stretched her voice, her tone full of playful mockery. A letter? What kind of important letter? Who sent you such a precious letter? Where did you put it? Oh, maybe in a locked box. She suddenly sneered, her gaze sharp, sweeping over the surrounding members who had stretched their necks, raising her voice and sounding more provoking. If Yu Jiqing's story is so detailed and relates to the reputation of our Hongxing Brigade, then could everyone help look inside? Let's all see for ourselves. Her words were like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan, instantly causing a commotion.
Yes.
If you have the letter, show it to us. Exactly. If you can't find it, we can help you look. The things sent from the military hospital must be very valuable. Let us have a look too. The members immediately became excited, their eyes shining, pushing forward eagerly, stretching their necks like geese. They had long heard that Yu Jiqing's father was a high-ranking official in the capital, very wealthy. Who knew what rare items and money might be hidden in that box? If they could see her family's wealth with their own eyes, oh, how amazing that would be. You are going too far. Yu Ting's face turned a dark purple, her chest heaving violently. She was so angry she was trembling all over, pointing at everyone but couldn't say a complete sentence. In the box, besides Lulu's dangerous letter, there was her saved money, national grain coupons, and cloth tickets. That was all her belongings and hope, her lifeline. If these jealous villagers saw she had so much money, who could guarantee they wouldn't have bad intentions? She didn't want to end up like Su Li before, being pressured into marriage by someone like Manhwa. But right now, countless eyes were burning into her, hot and curious, as if they wanted to see her inside and out. Yu Ting felt dizzy, her breath caught in her throat. She was so suffocated she saw black spots and almost fainted on the spot. These rough people simply didn't understand what privacy meant. The officials from the county committee and the youth office saw the scene was almost over. They looked at each other, cleared their throats, and with serious expressions said, "Secretary Wu, Comrade Yu Ting is suspected of making false accusations and spreading rumors, which caused a bad influence. We have decided to take her back to the county for serious criticism and education to help her correct her thoughts." When they arrived, their superiors had clearly ordered that this matter involve the military and local relations, even prompting the county police to get involved. It must be handled strictly, as a warning to others. Wu Jiashun's face was as dark as a pot, his eyes cold. He was furious inside. This Yu Ting was really asking for trouble. Instead of stirring up trouble, she should work harder in the fields or teach children to read like Lu Yuan. Look at Su Li. She just arrived, and the greenhouse is already up, mushroom production is booming, and she's helping the team earn more money. And Lu Yuan, patient and careful, has even managed to get that mischievous Wu Yi to read. These are real contributions. Unlike Yu Ting, who spends all her time causing chaos. He calmed himself and spoke in a serious tone. "Comrade Yu Jiqing, the organization is giving you a chance to correct your mistakes. You need to reflect deeply. When you go to the county, you must accept education properly. You should learn more from Comrade Su Li, her dedication to the countryside and her care for the team members. Our Hongxing Brigade prefers young people like her, who can bring benefits to the villagers and improve the team's welfare." This speech was very powerful, and most of the villagers nodded in agreement, praising loudly. Secretary Wu is right. Exactly. We should be like the young people from Su. Yu Ting felt a wave of sourness and bitterness rise in her throat, and her vision blurred. Su Li. Su Li. Again, Su Li. Did she trick you all into believing her? Everyone was elevating her to a higher status. Her shabby shelter might not even be useful, yet now they treat her like a goddess. It's ridiculous. Her intense frustration and anger made her lose her mind. She suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly, "Secretary Wu, I am telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." Su Li was hiding food in that cave. All of it was shiny, full of grains, corn kernels, piled high. "If you don't believe me, enough." The officer from the county sharply interrupted her, his face serious and his tone cold.
Comrade Yu Ting.
"Facts are more convincing than words. Based on the information you provided, the county police and the team conducted a thorough search, and the cave was empty. There was no food at all. You are making things up and maliciously framing someone. This is very serious." The crowd erupted again, this time looking at Yu Ting with disdain and blame. Words like report and frame were very serious accusations in that era. The color drained from Yu Ting's face, turning pale and cold, her whole body trembling, even her teeth chattering.
No.
"I didn't report anything. I just wrote what I saw in a letter."
Yes.
"I sent a letter to Lulu. I didn't do the reporting. I didn't know she would report," she stammered, her voice trembling uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes. She absolutely could not accept the label of malicious reporter. If that was confirmed, it would stain her record, and even if her father had connections, it would be hard to get her back to the city. The comrades from a youth office of the commune had lost patience completely and said coldly, "Yu Ting, if it weren't for your youth and momentary confusion, today the police would be here. Now, we're just taking you back for a warning and education. That's a lenient chance given by the organization. Let's go." After speaking, they stepped forward directly, signaling her to leave immediately. Yu Ting's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, firmly stuck in place. However, the surrounding gazes were oppressive. Her last mental defense finally broke down, and she was dragged out of the youth commune by two officials, one on each side, half supporting her like a broken doll. The yard immediately became lively with voices, some gloating, some shaking their heads in sympathy, and others whispering doubts about Yu Ting's final shout about grain. Su Li watched Yu Ting's embarrassed figure disappear with a cold smile in her heart. Just a little criticism and education, and you think it can cancel out the trouble you caused me? Dream on. This is only the beginning. As the crowd gradually dispersed, no one noticed a figure slipping out from behind the firewood pile in the corner of the youth commune. It was Li Ershing, the village's well-known troublemaker. He squinted his triangular eyes greedily at Yu Ting's closed window, recalling the money-filled box that everyone had been talking about earlier. Licking his lips with ill intent, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and then he staggered away. Su Li and Lu Yuanyuan walked home side by side, feeling happier with each step. People like Yu Ting, who seemed gentle on the surface, but secretly hurt others with sneaky tricks and full of bad intentions, deserved this kind of result, a little taste of hardship. Seeing Wu Jiashuan walking ahead, Su Li lowered her voice and smiled. "I found out something. It seems that Wang Xiaojun from our team might have some feelings for Secretary Wu." Lu Yuanyuan paused, her face turning cold as she curled her lips. Before he was secretary, why didn't she try to get close? Now that he's in that position, she rushes over like a cat smelling prey. What kind of person is she? After saying that, her fair little face slightly puffed up, and a flicker of something flashed in her eyes before disappearing. Su Li blinked. Could she be hiding something from her? Could she be a fan of Wu Yi and, by extension, have developed feelings for Wu Yi's father? She quickly shook her head to clear her thoughts and pushed away all the messy guesses. Lu Yuanyuan was probably only 20 during the New Year. Was she falling in love? Su Li felt a bit uneasy. When they returned home, Su Li was still lost in her own thoughts when Wu Jiashuan entered the yard. "Su Jiqing, starting tomorrow, the team will repair the cow shed. After you finish your work in the shed, it's best to stay on site and watch. If there are any requests, just point them out at any time." Su Li muttered to herself. What requests could there be? Just wall it with yellow mud and replace the grass mat on top. She actually wanted to renovate the cow shed and build a big tile house, but the conditions didn't allow it, right? Inside, she was feeling restless, but she politely said, "Thank you, Secretary Wu, but I can't let the team members work for nothing. I will take care of the meals." "That's not necessary. The cow shed belongs to the team, and the team will record the work points," Wu Jiashuan replied. Wu Jiashuan glanced at the small yard. It was cleaner and tidier than before. "Although the cow shed belongs to the team, my grandfather and my mother live inside. How can we let them work hungry?" Wu Jiashuan thought for a moment. "Then the team will provide the grain, and some women will help with cooking. As for vegetables," Wu Jiashuan looked at Su Li's small yard and was surprised. It's already autumn, but her vegetables are still lush and green. How does Su Zhijing do it? It's almost late autumn, yet cucumbers still hang on the vine, looking fresh as in summer. Maybe Su Zhijing has a real talent for vegetable planting. He stepped into the house again to check the mushroom greenhouse. Small clusters of mushrooms were growing happily. Wu Jiashuan saw that her mood had improved a lot. This was the main source of income for the Hongxing Brigade at this stage. He smiled as he walked out of the house, and happened to see Lu Yuanyuan standing coldly in the main hall, watching him. He casually asked, "Is Wu Yi still obedient? If he doesn't listen, hit or scold him as you like." Lu Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, snorted, and rolled her eyes dramatically. "Got it." With that, she turned around, pushed open her room door with a loud bang, and went inside without looking back. Suli raised an eyebrow and almost laughed out loud. This sister must have spilled her vinegar jar. But isn't she just giving a big eye roll to a blind person? Wu Jiaxuan stood there, looking puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't Lu Zijing usually easy to talk to? Why is she giving me the cold shoulder today? Then he left, feeling confused. Suli looked at Lu Yuanyuan's room and sighed deeply. Sister, don't get involved. If you get involved, you'll be stuck in the Red Star Brigade for life. Thinking about it, I can't say much now. I quickly found a basket, picked a full load of vegetables, and headed to the cattle shed. Tomorrow, we need to reinforce the cattle shed, so the workers should be prepared, right? When Suli arrived at the cattle shed and was talking with Fong Lan, she suddenly heard soft crying from the next room. She frowned and looked over. She saw Shin Qian sitting by the Kong, helplessly comforting Chen Fong, who was crying. What's wrong? Suli asked. Fong Lan sighed and whispered, sigh. I sent several letters to Jiao Jiao's sister in your name, but I haven't received any reply. Your Uncle Shin's wife is very worried and feels upset. Suli was surprised and understood a little. She wasn't sure what was really happening with Jiao Jiao's sister right now. But the most important thing now was to reassure Shin Qian and his wife. She thought for a moment and walked into the room. Uncle Shin's wife, Suli said gently but confidently, I'm planning to write to a sister in Kyoto. Don't worry, I asked her to find out about Jiao Jiao's sister. Please don't worry too much. Chen Fong looked up, tears still at the corner of her eyes. When she heard this, she seemed to grasp a lifeline and hurriedly nodded. Suli, that's wonderful. I was just worried something might happen to her. I sent several letters, but they all disappeared without a trace. No news at all. Don't worry, Suli patted her hand. If I get any news, I will tell you immediately. Chen Fong was full of gratitude and kept thanking her. Shin Qian felt even more warm inside and said in a deep voice, Li girl, this kindness, my wife, and I will remember it in our hearts. The cloud of worry in the room eased a bit. Suli smiled slightly and told everyone that the production team would come tomorrow to reinforce the cattle shed and replace the straw mats. Shin Qian smiled, remembering how he had worried about winter coming a few days ago. Last year, the wind blew through the cattle shed everywhere. He and Lu Minghuai had asked Li Guangquan to repair it, but he ignored them. This year, he didn't dare to speak up, afraid of causing trouble for the team. But this girl in front of him had thought of everything. I thought it would be just like when we built the shed, with the team working and us providing the meals. Secretary Wu said, the grain team is coming. Then he shrugged and said, seeing all my vegetables in the yard, they said we should cover them. Everyone laughed happily. This girl is quite good at taking care of vegetables. The yard is full of green, lush vegetables, which everyone finds very rare and special. Seeing Suli's playful expression, Fong Lan felt happy inside. She was always a mischievous child, even ignoring a spilled oil bottle. But surprisingly, she has some talent for farming. Where are Grandpa and Uncle Lu? Suli asked, since she hadn't seen them since she came in. They went to the mountain. Shin Qian smiled mysteriously. To see our little farm. He was supposed to go too, but Chen Fong was in a bad mood, so he stayed home to keep her company. Last time they went, the wheat seedlings at the valley farm had already sprouted. The young wheat plants were densely packed, and from afar, the valley looked like it was covered with a very light green velvet. It looked soft and fluffy even in her mind. She hadn't been to see it these days and was feeling curious, wondering how much taller the plants had grown. Mom, last time we built the shed, we spent almost all the meat coupons. The members are coming tomorrow, and I feel bad without meat. I want to go to the mountain to see if I can catch some wild chickens or rabbits. Fong Lan thought about the wild boar from last time and felt very scared. If she encounters a wild boar herd again, luck might not be on her side every time. Check around the northern mountain. Last time Uncle Lu caught 2 wild chickens there, and there might be more. But don't go deep into the mountain. It's dangerous. Knowing her daughter was stubborn and had her own ideas, Fong Lan wanted to grab Suli's ears and keep warning her again and again. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Li agreed happily. Anyway, she would go around the outskirts first. If she didn't find any game, she'd go into the deep mountains to look. Her main goal was to hunt a wild boar head again, so the workers could have some meat. If they don't eat enough, how can they work well? After lunch, Su Li wandered to the edge of the mountain. She searched carefully, but didn't see any wild boars, chickens, or rabbits. Only heard a few birds flapping their wings and flying over the treetops. Su Li was puzzled. Did they know her as the mountain boss and hide from her? She sighed. Mom, it's not that I don't listen to you, but there are really no game here. You still need to go inside and try your luck. Su Li carried a thick stick and wandered in the mountains for a long time, but didn't see a single wild boar, which made her a little discouraged. Suddenly, she heard a snorting sound coming from the bushes ahead, along with the cracking of branches breaking. Hey, this noise is a wild boar coming to visit itself? She felt happy and quietly pushed aside the branches in front of her. But when she looked, her smile froze instantly. It wasn't a wild boar at all, but a shiny, black wild pig, with its rear end up, digging at an ant nest under a tree root. Its body was almost as big as a calf. Su Li's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, this is bad. She had heard from the villagers that these animals have tough skin and stubborn temperaments, more difficult to deal with than wolves. Moreover, they are protected animals at the national level, under the country's protection, so she couldn't just shoot or kill them like wild boars. She slowly pulled back her foot, planning to quietly slip away. But suddenly, she stepped on a dry branch, which snapped. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet forest, it was very clear. The black wild pig paused, slowly turned around, and stared at Su Li with its small eyes. Su Li cursed inwardly, but forced a harmless smile on her face and slowly backed away. Brother Bear, you go ahead with your business. I'm just passing by, not disturbing your meal. The black wild pig seemed curious about this two-legged creature and slowly waddled toward her. Seeing this, Su Li knew something was wrong. She put her basket on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and muttered, Not listening to reason, huh? Want to practice with me? I tell you, I can punch a wild boar to death. My hands are hot, but the wild pig didn't understand her words. It stood up like a human, let out a deep growl, looked even bigger, and suddenly lunged at her with its mouth open. Su Li timed its attack, didn't dodge, but instead crouched down and rushed forward, slipping under its belly. She gathered all her strength, grabbed one of its front legs with both hands, and shouted, Get up already. Using her waist and stomach muscles, she actually managed to lift the several hundred-pound wild pig off the ground, tossing it like a big sack, and it fell with a loud bang, landing on all fours. The black bear was knocked out and rolled on the ground. It got up, shook its head, and its small eyes were full of confusion. It probably had never met such an unpredictable prey before. Su Li prepared herself, ready for action. Unexpectedly, the black bear stared at her for a few seconds, then didn't attack. Instead, it growled twice, turned its head, and ran into the woods. Su Li, that back figure, why does it seem a little panicked and sad? She let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat, and brushed the dirt off her basket. Good, you're smart. Forcing me to fight you. Aren't your ants tasty enough? Just as she was about to leave with her basket, her eyes caught a special bunch of leaves nearby. Su Li was about to leave with her basket when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of some unusual leaves nearby. Her heart skipped a beat. These leaves. Why do they look so familiar? She leaned in and squatted down to look carefully, palm-shaped compound leaves, topped with a cluster of bright red berries. Oh my goodness, could this be? Su Li quickly put down her basket, her heart pounding. She forgot all about the tense fight with the bear. She gently moved aside the weeds and rotten soil, revealing a yellow-brown root beneath, with a dense cluster of reed heads and a ginseng body gradually taking shape. Yes, it's definitely an old ginseng. Judging by its appearance, it must be quite old. Su Li sat down heavily on the ground, looking at the ginseng in front of her and thinking about the bear she just saw. She couldn't help but laugh. She reached up and patted her face. It hurt a little. This wasn't a dream. Hey, What kind of luck is this today? She muttered softly. First, I fell with the black bear. Then I found such a treasure. What's this called? Surviving a disaster brings good fortune? She looked at the ginseng, then turned her head to check where the bear had disappeared, and a strange thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the bear was guarding this? And I just disturb it? This really is a bear's chance to the ginseng. Thinking of this, she quickly looked around to make sure the silly bear hadn't come back. Only then did she relax and happily take out her small shovel. Sorry, brother bear. This treasure belongs to me now. I'll invite you to eat honey tomorrow. Suli carefully wrapped the shaped ginseng with moss and soft cloth, then placed it into her basket, covering it tightly with wild vegetables. She felt very happy inside, thinking this trip was worth it, like finding a big treasure for free. She carried the basket, checked her harvest, and felt satisfied, ready to go down the mountain. She couldn't wait to rush back and show her grandfather this treasure. Just as she lifted her foot, a rustling sound suddenly came from a bush about her height.
Sulipauset, här hartpaunden.
She wondered, could it be that the black wildcat is back again, not willing to give up? She gripped the rough wooden stick she had for protection, staring nervously at the moving bush. The branches parted, and out came not a black bear, but a gray wolf. The wolf was small and looked a bit thin, with bright green eyes staring directly at Suli. It drooled, looking very hungry. Seeing it was a wolf, Suli felt a bit relieved. Compared to the black wildcat earlier, this was a piece of cake. She was in a good mood now, and didn't want to bother with it. She waved her stick, trying to scare it away. Go away. Find someone else. I don't have time to deal with you today. But the hungry wolf saw her as food. It growled low and leaped forward with a kick of its hind legs. Ugh, shameless. Suli got a little annoyed. She dodged its bite, turned her wrist, and swung her stick with a whooshing sound, hitting it hard. It was fierce and accurate, hitting the wolf's most vulnerable part, its waist. There was a loud, and the wolf howled painfully as it fell to the ground. Its back half collapsed, and it dragged its hind legs, trying to crawl away and escape. Suli didn't give it a chance. She caught up and struck its head again. The wolf twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Sigh, I was aiming for a wild boar, but you just had to run into my stick. She nudged the wolf's body with her stick to make sure it was dead. Serves you right. She looked at the sky, not wasting any more time. She bent down, grabbed the wolf's hind leg, and slung it over her shoulder. Now I've got meat and ginseng. Everything's done. She put her basket back on her back and walked briskly down the mountain. At that moment, a deep howling came from the nearby woods. Suli's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Wolf pack. She has encountered a wolf pack. She knew her luck wasn't that good. The bear dropped the ginseng and ran away, probably because it heard wolves nearby. She had thought that her presence as the mountain's boss scared the bear off. Suli didn't dare to relax her guard. She widened her eyes and looked up. In the woods, behind some rocks, 7 or 8 wolves emerged and surrounded her. Suli quickly backed against a large mountain stone to avoid being attacked from behind and in front. The wolves were lying low on the ground, motionless, with their green eyes shining fiercely, saliva dripping onto the ground. These were wolves, smaller than wild boars but much more fierce and brutal. Suli's whole body tensed up, ready for action, her aura fully unleashed. She squinted her eyes slightly. It seemed that her powerful presence made 2 wolves in front of her slowly retreat. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw a particularly strong male wolf howling loudly. Suddenly, she heard a rushing sound behind her. Almost instinctively, she didn't have time to fully turn around. Her body shot forward like a drawn bow releasing its string, darting to the side and ahead. At the moment she moved away, a gray female wolf, carrying a whiff of stinky wind, lunged at the spot where she had just been standing but missed. If Suli hadn't dodged quickly, the female wolf's precise bite could have caught her neck. The gray wolf missed its strike, and as soon as its paws touched the ground, it tried to turn and pounce again. But Suli wouldn't give it that chance. Using the momentum of her sideward movement, she twisted her feet, used her waist to generate power, and spun around instantly. Her hands moved like lightning, accurately grabbing the two front legs of the attacking wolf. While the wolf struggled wildly, kicking its back legs in an attempt to tear her apart, Su Li's muscles tensed, and she took a deep breath. Her feet planted firmly on the ground like roots, she used her waist to gather strength and shouted, "Get up." With a strong effort, she swung the 100-plus-pound wolf into the air, making a half circle in the air, and slammed it onto a large moss-covered blue stone nearby. A heavy thud echoed. The wolf's screams cut off abruptly. It slid down the stone like a lump of rotten mud, collapsing on the ground, no longer breathing. Several wolves quietly retreated backward.
Wow.
Are these two-legged creatures so strong? In a moment, the two friends disappeared. The alpha wolf, seeing it didn't gain any advantage, became anxious and circled around twice. It raised its head and howled loudly at the sky. The wolves stopped retreating, their hind legs pushed against the ground, ready to attack again. Su Li was highly focused. Her arm had just been scratched by a wolf's claw, and it was very painful. She understood that if she kept going like this, she would be exhausted. Breathing heavily, Su Li kept her eyes fixed on the wolf hiding behind. "Catch the thief first, catch the king," she shouted. She grabbed a stick she had earlier and threw it forcefully at the wolf. The wolf was startled and dodged, not hit, but it was scared. Taking this chance, Su Li charged forward like a leopard, aiming straight at the wolf. The other wolves didn't expect her to fight back and were caught off guard. Seeing Su Li rushing at it, the alpha wolf bared its teeth and prepared to fight. Su Li clenched her fists, dodged the wolf's teeth, and delivered a strong punch right to the wolf's nose. Yowl. The alpha wolf was stunned and lost its fighting spirit. It yipped and ran into the deep forest with its tail between its legs. The other wolves immediately lost their morale, whimpering as they followed the alpha wolf and ran away. Su Li sneered, wiped the blood from her face. "You want her dead and then run away? Such good luck doesn't exist in this world." Cold air surrounded Su Li. She didn't bother putting the wolves into her space, turned, and rushed toward the remaining wolves. If she couldn't catch wild boars, wolf meat was also good. Yip yip yip, howl howl howl. Earlier, a pack of wild wolves surrounded Su Li, trying to kill her. Now, the situation had completely reversed. Su Li was chasing the wolves, intending to make them part of her meal. She sped up, running fast, catching up with them, and without hesitation, ended their lives with each punch and strike. In the forest, the wolves' screams echoed loudly, startling the birds into flight. When Fu Jingnan arrived, he saw a scene of chaos. Su Li's eyes were red from fighting, blood on her face, still chasing fiercely. In front, an injured wolf was desperately running wild. Fu Jingnan's face turned pale. Earlier, at the edge of the woods, he heard the wolves howling and thought something was wrong. Could it be that the girl had encountered wolves? He hurried over but was too late. "Don't chase anymore, it's dangerous," he shouted loudly with a firm tone. At the same time, his tall body blocked Su Li's pursuit like a wall. In that brief moment of delay, the wolf had already run a few meters away. It instinctively looked back with fierce eyes.
Fujinsanesse gaze sharpened.
If this cunning and revengeful wolf escapes today, it will become a troublemaker in the future. In a flash, the figure in military green moved incredibly fast, sideways, reaching out, drawing his gun, and unlocking the safety. These actions were completed while running. He didn't aim carefully, it was instinct from training. He raised his hand and shot at the wolf's back. The gunshot echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. The bullet hit precisely at the back of the wolf's head. Before it could howl, it collapsed softly onto the ground. The remaining wolves, seeing their leader fall, scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. From stopping Su Li to shooting the wolf dead, it all took just 2 or 3 seconds, quick and clean, with no hesitation. Fu Jingnan held his shooting stance for a moment, making sure there was no danger, then lowered his gun. He turned around, his eyes immediately on Su Li. Are you hurt? His tone was filled with genuine concern and lingering fear. Su Li sat down on the ground suddenly, looked up at him, and gasped heavily. Even with her strength, she was really exhausted now. Fu Jingnan took a few steps to her side, his gaze fixed on her bleeding arm, his brows furrowed. He tore a clean piece of cloth from his shirt and, without hesitation, helped her bandage the wound. It's nothing, just a small cut. Su Li let him do it, feeling a bit warm inside but also a little surprised. Fu Jingnan's face looked grim, his brows tightly knit, but his hands were steady as he bandaged her. His voice was cold and serious. Do you know how dangerous this place is? What if? Su Li's mind was like a busy hive. Of course I know. Didn't I just walk into it? Luckily, I came here, or that old ginseng root, and I would be in trouble. But seeing Fu Jingnan's slightly angry face, she decided not to provoke him further. If this guy gets angry, even 8 oxen couldn't pull him back. He also pointed at the wolves he helped carry back. Wow, I'm fine now, he said. Su Li interrupted him, deliberately swinging her arm. I know this place is dangerous. I won't come here again. Fu Jingnan looked at her pretending to be relaxed, then at the messy wolves on the ground. He had a lot to say, but couldn't find the words, so he could only let out a sigh of frustration. Looking around, the smell of blood was strong. It wouldn't be good to attract large wolf packs or livestock now. He resigned himself and carried the heaviest alpha wolf, then picked up 2 others. He looked deeply at Su Li and said, Stay close to me. Let's get out of here quickly. Cough, cough. Su Li stood up and coughed softly twice. There are 2 more ahead, Fu Jingnan. Su Li couldn't help but complain inside. She had wanted to store these in her space, but now she could only carry them back. When Fu Jingnan followed Su Li to the front, he saw, oh my. One was in the basket, and another was lying beside it, baring its teeth, looking fierce. I'll handle these 2, he said. Su Li was worried Fu Jingnan would discover her secret in the basket. Those were wild ginseng roots. Very precious. She was secretly planning. She would give the seeds to Shao Qi to grow the ginseng seedlings. Thinking about the future, when she could grow large patches of wild ginseng in her space, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She felt very happy inside. But Fu Jingnan kept staring at her arm for a long time, looking hesitant. He asked softly, Can you really do it? Of course I can, Su Li quickly interrupted him, swinging her arm confidently.
See?
I'm moving freely. After saying that, she quickly changed the subject. Stop wasting time. We should get these guys back first. She was a little nervous inside, worried Fu Jingnan might ask her more about how she fought the wolves, or even check her basket. Because inside there was a secret. Fu Jingnan looked at her trying to act relaxed, but didn't ask further. He sighed deeply and nodded. All right then. When the 2 of them reached the foot of the mountain, the sun was already leaning west. Walking along a small path, you can directly reach the barn at the foot of the mountain. Fong Lan stood outside on the dirt road, already unable to remember how many times she had looked up the mountain. This girl said she was going out for a walk, and now it's been the whole afternoon, but no one has seen her. And then there's Fu Jingnan. After he arrived at the barn and parked his car, he heard Su Li went into the mountains. He didn't say much, and just went to look for her. Little Fu is a careful young man. Why hasn't he come back yet? Please don't let anything happen. Her brows were tightly knit, and her anxious heart was like a flame rushing outward. Teacher Fong, you should go back. I'll go see. Lu Minghui had just come back from working in the fields. Seeing Fong Lan worriedly looking toward the mountain, he asked with concern. This girl is strong and capable. Plus, Fu Jingnan is a lone soldier king. Usually there's nothing to worry about. Lu Minghui was about to head into the mountains when he saw 2 figures at the end of the small path. Look, is that? Fong Lan's heart tightened. She tiptoed and squinted carefully. The 2 figures were getting closer, their outlines becoming clearer. Leading the way was Fu Jingnan. But his appearance made Fong Lan's heart suddenly sink. His military jacket was open, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His face and clothes were covered in dirt and sweat, as if he had just been in a fight. What caught her eye even more was that he was carrying a big, fluffy, furry creature on his shoulder. Looks like a wolf. He was also dragging two more behind him with one hand. Suli was just half a step behind him. She looked even more disheveled, her hair tangled by branches, her sleeves torn, and her face streaked with mud and sweat. She was busy too, carrying a basket on her back and struggling to drag an even bigger wolf, which looked sturdier than the one Fu Jingnan was carrying. The two walked silently, side by side. Fong Lan's mind suddenly went buzz. Her vision blacked out, and her body swayed. She almost fainted. This girl had encountered wolves, multiple wolves. Lu Minghui quickly reached out and steadied her arm, helping her stay upright. The two hurried forward. Jingnan, girl, did you encounter a wolf pack? Lu Minghui's voice was tense and full of disbelief as he stared at the dead wolves hanging on their bodies. Fu Jingnan nodded and threw the dead wolf onto the ground with Su Li. The people in the barn heard the noise outside and hurried out. Chun Fong saw the several gray-furred big animals lying on the ground and shouted in surprise, nearly falling over. She had only heard elders say that there are wolves in the mountains, very fierce, but she never expected to see so many today. Although they were not alive, their fierce appearance still scared her quite a bit. Fong Jichuan quickly rushed to Su Li's side, ignoring the wolves, and looked back and forth at his granddaughter with concern. Girl, tell Grandpa. Are you hurt anywhere? His voice was tense and serious. Grandpa, I'm really fine. Look, I'm all in one piece. Su Li smiled and deliberately spun around in place to show she was unharmed. Then she leaned close to Fong Jichuan's ear, covering her mouth with her hand, lowering her voice, and whispering with a little pride, Grandpa, I was lucky today. I found you something really good. I'll show it to you later. Good, good. Fong Jichuan was too worried about her appearance to ask what it was. Seeing his granddaughter covered in mud and blood, he felt heartbroken and kept urging her. Hurry, go inside and wash up. Change your clothes. Just from the mud and blood on her, he could tell what she had been through this afternoon. They told Su Li and Fu Jingnan to go wash up, while they stayed behind to examine the dead wolves. There were 5 wolf carcasses laid out on the ground, each with gray fur, fat and strong. Are these the wolves that Li Girl and Xiao Fu brought back? My goodness. Shen Qian looked at the wolf bodies, stepped closer, but didn't dare get too near. He patted his chest with lingering fear. That girl scared us to death. Didn't see her all afternoon. Did she go and take down the wolf den? Is she hurt? Lu Minghui shook his head, looking a bit grim. Her arm is hurt, but otherwise she's fine. That's good. That's good. This girl is really impressive. Shen Qian patted his thigh. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. To fight a pack of wolves alone, that takes a lot of strength and courage. It's all thanks to her being a girl. If she were a boy, she'd be in the army by now. Lu Minghui listened to Shen Qian's endless chatter and couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He thought the same. She's truly a good candidate for the army. But unfortunately, her heart isn't in that direction. Oh well. Everyone has their own goals. Maybe she will also achieve something in the field she likes. Soon, the two finished cleaning up. Su Li's arm was retreated with medicine, and Fong Lan felt very worried. Let's not worry anymore. Luckily, the girl is safe and back. There are so many wolves. Tonight we'll be busy. First, let's kill one and enjoy a good meal, Fong Jichuan said loudly. With so much wolf meat, we can have a good feast. I'll go call Sister Yuan. With her cooking skills, we will definitely eat well, Su Li said as she headed outside. Fu Jingnan didn't leave. He stayed to eat and planned to go with Su Li after dinner to find Wu Jiaxuan. This was his main task for coming here. Shen Qian nodded repeatedly. Yes. The work of skinning the wolves and cleaning the internal organs is up to us, especially the wolf skins. They must be properly peeled and prepared so they can be used for blankets in winter, warm and cozy. Thanks to the skillful work of Chef Lu Yuan, everyone enjoyed a delicious meal. After dinner, When Fu Jingnan said he wanted to order seedlings and mushroom bags from the Red Star Brigade, everyone's eyes lit up. Su Li had found another way for the production team to earn more money. The Red Star Brigade was very poor. Selling these seedlings would bring money to the team, and Su Li had contributed greatly. In the end, it was all for her mother and grandfather's better life. But they also benefited from it. Lu Minghui looked at Su Li, feeling soft inside. He had no children of his own. Spending time with Su Li these days, he truly regarded her as a younger family member he loved. This girl was clever, brave, protective of elders, and had a sense of justice. If only she were his daughter. He glanced at Fong Lan and then thought about his own situation, sighing silently. Everyone ate and drank well. Su Li accompanied Fu Jingnan to the brigade office. At this time, the newly appointed secretary must be inside the brigade office. According to Su Li, what's the point of flipping through that old account book all day? It doesn't grow money. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, they saw Wu Jiashuan flipping through that worn-out account book.
Så vi ringte et hernose.
Wu Jiashuan saw Fu Jingnan and Su Li come in but didn't find it strange at all. Fu Jingnan arrived in the afternoon, and the military vehicle had been parked at the barn entrance the whole time. I heard that as soon as he arrived, he went into the mountains to look for Su Li. Captain Fu is a busy person in the army, so what could he be doing in the mountains looking for Su Li? Since I knew Su Li was busy guiding the troops to build greenhouses, I guessed it was related to vegetable greenhouses. Wu Jiashuan quickly stood up to greet him. Captain Fu, Su Jiqing, please sit. Fu Jingnan smiled and waved his hand. Secretary Wu, no need to be polite. I'm here today to discuss a formal cooperation. He spoke directly. Our team has decided that this winter, all the seedlings and mushroom bags needed for the vegetable greenhouses will be purchased from our Hongxing Brigade. Hearing this, Wu Jiashuan's hand froze, and the teapot he was holding almost dropped. Captain Fu, are you serious? All of it. All supplied by us? He had been worried about this issue these days. Although Su Li guaranteed her grafting skills were unique and no other team could match them, who could guarantee it would be foolproof? Recently, several team secretaries had been secretly asking about the mushroom sheds, and some even brought it up to Secretary Zhou of the commune. It seemed the commune wouldn't want to favor one team over others, so everyone would get a share. Now, with the army backing him, he didn't need to worry anymore. Yes, all the vegetables will be supplied by our team. Su Li's grafting technique is excellent, and her mushroom bag production is well organized. We trust you to handle the task. As for the price, since the army needs a large amount, vegetable seedlings are 300 yuan per greenhouse, and mushroom bags are 1,000 yuan per greenhouse. Does that sound good? Of course, that's fine. 9 greenhouses of seedlings cost 2,700 yuan, and 1 greenhouse of mushroom bags costs 1,000 yuan, totaling 3,700 yuan. The heavy feeling in his heart immediately lifted. 3,700 yuan. That's no small amount. In a good year, the brigade's annual surplus is only a few hundred yuan, sometimes even in deficit. Now, the team's famine problem could be solved, and the surplus money could be used to build a school. Just thinking about it made him happy. Wu Jiashuan excitedly shook hands with Fu Jingnan. Captain Fu, you are truly a benefactor to our team. Rest assured, we will deliver the best seedlings and mushroom bags on time and in the right quantities. We won't delay the troops' vegetable supply. Su Li rolled her eyes. She really couldn't stand this. Secretary Wu usually looks very steady and calm. Just over 3,000 yuan makes him so excited. If he could earn 10 or 20,000 yuan a year in the future, that would be amazing. I can't even imagine it. I really can't. Wu Jiashuan glanced at Su Li standing beside Fu Jingnan, silently muttering to himself. Today, he benefited again from Su Jiqing. She is truly the lucky star of the Red Star Brigade. She must be cherished and taken care of. After Fu Jingnan and Su Li said goodbye and left, it was already midnight. Wu Jiashuan watched their figures disappear, his face full of excitement. He seemed to see the vegetables and plump mushroom packs being delivered to the army. And the income of the brigade members would also rise to a new level. The two walked side by side, not too close, with their shadows stretching long behind them, sometimes crossing. Su felt very uncomfortable. It was like a middle schooler secretly going out to date. Something felt off. Thinking of this, Su shivered hard. Fu Jingnan turned his head, looking at Su-Li's soft face under the moonlight. After a moment of silence, he said, "I have something to tell you. The result of Lulu's case has been decided. She is expelled from the army, will take off her uniform, and transfer to work at a local hospital." Hearing this, Su-Li paused slightly, her brows furrowing. Just like that? She wanted to harm someone seriously, and now she's just like, oh? She can still be a doctor at a local hospital? Her tone was clearly upset. That's too lenient. Fu Jingnan looked at her angry expression, like a little cat puffed up under the moonlight, feeling a bit soft inside. He instinctively moved closer to her, lowering his voice. Expulsion from the military is a huge to her. She will have a record at the local hospital, and her future path won't be smooth. This is the strictest punishment within the rules. What Fu Jingnan didn't tell Su-Li was that the day after Lulu was transferred to the local hospital, Lu Yaru had already used connections to bring her back to Kyoto Hospital. It's better not to tell her this news. If she finds out, she might get even more upset. He paused, his gaze becoming particularly deep. I know you feel it's not enough to vent your anger, but I assure you, with me here, she will never have the chance to hurt you even a little. The protective tone in those words was very obvious. Su-Li's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks felt a little hot. Luckily, the darkness covered her blush. Who asked you to promise? I can handle it myself. Yes, I know you can handle it, Fu Jingnan replied smoothly. His tone carried a subtle indulgence and a smile, but I want to do this. Is that okay? Oh my, Su-Li's whole body got goosebumps. This guy. Does he really want to be more than friends? Now he's even whispering sweet words. Do you think I'm a naive girl who hasn't seen much of the world? In her past life, she was a young woman of 27 or 28. She had seen all kinds of people and things. Under the moonlight, oh my. She was a good young person, not interested in romantic relationships. But if this expressionless face next to her could try, maybe? Thinking of this, a warm feeling rose to her cheeks. She didn't reply and quietly quickened her steps, wanting to escape this confusing and unsettling atmosphere. Fu Jingnan watched her walk away at a steady pace, a deeper smile in his eyes. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, and they leaned close together. On the quiet path, there was a silent, intimate feeling. Finally, when they reached the door, Su-Li stopped, turned around, and forced herself to stay calm. I'm home now. You should go back. Fu Jingnan stood still, his gentle gaze falling on her face. Okay, I'll wait until I see you go inside. Su-Li responded with a soft, then turned and hurried into the house. When her hand touched the door, she couldn't help but glance back. She saw Fu Jingnan still standing there, tall and straight, quietly watching her in the moonlight. When she looked back, he gently waved his hand. Su-Li's heart suddenly jumped, like she had a little rabbit inside. She quickly pushed the door open and slipped inside. Outside, Fu Jingnan listened to the sounds from inside, paused for a moment, then turned away happily. Don't be fooled by this girl's boldness. Sometimes, she's very thoughtful. From her reaction, it's clear she understands his feelings. She didn't refuse or get upset, so maybe there's hope. Finally, there's some progress, right? To win her over, he should also let her family know. Otherwise, it would seem like he's taking advantage of her. When Fu Jingnan returned to the cattle shed, Lu Minghua, Xin Qian, and others had already removed all the wolf skins. They cleaned the internal organs and waited for the workers to arrive the next day. Grandpa Fong, I want to talk to you about something. Fu Jingnan helped Fong Jichuan hang up the skins, speaking calmly and sincerely. After Su-Li turns 18, I want to officially ask for her hand in marriage. I like her and my love is based on the idea of marriage. I swear to you, I will protect her for life. Fong Jichuan was momentarily surprised, and a smile appeared in his eyes, but it quickly faded. He sighed. Jingnan, I understand your feelings.
But,
You know our family situation. You're not from an ordinary family, and we don't want to cause you trouble. Grandpa Fong. Fu Jingnan stood straight, his tone firm. Our Fu family values good character. Suli is capable, smart, brave, responsible, sincere, and loyal. I am not acting on impulse. As for other things, I have never considered them, and I certainly don't want to cause trouble. Fan Jichuan looked at the serious and earnest young man in front of him, feeling warm inside. His granddaughter was like a dusty pearl, and this young man had discovered her. That's good. This young man is responsible and dependable. His daughter was young and naive, and he had let her follow her own wishes, which led to a bitter result. Now, with his granddaughter, he must be more careful. Fortunately, Fu Jingnan was a good young man. He paused silently and slowly nodded. You and Li are good kids. I don't oppose it, but he changed the subject, his tone gentle and clear. Li has her own opinions from a young age. Ultimately, this depends on her own wishes. As elders, we just hope things happen naturally. As long as she agrees, we will be happy. Fu Jingnan nodded seriously. I understand, Grandpa Fong. I will respect Su Li's thoughts. Night had fallen deep. Ignoring the persistent pleas of the people in the cattle shed, Fu Jingnan drove back that night. Fang Jichuan called Fang Lan, who was about to go home, and told her what Fu Jingnan had said. Fang Lan was surprised and happy. She had no objection. Fu Jingnan was her most preferred choice for a son-in-law. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Li and Lu Yuanyuan arrived at the cattle shed with tools in hand. Today is very important for her grandfather and her mother to stay warm this winter, so she must be careful. But when she arrived, she was stunned. She saw that in front of the cow shed, the open space was full of people, twice as many as a few days ago when they built the vegetable greenhouse. Everyone, men and women, young and old, looked lively and happy, holding all kinds of tools, with big smiles on their faces. Suli thought it looks like they're building a house, but it also seems like they are fighting over land. Why are so many people here? Suli whispered to herself. Lu Yuanyuan smiled and blinked. I heard you fought a wolf yesterday. Today, we're not here to get into trouble, right? Suli rolled her eyes at her good friend's teasing. That's because I'm charming, understand? Yes, we know. Su Jiqing is both pretty and capable. She can hunt wild boars and wolves, and she can also build greenhouses and grow vegetables. She's very charming. Lu Yuanyuan, usually cold, surprisingly started joking with Su Li. They argued playfully as they walked closer. Unbeknownst to her, the villagers were already very happy inside. The last time people volunteered to help build the greenhouse, they not only got enough bread but also enjoyed big fish and meat every meal. Even their families joined in the fun. This made the other villagers very jealous. Although some whispered behind their backs, they also felt regret. Today, everyone heard there would be work points and wolf meat to eat, so they all arrived early, excited. Quick-talking aunt Hu nudged Wang Laowu and loudly said, Uncle Wu, you've got to work hard today. Su Jiqing is so kind. Last time she built the greenhouse, the food was rich and oily. My kid kept burping after eating. And I heard there's wolf meat today, rare and special. Wang Laowu smiled honestly and nodded. That's right. Even if it wasn't for craving, Su Jiqing has done so many good things for our team. The mushroom shed, vegetable seedlings, she's helping us earn more. Fixing her house and helping out is only right. Su Li. This isn't her house. It's the team's cow shed, isn't it? The only thing inside was my family. Next to us, a few young men were eager and excited. I heard that the wolf was fought off by Su Jiqing herself. Wow, that's impressive. Today, we need to show some effort too. We can't let her think that us men are weaker than a girl. Wang Qiuhua, the caretaker, looked at Su Li. She hadn't seen her in a while, and the girl had grown taller. Her daughter had just had a baby, so she went to help take care of her during her postpartum period. When she returned, the whole team was buzzing. They had started a vegetable group and were building a big vegetable greenhouse, which made her feel excited. Thinking about fixing the cow shed today, she decided to help out too. Hearing everyone's chatter, she happily said, Su Jiqing, I can't do heavy work. but I can help cook. Listening to everyone talking excitedly, Su Li felt very happy. With so many people, the work would go faster, right? She smiled brightly and said loudly, "Thank you all for helping. Let's work quickly." For lunch, wolf meat buns are on us. Great. Everyone responded together, laughing happily. Wu Jiaxuan stood nearby, his face unusually gentle. Last night, he hadn't slept at all, feeling happy about the task orders Su Li brought him. Early this morning, he got up early and went to the cow shed. Seeing so many people, he was surprised. It turned out he had only planned for about 10 people, but now there were 30 or 40. Some families even brought women and girls. Today, we'll fix the cow shed properly. That old cow has been a great helper for our team. In winter, it's cold, so we can't let it freeze. Everyone here will earn full work points, and for lunch, Su Jiqing will provide food. Before Wu Jiaxuan finished speaking, the workers burst into laughter. Wu Shuji was good at joking, but who knew what was really behind it? Wasn't he just worried about gossip? But those who liked to tattle were not from the youth team, right? Some observant workers looked around and muttered, "TSK, except for Li Ziang, none of the other youth team members are here. Su Jiqing is better. She can get along well with us farmers." At Wu Jiaxuan's command, everyone immediately got to work. Some mixed mud, others handed grass, and some repaired the roof. Everyone was full of energy and worked efficiently. At noon, Lu Yuan brought 3 large bowls of tender, fragrant wolf meat, along with baskets of soft cornmeal buns. Everyone sat together, eating happily and feeling satisfied. "Smells so good. Truly delicious. Lu Jiqing, your cooking skills are unmatched. This wolf meat is tough and chewy, but eating it gives us more strength to work." Lu Yuan smiled and glanced at Wu Jiaxuan, who was greedily eating from his bowl, then looked away with a slight frown. Sister Wang was momentarily stunned. Had she seen it wrong just now? After lunch, everyone continued working. What was supposed to take 2 days was almost finished before sunset. By nightfall, the cowshed was completely repaired and looked brand new. Su Li looked at the newly fixed cowshed and smiled happily. The roof was sturdy, the walls solid, and there was no more worry about cold winter winds. While feeling pleased about the new cowshed, Su Li suddenly heard some big news. Yu Ting from the Jiqing courtyard had returned. At dusk, the young workers returned from the fields in small groups. The busy farming season was over, and now the production team only had some scattered chores. In the yard, a few young women were washing clothes in a water basin. Luli shook off the water from her hands and nodded toward the cowshed. "Look at Suli, such a big face." The whole team's strong workers all went to help her fix her cowshed. Her tone was full of sarcasm. "Exactly." Sun Xiaomei, with short hair, picked up the conversation, vigorously rubbing her clothes in the basin, as if trying to wash away her resentment. "We work ourselves to the bone for just a few points, and she's eating big fish and meat every day, plus people rushing to help her fix her house." Wang Lei, the scorekeeper, glanced at the two who were complaining and snorted inwardly. It was just jealousy over her meat. No one was stopping them. They were just proud and stubborn. Honestly, she thought, what's so hard to let go? We're all young workers helping each other. Isn't that what we should do? These people just couldn't accept that they couldn't have what others had. If they offered to help, would Su Jiqing chase them away? She herself wanted to go help, but as the scorekeeper, she really couldn't leave her post. The atmosphere among the young men was even more complicated. Wu Peng leaned against the doorframe, looking toward the distant cattle shed, and said quietly, "Secretary Wu is really biased. Why does she get credit for building her house? When we first arrived, the roof leaked, but I didn't see the team so eager to help." Li Ziang, who had been silent in the corner, sneered with a sharp tone, "Because she's capable. She works hard and has ideas. Recently, she's been grafting and mushroom farming, and yesterday she even chased away some wolves. Can any of us young educated youths compare to her? Li Ziang, have you eaten too much wolf meat from Suli's family? Why are you always defending her?" After speaking, Wu Peng turned to glance at Li Dongqing. Li Dongqing frowned but said nothing. Li Ziang was amused and angry. "When has she ever looked down on you? Does she need to look down on you with her abilities? With Su Li's skills, do you think she needs to belittle you? It's like an ant trying to shake a giant elephant, completely overestimating oneself. What kind of people are you? Come into the countryside just because you have a bit of city status, you think people should support you? Do you have that ability? Li Xiang's words silenced the young educated youths in the yard. Yes, they were jealous, but everyone knew deep down that they didn't have the same skills as Su Li. In the mushroom greenhouse, white mushrooms grew abundantly, and the grafted vegetables in the field thrived. It was said that they had even secured orders from the army for the production team. These were real achievements. Even the wolf meat the villagers ate today was brought back by her own efforts. Li Dongqing sighed helplessly. All right, enough talking. Su Li has indeed contributed to the team, and the villagers are willing to help her because she's well-liked. Let's just focus on tomorrow's work. Though he said this, seeing Su Li thriving in the Red Star Brigade and even becoming a central figure, he couldn't help but feel a bitter, powerless envy. Just then, the gate of the young educated youth's yard creaked as Yi Ting staggered in. Her clothes were messy, her hair disheveled, and her face still bore traces of tears. Everyone suddenly gathered around loudly. Yu Jiqing, Wang Lei hurried forward, trying to help her. Go away. Yu Ting's face turned pale as she forcefully pushed Wang Lei's hand away. She remembered how no one spoke up for her when the county's youth office took her away. Now that she's been criticized and returned, everyone is pretending to be good people? It's over. This is the end for her. She's lost face, and her record still shows it. Yu Ting staggered into the room, collapsing onto the cold Kong bed. All her frustration and shame turned into loud crying. Tears soaked her pillow, and her body trembled with anger and embarrassment. She remembered this morning's scene, which she wished she could forget. She and a few others being brought onto a makeshift platform in the county square, surrounded by a large crowd. People pointed and stared at her like needles. Someone harshly criticized her. Thoughts are not correct, and destroying youth unity, almost spitting on her. A young man in an old military uniform, looking like a student, suddenly ran onto the stage and kicked her hard in the leg, cursing, "Bad element." At that moment, she felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning. All her pride and self-respect were shattered by that kick.
Why?
What did I do wrong? I just wrote a letter to Lulu, telling the truth. Thinking of that letter, a deeper fear and doubt crept in. That night, she clearly saw Feng Jichuan and a man named Xin Qian go into the mountains. She secretly followed and saw a cave full of grain. She remembers that shocking scene very clearly. There's no way she could have mistaken it. But later, when the police and army came to investigate, the cave was empty, no grain at all.
Could it be
that night really was haunted? This thought made her shiver. She heard Lulu had been expelled from the army and transferred to a local hospital. A wave of hatred and resentment grew in Yu Ting. Good for nothing. Such a useless person. Wasn't she proud of her powerful family background? She still trusted her so much, handing over such a big piece of evidence about Su Li. Yet, she easily fell apart. Now, everything is over. Her disgrace is recorded in her file, and she has lost all face. Her only hope now is her father, Yu Guodong, who is far away in the capital. She hopes he can quickly arrange to transfer her back. This place, this poor mountain village, is completely against her fate. Since coming here, she hasn't had a single smooth day. She can't stay even one more day. She only hopes the transfer order arrives before anything worse happens. Outside the window, the noisy sounds from the youth's courtyard can be faintly heard. Yu Ting buries her face deep in her quilt, her sobs turning into quiet whimpers. She cries for a long time before catching her breath. Suddenly, she remembers something and hurriedly gets out of bed. She stumbles to the cabinet and takes out a hidden treasure box from the very back. During these past 2 days of scolding, her biggest worry was this box. But when she opens it, her whole body turns cold. Her money and tickets are gone without a trace. My money! My tickets! Who stole my things? Yu Ting forgets to cry and runs wildly into the yard. shouting loudly at the youth there. Her eyes are red, her hair is messy, and she has completely lost her usual calm demeanor. She looks like a shrew, very disheveled. What's going on? Yu Ting, are you losing your mind again? Lu Li frowns, sounding a bit impatient. What's wrong with Yu Ting? She just came back and is crying about money and tickets being gone. Is she trying to blackmail someone? This person doesn't seem trustworthy. She always pretends to be innocent, acts fake, and keeps scheming behind the scenes. She's really difficult to deal with. My money and tickets are gone. I clearly left them in the box. Someone among you must have stolen them. It has to be. As soon as she says this, the entire youth's courtyard erupts in chaos. Yu Ting, what do you mean? Who stole your things? Exactly, you didn't keep your things safe and now blame others for losing them? Who knows if you've already spent all your money and are now trying to blame others? I remember a few days ago you bought some colorful cloth to make clothes, and you also bought a box of pastries, secretly eating them in bed behind someone's back. This is Lu Li, who just moved in. She's never liked Yu Ting. Not only because she's stingy with her few pastries, refusing to share, but also because she secretly eats them in bed. Every night, she hears the rustling sounds of Yu Ting eating in bed, like a little mouse sneaking food, and she can't help but grind her teeth in anger. That girl, she's not even afraid of the crumbs from the pastries falling into her bed and bothering her. Now that she finds out her belongings have been stolen, she surprisingly feels a strange happiness.
Wing Lei sighs deeply.
As the eldest sister among the young women in the youth commune, she has to step in. Yu Ting, calm down. Think carefully. Maybe you left it somewhere else? You weren't home these past few days. I didn't see anyone come in. There's no way I could forget. Yu Ting almost screams hysterically, tears mixed with anger streaming down her face. I remember clearly that it was locked in a box, hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. The box is still there, but everything inside is gone. If it wasn't stolen, what else could it be? Suddenly, she seems to remember something and points sharply at Lu Li. You stole it, didn't you? Your money was taken by that widow Wang, and now you come to steal mine? You little thief. Lu Li jumps up immediately. Stop accusing me. No matter how poor I am, I wouldn't steal. You've offended someone. Maybe it's karma coming back to you. You're talking nonsense. Yesterday, when I was taken away, you were still in the dorm. Did you see me leave? Were you sneaking around stealing my things? Thinking of this, Yu Ting gets angry. She shares a dorm with others, and when she was taken away, that bad girl didn't even leave the room. What was she doing if not stealing her stuff? Lu Li is left speechless by Yu Ting's accusations. She really didn't come out yesterday. Yu Ting is in big trouble now, and she can't help but feel a bit amused. Now that Yu Ting openly exposes her, the other young women nearby look at her with strange eyes, making her feel embarrassed. Yu Ting, do you really want to ruin our reputation in the youth commune? Do we have to ring bells and drum to send you off? Should we even set off firecrackers for you? When Lu Li says this, a young woman nearby starts to giggle. It's hard to tell, but Lu Jiqing can be quite fiery when angry. The young women in our youth commune are not to be messed with. They really mean it. People often say that educated women are gentle, kind, and smart. But if anyone says otherwise, she'll get upset. You're talking nonsense. Yu Ting was immediately upset when she heard this. Her eyes turned red, and she quickly grabbed Lu Li's long braid. Ouch! That hurts. Let go, you brat. Lu Li shouted, but she didn't hold back. She turned around and firmly twisted Yu Ting's arm. After 2 days of criticism and correction, Yu Ting was exhausted physically and mentally. She was no match for Lu Li and soon lost the fight. A few young women hurried over to stop the fight. For a moment, the youth commune was filled with Yu Ting's sad, angry, and desperate crying. The team members gathered around. Even the older women cooking in the kitchen turned off the fire. With such a big fuss, there was no point in eating. It was more important to see what was happening. The young women in the youth commune looked on, speechless. What is going on? Is the youth commune now a stage for drama? Everyone kept coming here for no reason. Seeing the crowd surround the place again, Li Ziang couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said, "Stop crying. It's understandable that Yu Ting is upset about losing something, but without proof, she shouldn't accuse others randomly. My suggestion is to report this to Secretary Wu and let the team handle it. No way.
Yu Ting sharply opposed.
She had just been scolded and corrected. If she caused more trouble now, it would only make things worse. Moreover, the money and tickets she had were not obtained properly in the first place. A few times, she saw people giving her father money and tickets. It was clear her father had done something shameful. But if she didn't get it back, how could she live? Those were her entire savings. Yu Ting sat down on the ground and started crying loudly again. I don't care. If you don't return my money today, no one will have a good time. She shouted hysterically, losing all reason. Wang Lei watched this chaos with a frown. She quietly whispered to Li Dongqing beside her. Go ask Secretary Wu to come.
We can't handle this ourselves.
Li Dongqing nodded and quickly ran toward the team office. Hearing the noise from the youth commune over there, Su Li couldn't sit still anymore.
Hihi.
Sure enough, Yu Ting's money was still lost.
Su Li drew let her lips.
That thief was quick. In just one day, they had taken everything from Yu Ting's family. How shameless. But somehow, she felt quite happy about it. Yesterday morning, she had warned that Yu Ting's money box was not safe. Yu Ting, a young lady, was usually very proud, wearing new clothes and eating good food. Everyone in the production team knew her family was well off, and many people secretly wanted what she had. She even saw that second-rate guy behind the locust tree, looking at Yu Ting's box with bright eyes. And now, Yu Ting's comeuppance has arrived. Hey, sister, wanna go see? Su Li put down her washing basin and turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes shining, clearly eager to see some fun. Although Lu Yuan was usually cold and quiet, she was a gossip lover deep inside. How could they miss such a lively event?
No, Liu Juan answered firmly.
She was busy pickling wolf meat, rubbing salt onto the pieces as if it was free.
Su Li squinted.
What's wrong with her? Did someone offend her? Usually, she was calm and composed. I'll tell you after I finish watching. Go ahead. Go ahead. Lu Yuan didn't want to talk to anyone now. She waved her hand at Su Li, telling her to leave quickly. Su Li didn't have time to think much and happily ran toward the youth commune. Red Star Brigade. Brigade Office. Wu Jiaxuan rubbed his sore eyes. He had just finished calculating today's work points, and the sun outside was already setting. He was worried about his son Wu Yi at home. The boy must be starving. He needed to go home and cook quickly. Just as he stood up, a tall figure blocked the door, blocking most of the light. The visitor was Wang Dajuan, Wang Xiaojuan's older brother. He rubbed his rough hands, with a shy and honest look typical of farmers, but his smile showed eagerness. Secretary Wu, are you done? Wu Jiaxuan's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression calm. He quickly forced a smile and said, Dajuan, come in and sit. Is there something you want to talk to me about? He knew very well that recently, the Wang family had been looking at him with extra warmth, especially Aunt Wang, whose gaze seemed like she was considering him as a future son-in-law, making him feel uncomfortable. When they entered the house, Wu Jiaxuan didn't beat around the bush. As soon as he sat down, he straightforwardly explained his purpose. Secretary Wu, there's something I need to ask about. My parents sent me to ask you. Our little Wan, whom you often see, is diligent, honest, and looks quite decent in our team.
She
has a good heart for you, Secretary Wu. Do you think about considering marrying her? Our family doesn't care about bride price. We just want someone steady and reliable like you. Wu Jiaxuan immediately felt a shiver down his spine and kept muttering to himself in frustration. Wang Xiaojun is indeed a good girl, quick and gentle. But right now, Wu Jiaxuan really didn't want to think about these things. His mind was full of worries about the ongoing famine debt in the team and how to get more red envelopes from the members, plus his family's half-grown son, Wu Yi. There was no room for thoughts of marriage. He hesitated for a moment, trying to sound sincere yet helpless. Dejun, I understand your intentions, and I thank Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang for thinking of me. Xiaojun is a rare good girl, but look at my situation. He pointed to himself. I still have a young son to take care of, and he's at that troublesome age. It's hard to be a stepmother. I can't let Xiaojun, such a good girl, be wronged, and I worry about the child being hurt, Wang Dajun muttered in his mind. So, they're really using Wu Yi as a shield. Hard to be a stepmother? My sister is gentle as dough. How could she mistreat the child? Besides, if you become our Wang family's son-in-law, our voice in Hongxing Brigade will be even stronger. This is a win-win situation. His honest smile remained, but his tone grew more persistent. Secretary Wu, you're overthinking. Xiaojun loves children very much. She'll treat Wu Yi like her own. My parents have already said, as long as you agree, any conditions are negotiable. We won't let you two suffer any injustice. Wu Jieshuan felt more anxious, burning with impatience. It's clear the Wang family is determined to marry into this family. But he simply couldn't develop any feelings for Xiaojun. He now only wants to help Wu Yi grow up and hopes he can study well and become successful. He also wants to fix the messy work team, so everyone can live a good life. Getting married? That's not even something he's thought about. But in the village, you can't say things too directly, or it might hurt feelings and make work harder. He was sweating from worry, not knowing how to get out of the situation, when help arrived. Li Dongqing hurried to the village office, sweating on his forehead, looking anxious, and shouted, Secretary Wu, something's wrong. The youth's courtyard has an accident. Wu Jianshun heard this and felt like a big weight was lifted from his shoulders. He quickly stood up and gave Wang Dajun an apologetic, helpless look. You see, the team has many small issues, and I can't leave for a moment. Dajun, about what you asked, let me think about it carefully and weigh the options. I'll get back to you in a few days, okay? Without waiting for Dajun's response, he hurriedly walked toward Li Dongqing. Wang Dajun watched Wu Jianshuan's hurried back, feeling annoyed. He came at the worst time. That youth's courtyard is really a big trouble. He angrily called out after Wu Jianshun, Secretary Wu, I'll be waiting for your news. Watching Wu Jianshuan's disappearing figure, Wang Dajun started to think again. Xiaowan is pretty and strong, honest and sincere. Everyone in the neighborhood praises her. She just turned 18, at a beautiful age, and the matchmakers are almost breaking down the door. But his parents, after thinking it over, still believe Wu Jianshun is the best choice. Although he's about 10 years older, an older man knows how to care for others. He has a small old injury on his leg, so walking is a bit awkward, but you wouldn't notice normally. Since becoming the team's secretary, managing the entire Hongxing team, he's been energetic and quick, making the villagers a bit jealous. As for having a child, that's not a problem. Wu Yi is already 10, no longer a baby who needs feeding. In a few years, they can build a house, get married, and live peacefully. Seeing Secretary Wu's attitude just now, he didn't refuse outright, just said he'd think about it. It seems there's a good chance. Thinking of this, Wang Dajun grinned, showing a mouth of yellow teeth from smoking dry tobacco, and smiled happily. Later, he planned to tell his parents and wait for Secretary Wu's reply.
Ha!
Wu Jiashuan quickly stepped in front of Li Dongqing, feeling grateful that he had stepped in to help. He hurriedly asked, Dongqing, don't be in such a rush. Take a breath and tell me slowly. Did something happen again at the youth camp? Li Dongqing wiped his sweat with his sleeve, panting heavily. Secretary Wu, it's Yu Ting. She doesn't know what's going on. When she returned to the youth camp, she found her money box was empty. All the money and notes inside were gone. She's going crazy now, biting anyone she sees, insisting that someone inside the camp stole it. It's causing chaos, and no one can calm her down. Sister Wang Lei really has no choice but to ask you to come quickly. Wu Jiashuan's anger suddenly surged, and the gratitude he felt just moments ago was instantly replaced by fury. This youth camp is just a place full of trouble. Why does something happen every day? There's never a quiet moment. Yu Ting is like a bad omen. She was just scolded and criticized by the county, looking miserable, and now she's causing more trouble. Who knows if her money is clean or not? And she's making a scene at the youth camp, just to embarrass the Red Star Brigade? His face darkened instantly, as black as a pot bottom, ignoring Wang Dajuan, who was still looking on expectantly behind him. He waved his hand at Li Dongqing, his tone tense with frustration. Let's go. Hurry, and see what's going on. It never ends. There's no peace at all. Wu Jiaxuan and Li Dongqing hurried toward the youth camp. From afar, they saw a large crowd outside the wall, packed tightly, with people pushing and shoving. Onlookers stretched their necks, pointing and whispering, their mouths busy with chatter. I told you the youth camp is cursed. Things keep happening one after another. An old woman shook her head and sighed. How much do you think Yu Jiqing lost? Her family is quite wealthy. I've seen her come back from the commune or county several times, always carrying big bags, another woman added. No matter how much money she has, it's useless now. It's all been taken away. TSK. Before she finished speaking, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Wu Jiaxuan arrived. The onlookers automatically moved aside to make way for him. As soon as he stepped into the yard, Wu Jiaxuan's brows furrowed tightly. In the center of the yard, Yu Ting sat on the ground, disheveled, with her eyes red and swollen, looking dirty as if she had been dragged out of the mud. Wu Jiaxuan was startled and almost didn't recognize her without a closer look. There was no sign of the refined city girl she used to be. Yu Ting, what's going on now? Wu Jiaxuan asked, trying to keep his temper in check. Yu Ting seemed not to hear him. She just sat there blankly. I'm asking you, how much money was lost and how many tickets are left? He asked more firmly. He was asking aloud, but secretly he was thinking, she's not revealing the money clearly. This girl spends freely on buying things and never knows how to be modest. Yesterday, someone from the county youth office came, and she openly mentioned something about a money box. Isn't that just inviting thieves' attention? In such a large production team, everyone is honest and kind, but there are always a few bad apples. The onlookers quietly shut their mouths and listened carefully. The yard was so silent that even the wind and grass sounds could be heard. Yu Ting looked up, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She really didn't want to say the exact amount. Too much money. What would everyone think if she told? She couldn't tell the truth. But if she said too little, she was afraid Wu Jiaxuan wouldn't help find it. She sneakily glanced at Wu Jiaxuan's face, which was turning darker and darker, and was afraid he would stop helping. So she forced herself to speak softly and vaguely. Money. About 500 yuan, plus 50 jin of grain coupons, and some industrial and cloth coupons. As soon as she said this, the crowd in the yard erupted again. How much? Over 500 yuan? My goodness! Where did she get so much money? Does her family run a bank? Everyone knew Yu Ting's family was well off, but they didn't expect it to be so rich. It was like she had a small treasure vault. Everyone was surprised and felt sorry for Yu Ting. So much money, just gone like that. Su Li was leaning lazily against a tree branch, peeling sunflower seeds, and kindly offered a handful to the nearby villagers. When she heard Yu Ting's words, she rolled her eyes. This girl was lying again. That day, she clearly saw over 1,000 yuan and more than 100 jin of grain coupons. You could tell right away that this money was obtained through questionable means. Maybe she was worried about saying it out loud and causing trouble for someone. Haha. Serves her right. Since the money came from an illegal source, losing it doesn't matter. She casually glanced at the crowd and suddenly fixed her eyes on a sneaky figure behind a big tree, Li Ershing. Li Ershing was wide-eyed, stretching his neck to watch the scene, but he was caught off guard by Su Li's piercing gaze, as if she saw right through him. His scalp prickled with fear, and he quickly shrank back, feeling guilty inside. What does Su Jiqing mean? That look makes my skin crawl. I must hide my feelings. He pretended to be innocent and smiled at Su Li, then straightened up. Su Li. She thought to herself with a cold smile. Keep pretending. With his guilty look, it's obvious he's involved in this. Wu Jiaxuan listened to Yu Ting and gasped, over 500 yuan. And so many receipts. Do people in the city really have that much money now? First, there was Su Jiqing's 3,000 yuan and 500 pounds of grain coupons. It almost caused chaos in the Hongxing Brigade. Many families had their eyes on that, but it's hard to say how many wanted to steal it. But Suli was clever enough to keep her belongings safe, so no one dared to covet them. Even the former secretary Li Guangquan and his son had bad intentions. Yu Ting's money must be suspicious. But he couldn't investigate now. The priority was to calm the situation. He looked around at the other educated youths. Have any of you noticed anything strange these past 2 days? Or seen anyone suspicious? The youths all responded, swearing. Secretary Wu, we really didn't see anything. Exactly, who knows where she put it? Maybe she just forgot where she put it herself. Hearing this, Yu Ting became anxious. He suddenly raised his voice. Search. Search the youth's courtyard. It must be hidden there somewhere. Someone must have stolen it. We'll find out who once we search. This caused strong opposition among the youths. Why should we be searched? Yu Ting, you're accusing us. You lost it yourself. Why should we be searched? Yu Ting felt both anger and fear. If he didn't search, how could he find the money? That was all his family's savings. My heart was both anxious and angry, and I couldn't hold back my words. Why should I? Because you all have no money, just a bunch of poor country bumpkins. I think someone among you is jealous of my money and is acting out. This sentence was like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly causing an explosion. Not only did the young workers glare at me angrily, but even the onlookers, the fellow villagers, also looked displeased. Yu Zhigang, you're wrong to say that. An older villager couldn't help but speak up. We may be poor, but we have dignity. Exactly. How can you lump everyone together? She usually seems gentle and quiet, but her words are so harsh today. The villagers watching shook their heads. How could Yu Zhigang talk like that? She usually speaks kindly and politely. Today, was she just having a bad day? Yu Ting, how can you talk like that? No matter how rich you are, we didn't ask you to support us. Next to her, the young worker's son Xiaomei, who had long disliked Yu Ting's spoiled attitude, spoke first. Supporting us? Think about Qian Xiaoyu. She's her good friend. If she had helped her back then, maybe Qian Xiaoyu wouldn't have gone to the black market or taken the wrong path. Another young worker also brought up old issues. Exactly. When you came to our Hongxing brigade, we didn't treat you badly. You tried to cheat during work, but we didn't argue with you. We even gave you high work points. What did we do wrong to you? Everyone kept talking, spitting words and saliva at Yu Ting. Yu Ting's face turned very pale. She knew she had said the wrong thing and angered everyone. She stammered. I didn't mean that. Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak clearly. Suli was calmly eating sunflower seeds, watching the chaos in the yard with interest, as if she were watching a play that had nothing to do with her. Amid the chaos, someone with sharp eyes saw Suli standing under the tree, stretching her neck to watch, and shouted, "Look, Su Zhigang is here. Let's have her judge this." Almost choking on her sunflower seeds, Suli said, "Thank you, but I'm just an onlooker. I'm not here to settle your disputes." She patted the sunflower seed shells off her clothes and was about to say something to calm things down and leave quickly. Yu Ting followed everyone's gaze and saw Suli under the tree, relaxing as if she didn't care about anything. Thinking about her recent bad experiences, a surge of anger rushed to her head, making her lose all reason. It's her. It must be her who stole. She hates me. She's the prime suspect. Secretary Wu, if you're going to search, start with her. It must be her revenge on me. Yu Ting's fingers sharply pointed at Su Li, and her voice became hoarse from her excitement.